Starting to heat up a little bit here. Over the wall, and Bond gets two. Make it 3-0. That's the opening you want.
Every single time they've gotten aggressive, they've caught one out. Are you kidding me? Lazy! He's got a 2-for-1 deal.
At this stage, we don't really have to worry about funds all that much because Dynamic has that Blade Storm. He doesn't need to worry about anything else. He's going to get a pick on Kermie because, I mean, he's built like that. Put crack in this dude's cereal. I mean, goodness gracious. It needs to be cracked. I mean, look at it. Look at it. Oh, my God. Look at it.
What? You can see Benevolence doesn't even get distracted by the Trailblazer. Oh my goodness, Benevolence.
Oh, don't pick it again. Okay.
Give him another.
Okay.
Give him another.
Oh, no.
Oh, baby, yes.
He's able to open up a flank angle, so that forces Stealthy to take the heavy aggression to the forward angle. Is able to get forward. Can he find that ace? Giza is tagged very low. They know exactly where he is, so matter of time before Giza walks into it. Has no idea Stealthy is tucked away into the corner. Peeks out for the ace, and a big round for Recon 5.
I didn't expect that.
What is going on, everybody? We are live and back, and would you look at this beautiful sight? Look who it is. I got Endless back on the mic after what feels like a hot minute and 2 eternities, guys. Welcome to Pit of Valor 55. And Endless, it's a nice feeling to have you back on the mic.
Hey, it's good to be back. I think the last time I casted was maybe back in May. So it's been, 4 months now? I mean, it doesn't seem that long, but it's definitely been a while, and I'm super happy to be back. And hey, we're going to start off with Icebox too, so I think there's been a little bit of a change in scenery, huh, Strive?
Dude, honestly, it feels like a lot has changed since the time that you were here, and we speak as if it's been like 20 years. But honestly, like we were talking about it in the pregame together, just having a chat. It feels like the map picks have kind of really calmed down, and we've shifted away from some of the maps that were avoided as people have found comfort in them, and it shows. We're going back to Icebox. So getting started, you guys know that the drill down below, the cheat sheet as usual. Taipan versus N4D. It's going to be juicy, man, on Icebox, and Taipan starting on the attack side. Let's talk about these two teams, right? Taipan, a very comfortable and familiar set of faces. They show up week in, week out, and they slap. Before I get any further, I should verify one thing. We're fighting for $50 here today, guys. Next week's event is going to be sponsored by Gamecaster, so that's going to be a big one for 100. But as usual, BO1 right to the end as we hit the finals is going to be a BO3. So Taipan, a familiar face for me, Kevin. The opposing team, not so much. Maybe you got some insider, or you're kind of like me right now.
I think I took a look at their roster earlier, a couple of familiar names, but nothing that really brings back a lot of memory as to how they played. But I do know they're a familiar team and that they've been around. So, knowing that, I expect good things out of both teams. I know we've seen Taipan multiple times as well. And hey, I mean, their logo, I'm not going to lie, I'm digging it.
Yeah, the logo is pretty fire, dude. And I think this matchup, to start us off, it's going to start off on a really good foot. I have a good, comfortable feeling about it. Of course, Pit of Valor, as you guys know, is a map that, is a map. Pit of Valor is an event that is open to all. So anyone can register, sign up, which means we often get a variety of ranks in here. We get, as we saw one series, some, golds and some low plat players playing against immortals. But you appreciate those times because getting into a tournament scenario, it's all about conditioning in a way too, and being exposed to the community and what is competitive gameplay. So I will say this again to our fellow viewers that are watching. If you want to participate in Pit of Valor, there's no harm. Honestly, you're chilling on a Wednesday night, you get home from work, from school, whatever it may be, and you just want to chill out and have some fun with some friends in game. There is no harm in signing up. And of course, it's pivotal to note the GLG club membership is only $10. So if one of you guys on your team wants to hold that, you guys will get early access to sign up for all of these different events. And of course, for the premium events that are paid entry, your entire team gets access with that one $10 membership that you guys got to hold on a monthly value. $10, one McDonald's combo, and you too could have entry anytime to our event. So as we settle in, it looks like both lobbies are ready to boogie for the most part, Kevin. Thoughts, opinions, but getting into this, anything you want to share?
I mean, Icebox has been one of the maps that I think have kind of grown on me over the time. It started off as a map that I always wanted to avoid. And then, after, getting the opportunity to play it multiple times in a team atmosphere and then coaching teams on it, I feel like it's become one of the big favorites. And as you can kind of see, times have changed since, compared to earlier this year where teams were always avoiding Icebox. And now you can see first map of the day right away onto Icebox. I think it's going to be a good showing. It will come down to the comp and how they play it. I'm expecting to see a Sage on both sides. I still think Sage is very, very viable on this map. Viper is extremely viable as well. And definitely that Killjoy. Those are 3 agents I definitely think we will see. But right now, we're just going to jump straight into that agent select to see what they're going to lock in. And Strive, what are you thinking? You think we're going to see an Astra here as well?
Dude, honestly, Astra, mega strong. Am I expecting it 100%? Not necessarily. It's a toss-up, right? That Sage definitely has that viability, but we found a lot of interesting setups recently and in games that I didn't get a chance to cast with you. But a lot of less duelist-based compositions and using a lot more utility, right? Running a single duelist and having more controllers or more entry ability with different agents proved itself to be very viable, and especially on the Icebox too. Given the long alleyways and entrances and corners, we're not necessarily playing in an open courtyard per se. It's not going to be shocking to me if we don't get that traditional double duelist, one controller, sentinel, and then a support type role. But as the picks are coming out, let's see how much of that comes to be. There's your Viper that you talked about. Donkey has locked that one in. Vaspero on that Sova. You can see Taipan, though, has pre-orchestrated this one very well with the raised Jet, Sage, Viper, and Sky. So kind of what I was not leaning on. We got the double duelist on that side. On the opposing end, looks like we're sticking more or less traditional, Kevin. The Reyna and Jet bringing up the fronts there from the duelist.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting that double duelist from both ends. Surprisingly, no Killjoy that I was expecting, but I think it works out well. I mean, they have the Sentinel and Sage that is required, and I mean, right off the bat, we're going to have Taipan start on that attacker side, and I'm expecting them to start off strong, make some good presence known, and kind of force N4D in a bad position.
We'll see how much of that comes to be. Taking down that good old 20-second timer here remaining, getting into map number 1 of this Pit of Valor. 55 is the hot number today. Double 5, guys. Lots of events week in, week out coming at you guys, and we are, of course, absolutely humbled to have our beautiful team here. A lot of familiar faces too. You see Tanjiro, Conrad, Dream, and Prof, and Fraggleton bringing up that front, backed up by the likes of AK Donkey, 301, Vaspero, and Noodle on the opposing end for N4D. And looks like A is the play, a heavy one at that, as they are sieging right onto site.
You can see Donkey tried getting really aggressive early on, and it's interesting to see all these Sheriff buys on the first round with no armor whatsoever. But hey, if you were to see that, you expect that to be on a duelist, and we see exactly just that. And you can see Taipan just falling off after making that presence towards A, going back towards mid, just trying to hold a little bit of a default. But what they don't know is AK-47 was aggressing, but Prof, luckily lurking behind, gets that opening pick, and now it makes N4D kind of hesitate. Do they rotate or not?
That pick on AK was critical. I think AK had the right plan, and it would have been perfect had Reyna not been there to absolutely spoil that. They've kept the defense pretty honest, though. 2 on A, 1 still lurking mid. That is Sage, and Viper is spotting B, and by now the comms are out, and you can see the rotates on the minimap. Hot as can be, the flying splooge of Doom. It lands nicely. Gonna gently tickle Fraggleton's toes, and he runs away to safety now, but they got a wall to deal with on the textbook wall plant strat.
And you can see right away, Vaspero breaks that wall, gets that bomb, trying to get it halfway, but there's that shock dart that comes in. But Dream getting knocked down to very little health. It doesn't matter. Tanjiro and Dream, they get their opening picks, and now N4D left to 2 players on this retake. Make that 1 against 4, and Taipan gonna go ahead and secure that first round. A very good post plant.
Mega, and I mean, I appreciate the fact that they broke that wall there, but, breaking just one of the 3 or 4 segments respectfully is a troubling scenario. Only reason being that you have such a narrow opening to exit from. So it begs the question of, let me rephrase. It doesn't beg the question. Wall plant's just hella broken. That's the end of that conversation for me, Kevin.
It really is, and as long as you're doing it right, ensuring that you can't be spammed through that box, you're golden, and you're almost guaranteed to plant every single time. I mean, the snake bite does come in, but it doesn't do nearly enough damage in enough time. And look at this, Vaspero lurking up close, gets Tanjiro, wins that Viper duel, and gets another onto Dream, and just like that, Spectre in hand, and they have, well, they had that man advantage, but Fraggleton and Prof able to eliminate that and turn that situation in their favor.
With Spectres aplenty looking good with a 2v1 scenario now down to Noodle. Do what he can do. He's got a nice big gun in his hand, tapping away. He telepathically predicts that so well. He doesn't go up top. This is viable, Kevin. This is so viable now. Conrad on a mission. He is hiding patiently. And is his rear end protected? No, sir, it's not. Not if Noodle is hot on that one. And the question remains, can he get to the defuse in time?
And see, even if they don't win this round here, Strive, I feel like they've done so much on this save round. And even if he hadn't have won that, they're in a good position because they got so many guns down, and now Taipan is completely broke. And N4D here, for the most part, is going to be able to buy up.
So in the end, Noodle comes out on top, and he played that so well, being patient. He read the timer perfectly, and in the end picks up. That's a really good job, and nice joust back and forth, and you can see that's going to really boost their economy, and Taipan now are just hemorrhaging, sitting on sheriffs and marshals and everything else in between at this point. See what they can make of this light buy round as we proceed into round number 3.
And it looks like there's going to be defaulting closer towards this A. Conrad trying to make something happen early on. Doesn't get the connection, though. Donkey and Conrad up close towards the maze. Does get spotted. But now Conrad falling off. Prof does get one, and Conrad gets the second. And just like that, A site is completely open.
With more to open it up, that is Dream connecting onto Noodle with a second onto 301. Looking good at this point for Taipan Esports. They got one more member to work their way through. That is Vasperl, who is now just going for a leisurely stroll down the tube. And at this point, his plan, probably some exits, Kevin. Not really looking for much more.
This is absolutely crazy. I mean, ecos after ecos that are just being traded, and Vasperl turns around just at the right time, but does get that flick back onto Tanjiro. But Fraggleton there to clean things up, and I mean, you wouldn't think entering this round on an eco and somewhat of a force, only losing one member, that's gotta hurt for N4D.
Yeah, that's not a fun feeling, to say the least. I mean, at this point, they've picked up so much economy off that too, and look at them sitting at 4K, 3K respectfully, lots of guns, and now, as you said, the tides have changed, and N4D are on that save.
I mean, do you think there's going to be another, I guess, break in the round where they could just turn the situation back around and win this eco?
Honestly, man, it would be a great showing if they can pull it off. With the light buys and everything else in between, viable. But we know for a fact Taipan, yeah, Dream, is just absolutely clapping. If they want to get these rounds like this, those are the shots you got to connect. That AK really now, sight unseen, takes him down to 55, getting aggressed. They're going to swing Conrad with the 1 and the 2. He's so good at that. Such an aggressive player, and you can see he goes all the way to heaven. Quickly getting denied by 301, but doing his job as the duelist jet, opening up space for the team to completely get on site.
Look at this flank. Look at this flank from Fraggleton. And they don't expect it, but 301 able to take him out. Does get the heal back onto himself, but Prof able to finish up the job. Losing 2 members this round, but they're up 3-1, and they're still going to be able to buy up here.
This is a critical round for me there, Endless. I mean, they're going all the way down to basically nada for money, buying full. A couple $100 here, a couple $100 there on the side of N4D. Down 2 rounds, and this is where momentum starts to build, especially on Icebox. It's pretty tricky, I'd say, to gain control after the attack side really gets that snowball building momentum, but we'll see how they adapt. Still a lot of rounds here in this first half to pick up.
Get out of my way!
That's what we're expecting, but now there's an op in hand, and you can see Conrad getting aggressive yet again towards this B site. Does dash up, and right now he has the knives activated, ready to tap some heads, but Vasperl very, very aware as to what is in Conrad's hands, so he decides to fall off, plays a little bit more passive here. But now, here comes the fight.
Jousting, that's Vasperl patiently waiting. I like that he's not getting too peaky. Just looking for opportunity, calling for rotates. Conrad going high and just finding a comfortable spot in the perch towards long B, but he's just the bait here. Looking for some sort of cheeky pick, if anything, and they've pulled a lot of rotates. My goodness, 4 people have more or less shifted over to that B side. A is completely uncontested. Sans a raise lurking up top, and here they go with the Viper Wall. They're going to divide off that heaven area and screens and get on site.
And that's exactly what I wanted to say as well. I mean, we saw the amount of rotations Conrad was able to pull towards that B site, and that left AK-47 in his lonesome at A, and now Taipan has completely swarmed the site and overwhelmed them, and they're able to get that bomb down. Now all they have to do is play this post plant with that man-up advantage.
Viper Pit coming out. Empress is active too. Dream is not leaving anything to chance with another one to support. Fraggleton gets it. 301 though with the 1 and 2 combination, but you can always count on Fraggleton supported by the rest of the Taipan Esports in a 3v1 scenario. to clean that up. Really good job by them. And at this point, Kevin, like I said, they are building so much gas here. And you can see it's basically shanked the wallets of N4D as we hit a timeout called by Vasperal. And I assume this is a chance to recalibrate themselves and see what they're going to do as a squad.
And I like this timeout actually because they're catching it a lot earlier on. I mean, maybe I would have done it a round earlier, but nonetheless, at least they notice that it's time to really just sit around and try to figure out what is going wrong. Because if they continue to allow Taipan to do this on this attacker side, once they switch halves, it's not going to be an easy way to kind of claw their way back in here. And this is a good timeout, I think. I think they just really need to discuss when to over peak, when to actually commit to defending that side, or when to wait for those rotations. Because Taipan, they've been really good at selling those fakes, as we saw last round. Conrad baiting, I think it was even up to 4 people on that rotation towards that B site. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was all towards A.
Yeah, I'm grateful. With 9 seconds left to go, we'll hope that N4D comes out swinging from the cages here. And, you know, question remains, what's the adaptability? Wow, absolutely tongue-tied. What is the adaptability factor here for N4D? What are they going to be changing to pick up on these small, I guess, baits that Taipan is so good at? They're very methodical in how they leave one member just kind of lurking in the wind to pull rotates, like you saw on B that last round with Jet. Conrad was just, you know, floating around having a dandy old time while the rest of the team is sieging on A. So I think they got to be a bit more planted, a bit more concrete in their positioning, as I completely eat us. Vasperal, hello. Fraggleton eats him, but does he expect Dream? He does not. Gets greedy for the gun, and he gets traded out now in a one-on-one back and forth. Everything's okay for the most part now, but still, they got to be smart if they want to pick up this eco.
You can see Conrad has already worked his way under tube, so they're going to be going ahead and try to wrap this B site as Dream, along with their Viper. I don't remember his name on that side actually, but they're taking that B site, gonna get that bomb down and planted. And look at the amount of control they already have. Prof, that Snowman watching CT spawn already, and Dream just holding this bomb site, making sure that no one gets any early aggression back into that site.
You can see in a simultaneous set of frags, Prof and Conrad one apiece. Dream is just slapping. Dream known to show up. Whoa! Hello, Noodle! With the 1 and 2. It's not enough, but Kevin, very valiant attempt. He pulls a good amount of economy off their backs there.
It's all about that value, right, Strive? I mean, I know it's been a couple of months, but I hope you didn't forget. It's all about that value.
No, I trust me, I didn't forget. It's when it comes to Valorant and Endless, it's all about getting the best bang for your buck, let me tell you.
Hey, I mean, 2 players remaining for Taipan, especially on an eco, that's very worthwhile. That's one of the reasons why I wanted them to call that timeout maybe a round before, because it's never a great thing to call that timeout and enter another eco. It's kind of demoralizing at times, because the majority of the time, if they play it right, an eco is not around that, you know, you should lose to. And Taipan played that range, they played it together, and they got a crazy amount of map control. But this time, Vasperal able to get that opening pick, does take quite a bit of damage, and now spots Conrad that cross towards yellow. Vasperal able to get one more before falling, but that res makes it an even 4-on-4.
Troubling bit of Viper kit there, thinking that it would block off the push, but not knowing that the wide peak is still on the table. Meanwhile, 301 sends Conrad Package, who dashed so aggressively onto that yellow, and now they're posted up with Reyna on the res, now eating dirt! That res nullified.
Fraggleton with a huge pick onto 301. Now down to a 2 versus 4 situation. All left down to Dream, and Donkey able to come out with that operator kill. And just like that, they're able to secure their second round finally after losing multiple straight. Could this be that turning point?
I mean, you want to show up with 4 people and turn around. That's the way to do it. And we'll see if, yeah, like you said, Kevin, the turning point might be it. Regardless, I'd be grateful with N4D walking away with, let's say, 4 to 5 rounds here. It's we're getting, you know, we're in round 8 now, closing up with 5 more to pick up. There's not much more breathing room, so they're gonna have to manage their economy really well here, save and buy together as a team if they want to succeed.
That indeed, and right now, Vandals all across the board, no operators on the side of Taipan, and they do know there is one operator in the hands of Donkey, in which now he's getting aggressive again, but that Owl Drone is going to force him to fall back. The AK-47 does break it for him, does get tagged, And here comes that Hunter Spear trying to bait him out. Doesn't tag Donkey either, so they still do not know he's there. But because he has an op, he's choosing to fall off, which I think is the right move.
I like this play from Prof, getting a bit of a different vantage point, a very underutilized position, if I might say so myself. Getting from Nest up top, and with AK now pushing, he's got the ultimate ready. Noodle takes the one frag that he was more or less set up for onto Conrad. Now AK back into his comfortable position, trying to tap heads, and he connects onto one. Prof trades it though, as per usual, so still sitting in a very viable 4v3 scenario in favor of N4D.
You can see Donkey very, very patient here. Tanjiro looking to work his way back towards that A site from B. Maybe just to clear it so that their Reyna can fall off here. But Donkey's still holding true. I think Prof still going to try to work his way into that A. Does hear that rotation
left.
that's slightly being drawn away. And look at that, Taipan grouping up towards that A site. And I don't know if N4D is going to be ready for this.
We'll see how it works out for them. I mean, they don't have a lot of time. 13 to go. They got to make it happen. Donkey still in the hot seat with the shorty jumping up. Does he swat it? He does! Flying up high. Fraggleton trades it. Noodle gets the one, and that's a good showing. And I'll say Taipan, they really pushed it down to the clock there.
They did. They got a couple extra kills as well, which is great. But I think they needed to work a little bit quicker there. But I like this resiliency coming from N4D. It's a much closer match. I mean, the last round, AK-47 got his first kill, and I'm expecting to see more from him as maybe his confidence is starting to build again. And I mean, 3-5, only being down 2, especially losing 4 straight. I think they're looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, I'd say so, man. I mean, a little bit of a late bloom in comparison to when that timeout came out. But if you want to say one thing, yeah, I'm on your side. They're looking healthy, picking up the rounds, and it's where it really matters. Like I said, 4-5 would be fantastic for them to get away with. Ideally more, as they're getting aggressive yet again onto A. Taipan definitely has a thing for this A site, though.
Do you blame them? They've been getting a lot of control. They've been able to essentially walk through the site most of the time that they try to attack it. As Prof gets that opening pick again, does get that overheal, but Donkey and AK-47, Donkey just popping off right now with that operator, holding down that site, puts them in a good one-man advantage here. And now it's left to Taipan, who's stuck in sight, to get this bomb down as they're going to start getting wrapped around. As you can see, the Sage on the side of N4D already wrapping behind them.
Tricky scenario now. Tanjiro supported by Conrad planting that spike, and it's not really for a long post at all. So Donkey, who looks like he just took his mouse out of the oven after warming it up slightly, is looking good, opening it up for the team, but he's in the hot seat now on this retake. We'll see what they can do with the support of Sage and Viper. 301 gets the one. Conrad looking every which way. He shakes and he baits, but the dash ended up being his crutch and his fall. They pick up their 4th, Kevin. N4D, a nice battle back so far.
See, I think when 301 was trying to flank there, and he didn't look towards 410 or Maze, I feel like that could have been anyone's game as Tanjiro. If he were to look at the flank, he would have had a free kill there. But luckily, 301 clears that before he does, and they get that opening pick, and the rest was history.
Now, let's see, Kevin. Looking at the overall rundown, definitely the tides have changed as N4D has built a good amount of economy, Donkey, op, and 6,700 to boot, so he can either buy another or drop, depending on how this round works out for them, for this likes of AK-47. We definitely need to see that Raze wake up a little bit, get some good utility out, and that boom bot on this map is really strong, you know? Maybe save it for a post or a retake or something of that nature. When you throw it early like this, given the verticality of this site, it doesn't work really well. Look at this flying up high grenade, and it doesn't connect on much of anything at all.
I mean, it forced Conrad off of it, but right now, Conrad's on top
Enemy kill.
and sprays Vaspro through. And now AK-47 and his lonesome Conrad gets him as well, and just like that, finally 301 able to get that pick back, but it's a little bit too late as Taipan has gained complete control of that A site.
You see they're playing too far, leaving Reyna inside, and that's the Empress activated now from the side of Taipan. So with Prof, the Solo Meister, holding off on this barrage, we'll see what he can do. Looking high, I think he sees the tip of the gun. He does. Oh, Donkey! Nice swing and connection there. The headshot, MIA, unfortunately, getting close, and he doesn't catch it. As Dream doing the deed indeed now. Nude, 1. dashing across. He wanted to jump off, but didn't work out in his favor whatsoever.
You honestly hate to see it where you're up close and personal with the daggers out and you missed it completely. And that's exactly what happened there for Conrad. Unfortunate circumstances, unable to connect. Or was it for Donkey, actually? It was actually for Donkey. My apologies, but he was unable to connect with the Blade Storm, and unfortunately, it just didn't allow for any retake opportunities. As if he had gotten that kill, I feel like it would have been a complete different story.
Yeah, unfortunately, Reyna was definitely the, how can I say, the determining factor of that. That frag onto Heaven would have been massive, and it landed short, and it gives more of a leash to the side of N4D, as we said on another pause. And hey, Kevin, let's appreciate the fact that pauses are being utilized and not being utilized with 1 round remaining in the half. So we'll see what Taipan comes out here, what they're going to change. Seems like they've been very much A favored, not really liking that B, maybe a bit more of a fake or a bit more aggression on that site before choosing to commit any which way. Even mid control is mega strong, which I haven't seen much of so far this game.
You're right. And honestly, I remember we were talking about it back in the day where we never see, especially in tournaments, any teams use these timeouts. It's always been like maybe once in a game, and it's way too late by the time they use it. And we always talked about how in Counter-Strike, it's always used multiple times. And I mean, I'm happy to see teams adapting to it and realizing, okay, hey, we need to just sit back and discuss what's going wrong and see what they can fix, rather than just playing through it and hoping something changes.
And with that, I mean, Prof just Giga Brain, knowing that Donkey would be getting aggressive. He throws a Leer and pushes him off the post. Tanjiro on the opposing end gets the one. Conrad dashes just a millisecond too late in the air. He might have been able to catch Donkey flying around in sight. He's getting aggressive. Does he know he's backside? Definitely not there. Way too swift with that operator. 1-for-1 as a joust so far. Minute 10 on the clock. There is no reason to commit on A, and I think Taipan, that might have been the pause that they wanted to how can I say, discuss their game plan, as they've chosen to go towards B this time.
And you can see Vaspro aggressive behind this yellow, trying to catch someone off guard, waiting for this aggression. I like how passive he is being right now, holding a tight angle. Does get Tanjiro, but now that recon does reveal where he is, and he gets traded out instantly.
I was going to say, that's a one and done for me, and there was no trade backup, and it ended up being just that, as Dream coming out of yellow onto Noodle gets a nice bounce back, a response, leaving it just to 2 members of N4D. Vaspro had the right idea. I'm not sure how much of a fan I am of that utility usage and dashing out, knowing Fraggleton was watching. Donkey gets one, but it's insufficient as Tanjiro playing that close post by site containers. Trades it out now. That's going to push us to that 7-4. And you hear the announcer, last round before we swap it out. This is N4D's final joust at getting that 5th.
I think they really need this 5th here, Strive. I think they will need it.
Agreed.
And I think it'll be good for the momentum going into that attacker side, because right now, Taipan, they're kind of playing mind games. They're able to fake a site completely, draw those rotations over, and then completely fall off. And in which I don't mind the way Vaspro played it just now, but after that one and done angle, that's where you just don't repeat it.
Yeah, he should have maybe fallen off, done something differently. As you can see, Nua getting aggressive there, 301. Shanks that away from him, and they're looking to push Prof away, and they're doing just that. But with this aggressive play on A, you bet there's only a lonesome Donkey watching this B, and this is a slippery post. My God. Chance of them clearing it out, Kevin? Pretty unlikely, as they seem to be walking by. Sorry, Donkey with B. We're not catching it, but he's doing his fair share of work. Can he get another? No. So Prof on top of it, going to get the full Devour off too for the most part. Now jousting with multiple members coming out along B here.
And now they do know they're all towards this B site, but do they know all of them are coming on flank? As now Prof spots one, spots the second, and now they know the res is there as well. All left down to Tangier with the Viper's Pit active. Can he hang on? No, 301. Gonna go ahead, secure their 5th round, and that's exactly what we were asking for.
Tanjiro had the right idea. I mean, he was up against a number of people, that 3 to be exact, and he wanted to get one aggressive pick, maybe fall back to his pit after, but he paid the price coming down to yellow. That's a tricky angle to execute, as you could be wide or tight, depending on when you catch the enemy peeking. But 7-5, like you said, Kevin, a notable first half, given the rough start. This is the chance now for AK-47, though, to show up. We need him on that race to be getting a little bit greasy there and opening some gap along with Donkey, but critical set of first pistol rounds here for the side of N4D.
You're right, and honestly, we usually see that trend, right? Where you have a duelist player, maybe he doesn't do the best on the one half, but when he switches that half, it ends up being a complete different game, and we see a complete different player. So I'm expecting to see that on the side of AK-47. I'm expecting him to pick things up. It is a new half. The scores are relatively even, only 2 rounds different, and I'm expecting a tie game at the least to start things off.
You'd be happy to see it now. Dream getting a lot of pressure towards mid at Tube.
Here.
And he's going to make the comms out. Donkey and Gang just gathering around. I like this use of the wall, though, but are they going to open themselves to shock dart damage? And no, they're good. Just going for a leisurely stroll. Follow the vacuum cleaner out and about. We'll see what they can do now. Tanjiro in the hot seat. He looks the right way, but it's not fast enough as Noodle with the 1-2 jab cross connection there. Dream responds with the 1 back. Now we're sitting on a 4v4. Let's see if they can hold the barrage off with the spike planted.
Hey, they have that man advantage right now, and I mean, just like that, Vaspro does dink another as well. Donkey, look at where his position is, and I don't think they expect him here at all. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And they're going to get on it. Taipan has no response at this point. Yeah. Oh, Fraggleton. That's like one of those like moments where you just pause and you see 6 people staring at your forehead. Not the best feeling. And you wanted a good start, Kevin. You got it so far. N4D come out swinging and picking up that 6th.
Hey, that's what we're expecting, right? And now they have that buy round. And it looks as if Taipan is going to be on a complete full save in hopes to buy the 3rd, which I think is still the smartest decision to do. I don't really like a force buy back, because if you do lose that force buy, you put yourself in another 2-round deficit compared on that half, and it's not necessary.
I hope they can really play smart here, Kevin. This is going to be a critical round to watch, because if Taipan gets this, they're going to be in for a world of pain, and so far it's looking very strong for the side of N4D, dominating this A site. Look at that bit of utility used. It's going to reveal positions. Prop gets slapped immediately after the dog catches him. A second from AK, and he's showing up here with Vaspro support. Leaves it down to the lonesome Conrad against 5. Do we see a flawless? Not today.
See, that's what I was about to say. There he comes. Two kills this round. Ties the amount of kills he already got in the first half, Strive. So now, I mean, sure, still sitting at the 4 and 13 mark, but I feel like he's going to start waking up soon.
Slow and steady. That's how the turtle wins a race, right? Turtle beats the hare in the end of the day, or so that is the plan I think AK-47 is going for here. But with the buy round now in front of us, we must patiently grasp our seat handles and see what Taipan is going to do. If they give up these guns, man, and, you know, if the entire team of N4D saves, you can't blink at the fact that this economy is going to be absolutely crutching for the side of Taipan. They can get away with these guns, the dog goes to waste, Tanjiro's still safe, and he's by now calmed out that there might be some funny action happening at Long B. But surprise, surprise, there ain't got no spike to go with that sauce.
And you know what I've noticed majority of the teams do towards that B site with that jet is that updraft onto that container on that attacker side. It seems to be so strong, and it forces the defensive side to really think twice when peeking that, because now not only do you have the horizontal peak difference, now they have that vertical advantage as well.
And this is the difference. You saw Tanjiro get the 1, and he's not greedy. He's not interested in re-peeking much of anything. Positions himself so well and diligently picks off a 2nd to close off that round. I really commend Tanjiro for his discipline that round. You have to appreciate the fact he's not, you know, playing for the clip of the week, doing anything overzealous or greedy. Playing it to the book, taking it nice and slow, calming it, and in the end he walks away with 2 frags and, you know, a good bounce back on the 3rd round of this half for Taipan.
Yeah, it works out really well, and that's something that I feel N4D really had to do on that defensive side, was really know when to actually, like I said, contest the site and when to just fall off and play for that retake, as it really didn't seem like everyone was on the same page that entire half. But hey, the score is 7-8. Who am I to talk?
And yet again, the default dog coming out. Tanjiro not even spotted. Gets that one off the map nice and quickly now. And this is the difference, man. Look at the playstyle from N4D. Very B-centric, very slow, methodical. 1 watching mid, 1 watching A. Working a very slow and steady default. And so far, it's been working pretty well for them. We'll see if they can pick off anything as the good old wall goes up in the tube this time. So that's not going to be available for the post-plant retake, if anything, as they are now full control. Look at Jet, though, on this mini-map. Tanjiro is the one contesting Donkey. We'll see what he can do with this one.
I like what Donkey has done. He's lurked his way up, but Tanjiro holding a better angle, and Donkey not expecting that whatsoever allows Tanjiro to get that first pick for the side of Taipan. And now N4D, it looks like they're going to regroup towards that A site, but Conrad is already there as well to support his teammate Prof. But now, Noodle able to get that opening pick. And Conrad stuck at the back of site. Does dash out, but does get spammed down.
One enemy remaining.
But Dream is already there as well. And now, N4D going to get that bomb down, and they have a very good chance here to tie things up.
That's so rough. I was watching Prof there, and I was really hoping he had that pick onto AK, and he didn't. And now with the pit, this is Tanjiro's time to shine. He's gonna get on it. Oh no, Viper on Viper activity here. He knows it's planted.
No.
Is it? Why did he not play through? What was the play there?
I think the snake bite took too long to land. I think it was bouncing off walls, and it didn't really land immediately as. Man, Tanjiro was just able to stick that bomb, and that is not a round you wanted to lose. I was expecting at least a couple of bullets sprayed into that smoke to help ease and speed up the process. But maybe he didn't hear that it took a while to land.
Maybe. And I mean, Prof 2 in the end, you know, was for me in the hot seat. Couldn't connect onto AK, but I do appreciate what Noodle tried to do. Kind of given the numbers left, he went full, you know, duelist mode. Flashback sight, tried to open up some space. He got traded out, unfortunately, from above on Heaven area. But, you know, you can see the desire is there, and the drive. Oh no, Prof forced to swing. Judge up close. Goes for the developer. Oh, it's missed. Dream gets it, but AK is bouncing back with another one there. Donkey, yes sir, connecting onto Dream. Bouncing away into backside AK. Showstopper. Looks like no one's really there to give it a hug.
Oh, that would have been bad news if someone were to choose to go Heaven. But luckily, no one did. AK-47 doesn't connect with that Showstopper, but Donkey getting Fraggleton as well. And this is where they want that revenge after losing such a silly round. And Donkey's just absolutely popping off with a huge 4K there with the Phantom in hand.
Donkey can op, Donkey can rifle. Never thought I'd see Donkeys opping and rifling, let me tell you. But hey, nonetheless, 18 and 12. He brings up the top of the scoreboard, looking healthy. And this is the unfortunate scenario, now for Taipan, as they're going to go on that save. Questionable for me. I personally wouldn't even bother buying at this point, Kevin, unless they're just going to be miracle workers with sheriffs. But I don't think Prof's going to walk out with much of anything with that. Maybe a pick or two at best. We'll see. Nonetheless, it's anyone's game so far. Really tight first match.
I would say the Taipan's goal should be to be able to buy next, but try to make this an expensive round for N4D as Donkey just comes in, gets Tanjiro right away, and just like that, they have that entirety of the B site with no one there to contest. As you can see, 3 of Taipan's members on this flank, but will they expect that?
Donkey now is going to be flying up high. Blade Storm active. He's hungry for a frag.
Here.
Catches the heel of Conrad running away into kitchen area now with Vasperal locking down that long B area. Chance of contest pretty slim there for Fraggleton. He can't get anywhere farther until this moment now. Swinging. He has the info.
Blocking sight.
They got to get on this sooner than later, Kevin, but they're nowhere near sight to be able to do it.
I think their goal right now is maybe just to try to hold them down. And oh no, he's going in for the knife. And he chickens out. He couldn't connect that first one. Fraggleton tried to be honorable there, took out his knife as well, but hey, they're trying to win a match here, right?
Somebody finna mail that guy an envelope full of poop after that one. That's not nice.
And back to what you were saying with Donkey being up the rifle and op, I mean, imagine what Shrek could do then.
I don't know if Shrek would be dual wielding ops, a rifle in his back pocket, just running around like an absolute hooligan. I kind of envision myself as that Shrek though, I'm not gonna lie. I would be Shrek with 2 ops in my hand, just running around like a maniac. What is this utility from Viper doing? It just bounced off the floor and went nowhere near the default plant.
I'm not too sure, but Tanjiro, I mean, here's some presence towards that B site. Does get starting to get spammed through by 301. Doesn't get any damage to return. But Taipan, on the other hand, I mean, right now, gets that opening pick from Fraggleton. And now N4D is trying to reevaluate things. And it's so far, it seems like every single time N4D has tied things up, they seem to lose the man advantage first thing in the next round.
Yeah, you actually are very right about that now. And as that wall comes out to support the res, they're going to bring Vaspero back into the party. He gets his own little party hat, a loot bag, a slice of cake. As things are just very slow so far, 45 on the clock. Getting a bit critical. I'm getting that uncomfortable feeling that I had there with that Taipan round in the initial half of this matchup here. They got to go and make it snappy.
I've got your trail.
Oh, now you can hear the footstep cues coming all towards this A site. Conrad's going to go ahead and call that out for his team. Little do they know, 3 players are already close, but AK-47 gets that nade kill, and now Noodle gets one as well. All left down
remaining
to, I guess, Vaspero, or Tanjiro actually, in a 1 versus 4, and N4D looking to take the lead, finally, in this match.
AK with that slippery angle there. He ADS taps his way to victory, taking out Silva before the final charges of that Huntress Fury could connect. And at this point, I don't know, given the 3 members on site, N4D seems like they got a more or less unlock. And Donkey has an absolute fixation with that post when he connects time in and time out up there. They got to be careful of him, right? He's really building a lot of strong momentum for the team. Looking good, 10-9 now. You can see he's also hit that beautiful 20 bomb mark. Lots of money. Things are looking very strong for N4D in terms of finances and guns as we play out the rest of this matchup. It's all about the future connections and what they're going to do on this attack. It's all looking really good considering how the first half didn't necessarily work out in their favor.
And look at AK-47 sitting on 8 kills right now. Only 3 away from Tanjiro. So he's not feeling too bad. He's been getting pretty consistent. He's been doing what he needs to do to get his team essentially onto each site. And right now, Donkey getting that opening pick onto Tanjiro again. And look at their aggression. The duelists doing exactly what their purpose is, getting and creating that space and causing some hesitation on the rotates. And Donkey getting another one onto Dream. And just like that, bomb is planted, and they have a 5-player advantage. Well, 5v3 advantage in this post plant.
Heating up now, looking for opportunity. 3 members. Fraggleton most likely interested in some exits. Maybe another chance at a knife round if possible. With 5 members, you can almost guarantee 1 will exit from long B. So he's set up for more. Prof!
Okay.
Connection. Picking up that frag now, and now Fraggleton gets his chance at redemption. Oh boy, not this again.
No.
Not this again.
Oh
not
no.
This. Oh, he gets his chance at revenge, alas, but so in the end, we got the knife round we came here for, Kevin.
I believe it was them as well previously, right? With the knife.
It was.
So I'm at least happy this time that they were both honorable and they kept their knives out. Fraggleton coming out on top in this situation, but ultimately still losing the round. But here comes their official buy round, and they need to start thinking about how to counter N4D's offense right now because, hey, they're 2 rounds away from losing this, and look at their economy on the side of N4D. They're basking in money.
Dude, just buckets, bathtubs, sinks, laundry baskets. Oh no, not like this, Tanjiro, not like this.
No.
301 opens it up with a nice pick. Tanjiro's been getting a little bit too aggressive even last round, albeit it was a sheriff buy, so warranted, but he's not ending out on the top end of these trades. Oh boy, this grenade, good. The wall as well. Backed up by a self-heal. Fraggleton does have the resurrection. We'll see if he decides to pop that here. Oh my god, so much kit, so much utility. Taipan are just getting slapped as they're getting pushed. AK. This guy's a gymnast. What is it, Cirque du Soleil?
Spike down A.
Oh, if you look at Dream's health,
Player
down to
standing.
11, and Noodle gets that pick, knows exactly where Dream is, and just peeks him. Oh my goodness! I don't want to say that was the perfect time to use that owl drone there, as I believe Conrad was trying to go for a pick and really wasn't playing passive, and because that owl drone was used, his positioning was completely given away. In
a series of fortunate events, N4D are just wafting that victory. Look at the scoreboard though, man. Donkey and Noodle looking minty at 23 and 22 frags respectfully. AK has definitely stepped up to the plate and gotten a whack load of frags so far, and he's delivering at this point. We'll see. They have the momentum to close it out here, Kevin. Just one more to battle. Oh, Donkey in a really greasy angle with the spray pull down. The man knows how to control that Phantom.
And you see that shock dart coming in, pretty crucial, but man, N4D just taking complete control this round, all down to one player in their Sage Fraggleton in a 1 versus 5. I don't want to say it's impossible, but at the rate they're playing right now, I don't think it is.
Gets the one, but gets overrun. That's going to wrap us up here, Kevin, for the first game of this Pit of Valor number 55. Bringing it back to the desk and wishing N4D a mega congratulations in a very nice game.
And I mean, I don't know what to expect. We talked about the fact that N4D, every time they came close to tying things up, they did. But the round after, they end up losing. But this time around, at that, I think it was the 9-9 mark, where they tied things up, they just ran with it. They completely ran with it, and I guess because it's a new half, we saw AK-47 completely pick things up, and it's just a different story from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, all things said, N4D did a great job. They adapted so well. Their critical players that were lagging a bit, AK stepped up to the plate, and a lot of critical 1v1 jousts that really meant a lot. Coupled with Prof, I saw he was kind of in the hot seat. Tanjiro a bit too aggressive on B in some cases. And of course, the finances just didn't line up. The balance books were not in check, unfortunately, and that's going to send them away. So a big congratulations yet again to N4D in a great opening match and a tight one at that. So with that, beautiful people, we're going to send you guys off to a snappy break. Coming back to you again for another BO1 momentarily. These two faces ain't going anywhere. So stay tuned, sit tight, and we're looking forward to seeing you on the next one.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a great break. And next up, I mean, we have same team, N4D versus Dignitas and their female squad. And I mean, I don't know if you've seen them play Strive, but they are pretty good. So I'm excited for this one, and it's going to be on Haven.
Nice mix up going to the oh so hellish map of ABC to worry about. So that's 33% more sites for me to have to compute in my head as to what the heck is happening at a given time. So we're going to do our best. It is Hump Day Wednesday, but guys, as per usual, Pit of Valor 55, thank you so much for tuning in. We're fighting in for 50 bones. So looking good. I'm excited. We had a really good first matchup there. N4D, of course, we're going to follow them into this journey. Like you said, they're going to be up against Dignitas. And I'm just honestly looking forward to seeing what N4D brings here, right? We recently found out, correct me if I'm wrong, they're using a ringer, correct?
I believe so. From what we've seen in chat, that is indeed true. I think they are using a sub right now.
Wait a minute.
But wait, actually, the roster seems to have changed again.
Yeah. I think
who's missing?
I think Kukli's back in the party. So I think it was 301 before. And
301, yeah.
Yeah. So Kukli's taking back the post. I assume that's a regular starting 5. So, but nonetheless, bravo to them. 301 definitely showed up and carried his own weight as a ringer. And in the end, they made it victorious. So I think we're more or less ready to go. Kevin, agents, I think we're going to see this map. You know, I had a funny feeling like Icebox. We talked about it. I said maybe we're going to get some of the more, I guess, utility-based agents and less of the duelist, but maybe this is the chance at Haven to see that. I don't know. It's got viability, and for me, it's a nice shakeup as we get off into agent selection here, guys. I don't know. I'm just looking forward to this match, man. I'm pumped. I have not yet seen Dignitas play myself, so
yeah, I've gotten an opportunity to cast them a few times in the tournament that they actually ran as well, and I mean, man, they are a really good team. Their teamwork is pretty good. But at the same time, N4D, they're coming off of a pretty good win as well, more of a comeback story. And now they have their 5th in hand. So I don't know if that's going to change a lot. I was expecting Omen across the board on both sides, but it looks as if N4D wants to stick with the Astra, which is also the next best choice, if anything. And I don't know if you guys know, but Dignitas has that coach, XP3, which is also a former CS pro. And I can imagine he's got a good amount of insight as to how he wants his team to play this.
Absolutely. And I think, Kevin, some of my wishes have come true. Looking at the agent composition on both sides, shocker, you got only one duelist to bring up the front end. So Stephanie going to be rocking that Raze. Donkey per norm coming off that Icebox win with that Jet. We'll see what they can do. And the utility now is massive. The Astra versus Omen differential is a nice sight to see. We'll see what they can make of this one, Kevin. Getting into it, I'm pumped, man. Comp-wise, it's going to be a nice, juicy one, as I have not seen too much KO flex here. Emily going to be sporting that. All things said and done, anyone's game, man. I'm just hyped to see some Haven. This is a very technical map, as you guys may know. Requires a lot of teamwork, communication, and there's a lot of opportunity for flank here. So both these teams need to be calming it out constantly, working together and covering all fronts if they don't want to get shanked in the rear end.
Yeah, I like the KO. I feel like whenever someone has a KO on their side, the strats are a little bit more intricate and revolving around that KO and the dagger to be able to suppress all utility from that defensive side in this scenario. But on the other hand, I like the Sky on N4D as well. Adding that ability to heal his teammates is something that Dignitas does not have right now.
Nice bit of positioning from both of these members now trying to get a hold of Lobby. Donkey getting aggressive. He does not get a connection. Sholiana with the one. Emily also backing it up onto that duelist. And with that, they've opened a lot of opportunity on this A site. And they're going to commit to it coming out the back end. Look at this wraparound scenario from Rain. And Kukli now is a bit of a late rotate. And he's been spotted up by Stephanie in what is looking in a 5v2 scenario. N4D are up against some pretty juicy numbers here.
And Stephanie doing the right move here, falling off of heaven, not choosing to fight this. Dignitas, you could tell, a little bit more disciplined than a typical team that we see, but that's exactly what we expect at this level of play.
Of course, you got XP3 sporting the support to make sure the team is keeping it honest and true, and they're posted up nicely on site now. Kukli putting down a star or two to see what he can make of it, but to come out of the smoke and not get slapped in the face is going to be troubling, as Stephanie chooses just the face check. Don't even wait. Get aggressive, and that's a flawless team ace as well. Nice round number 1 going to Dignitas.
And you can see a flawless victory and team ace on the side of Dignitas. Every single player did their part. They didn't get overly aggressive. They got early control towards B site, wrapped around towards A, and they were able to pinch and secure that site instantly. And ever since they held it, they really never overextended.
I love that wrap too, like you said, and proceeding ahead, Dignitas not leaving anything to chance, going to go ahead and full buy, sans one half armor purchase there. And looking like they're loving the C play on the opposing end though, the aggression coming out from the defenders, getting full control of grass, but it's open, man. If Dignitas wants to go, just W key right up on C and worry about the flank.
Oh, we can see Thea stuck in spawn right now. Does know that they're getting aggressive towards that spawn, so she's gonna go ahead, try to hold this down. Does get one, but Vasperal jumping around and able to get that kill afterwards, and now they secure themselves a Spectre in hand. But that shock dart gonna be absolutely huge. It gets one more, all left down to Vasperal with that Spectre in hand in a 1 versus 3, but Rain able to hold on and secure their second round.
Dignitas keep the strat simple, they keep it clean, they go for the full C, and to their luck, N4D went for the aggressive grass play there. And on that note, this is the bounce back here. We'll see if the likes of N4D with some bigger weapons in hand can put a stop to this early Dignitas push. Sholiana was thinking about upgrading, but now opting for the Bulldog, as the rest of the team are actually choosing to go for the buy all across the board. Stephanie picking up the Vandal, so mega round for them. A lot of money on the board here.
This is, if they do lose this round, it forces 2 of their players to be on a broke buy here, in which they might just decide to buy for the 4th round. But let's see how it plays out. Right now they're confident. They've been essentially able to do whatever they'd like so far. But now it's the first gun round for N4D, so will they be able to hold on and defend the site, or will Dignitas overwhelm them once again?
You got both smokes there, locking off the 2 links respectfully, and now with that bit of kit there, Vasperal gets absolutely slapped there, and that's huge. KO utility keeping him at bay, and they're going to play the passive angle, and unfortunately for them, they only have jet smokes to really offer them any kind of coverage. We'll see what they can do.
Oh, AK-47 gets dinked right back, and that flash comes in. Able to get 2, now left to Donkey against 2, which puts him in a very tough position. And this is exactly what Dignitas was looking for. But now down to 1 versus 1, the fake defuse is going to happen. And Donkey able to get Sholiana through the wall. And Donkey comes out huge yet again.
What would you all do without me?
That's making the replay real. That was mint. Donkey just puts the crosshair in the right neighborhood, times it so well after the peak, and didn't even really have to flex on that smoke. Getting aggressive, man, that's just huge. That's a mega round to count on for the side of N4D. I'm chuffed after that one.
See, that was a huge round from both sides, I feel. Dignitas being on somewhat of a light and broke buy, they were able to take it all the way down to 1 person left, in which now Donkey, the only player with a full rifle, which actually he's going to give it to Noodle and activate his Blade Storm here, while Dignitas has 3 full guns, and Stephanie gets that opening pick. The paranoia comes in, Stephanie gets the second as well, and that's the coordination we want to see. But will they expect another in Cubby in AK-47? No, but Rain there to trade things out, and just like that, up a 2-person advantage. Dignitas gonna take that C site.
Kukli is contesting from the back of sight, getting wrapped, gets another with the 1-2. Jab cross and looking good. Jousting. Oh, right click. Does he have more?
Spike
Doesn't,
down.
but it's down to a 1v1. Thea does a good amount of damage though through the smoke. Does he know? Or does she know rather that Vasperal is pushing around? Absolutely not. Giga Brain there. Really good job there from Vasperal coming out on top. And that's a mega clutch, man. 2-2 your scoreboard.
That round was owed all to Kukli for being able to stay aggressive in sight, catching Dignitas completely off guard as they've gotten 3 opening picks towards that C site. They did not expect another to already be on site, and just like that, Kukli took full advantage of that and turned the situation back in their favor.
Yeah, Kukli, just big pat on the back, my friend. You did an amazing job there. And getting into this next round, we'll see Dignitas have something to do about this. Slow and steady as we're watching the default setup from the attacker side. Bomb and spawn. Everyone kind of peeking around the corners. This time, no real aggression. like we saw on C the last time now, Donkey, though, with the smoke coverage, not going to back away from his post anytime soon.
Oh, AK-47 gets extremely hurt. Has no choice but to fall back off of Garage. And you can see Dignitas already working towards that A site, but Vasperal is in heaven. Spotting this, I believe. Looks like an operator in hand as well. So they might be running 2 ops.
Very patient round so far. As they're now shifting over to A. Look at the rotates though on your minimap. N4D is hot to get around. The Cosmic Divide is now activated too. And they're going to get onto site. The utility spots them. They're pinged and everything's looking really good as Noodle with the one. Donkey still. Massive Vasperal using the utility. And oh my god.
This happened.
I think they didn't see the close for business signs posted up on A. It's no one's really getting on there as they more or less, with heavy utility usage, completely denied that A entry. And at this point, Dignitas really reaching very deep into their pockets to buy in and hopefully put a stop to this N4D 3-round rally.
And everyone on Dignitas, aside from Rain, having full armor and a full gun. So odds are still relatively even throughout the board, but right now, N4D, they're looking to pull away from this game as Kukli's still on that Spectre buy. So he's able to buy the next round again. So he's going to probably get relatively aggressive here. As you can see, Noodle working his way up towards long A already. And now they're posted up and they have full control. And they should have no issues cheating rotations over to B and C.
We'll see if that comes to be, Kevin, as they're taking it very slow this time. I'm grateful to say there's no real aggression on grass because there is a mega party there. Rain sending out the 1 on the 2 per the normal. I don't know how I feel about those smoke positionings. It does a good job at blocking, but it's also troubling because your sight is more or less open. You won't know who's shifting around or what they're doing in the back there, but it looks like they're not even interested in that. The KO ultimate gets activated and they're going to go right on to site. They're disabling the utility from KJ. At this point, C site's more or less free as Vasperal is in the hot seat. Can't connect onto Rain, swinging out from Garage. 5 versus 4. Dignitas got to play a strong post. With Emily's support, it's looking very good so far.
Oh no, they did not expect another one up close in Garage that soon. And it does catch her off guard, but now Rain still having a little bit of aggression towards this Garage, but the flashes are going to come out. Noodle able to get one, doesn't get the second as Thea trades that off instantly. And here comes that Hunter's Fury from Juliana. Unable to connect really. It delays that retake for N4D, but look at Kukli.
Kukli!
Oh, she's just gonna...
He saw the tip
right
of Thea's
past.
gun!
Oh
I guess he
no.
wasn't interested in contesting. He might have gotten that pick. There was a smoke there too, and might have been viable, Kevin, but they get away, they save their guns, and so far no one's really dying to much of the post-explosion lurk, and all good, but I felt Kukli had more there, Kevin.
I feel like he definitely did, but he wanted to play it safe. Maybe his teammate called that they wanted to save the guns, and I mean, they were able to still get that one regardless. And it was a good attempt on a post plant or post retake, but I think ultimately they decided just to wait, play back, maybe get a couple of guns on any exit opportunities, and continue on with the next round.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, it's still very early on in the half. 3-3 your score. And guns on both ends of the spectrum here as the attackers are looking very thirsty for yet again a bit of a mid play. But look to your left there in the peripheral on AK's X-Ray. You see Jet was watching, aggressive, falls away. Vasperal opens it up onto Stephanie. We see AK jousting in Garage, not connecting on much of anything. So with that opening, Dignitas down a member. They're going to have to unite as a group here and execute.
And one thing that I was kind of confused about the previous round was that N4D got so much map control on that A side, and they didn't really rotate over in time, and it still kind of caught them off guard. But this time around, Donkey and Kukli, they're ready for this C take as they get 2 picks on that entry, and Noodle getting the 3rd here, all down to 1 left in Thea. And Noodle with that flash has just been absolutely crucial.
I mean, Kevin, you saw it there on Icebox. Noodle assuming that duelist position, and yet again, he proves to be a very strong force to reckon with. Even the previous round, he knew he was heavily overwhelmed to see with at least 2 to 3 members watching, but he swung out with his flash. No care in the world. Connected on the one. It was a one and done, but still it contributed to a good round for them. It wasn't enough to close it off. And yet again, Noodle now with those flashes, he's flexing what I think is a great agent, and Sky continues to be a very determining factor in these rounds, time in, time out.
And that's why he has that IWNL at the end of his name, Strive. It just means I will not lose. And that's the exact reason he has it in his name, because he doesn't want to lose. He refuses to.
And he's looking good with that. Dignitas interested in B. Just perusing around the block. Smoke's coming out. Back it up with a cage to make sure no one's trying to do anything sneaky. And at this point, Vasperal's going to play it passive, but they're going to push him heavily. Thea with the support. Not enough. It's complete. And Vasperal just hold steady. Dignitas get onto the site, and Vasperal gets a 3-piece combination. Oh, jeez. So it was a save, Kevin. It was no buys on the ground, so they wanted to, get aggressive and do some funny stuff here if possible. Maybe cheat a kill or two, but maybe they went a bit too deep, dare I say. Getting aggressive on Link might have not been the play. I'd rather them maybe plant the spike, if anything.
And see, AK-47, he's still not doing the best. Yeah. But, I mean, he has 4 assists on the board, so he is doing his part as that Sova, maybe getting some information, placing the right shock darts at the right times. He's doing what he can, despite the scoreline. And, hey, his team is still ahead, so he has nothing to be upset about. And I expect him once again to pick it up this time around and come that attack side.
Patience is a virtue when it comes to playing with Sova. Looking for the right opportunity, the drone ult, the drone double darts, drone peaks, and everything in between. But we'll see what they can do. It's still early on here in this half. We got a couple more rounds to work through as they have sent the dog out to sniff out the situation, and they're shifting nicely over to A. And I don't think N4D really knows what's coming on this A site. If they're gonna shift, they might as well start it now. The first click or two, they're gonna know what's happening.
And that's what I find Dignitas has been doing a very good job of. They've been doing very well on their takes. The coordination, the amount of control they've been able to get on sites without really any contest. And, I mean, the lockdown, I believe, is going to catch a couple here. But will it be a little bit too much? And it seems the case as it gets 3, and they're going to be able to stick this bomb as now they have full control. Donkey able to get 2! And now Thea, a little bit too late, that gets taken out anyway by Noodle.
Sholiana gets the 1 and the 2 to clean it up, so that's a good bit of kit wiped off the table. But I don't know how I feel about that plant with the lockdown active. I mean, they timed it. They knew they had the time. I think it was Thea who went and planned that one down. And I think the plan was to get it and dip and go to safety, but I guess just a bit of a miscalculation there on the timing.
I can understand that they were trying to get the bomb down, and the other 2 members of Dignitas were just trying to defend the bomb plant. But when you know that lockdown is almost, basically gonna get you, I don't know if that was the play. Because, for one, why force that plant when you had so much time still left on the clock? You know that lockdown is there. It's good to always be able to fall off and just maybe reassess the situation.
No, I'm with you on that. I mean, we put it aside. It's one of those rounds that you kind of shake off and say, you know what, that wasn't the right play. Won't be doing that again anytime soon. As yet again, look at Donkey's positioning. So aggressive onto short in a really good spot to pick off. And if Thea decides to get out of the garden bend, it's going to result in... Oh, whoa! Yeah,
that little jiggle peek there, and just like that again, Dignitas able to open up 2 huge kills. Now AK-47 with that satchel gets blasted backwards, and Sholiana doing the rest of the work onto that C site, which now AK-47, last man standing against 4 members left of Dignitas. Will he be able to do it, as now he's gonna have to push through the smoke, get spotted, and now they know he's backside. Oh, still able to get Sholiana though. Can he make this a little bit expensive? Rain cleaning things up, and they secure their 4th here.
I had a very high hope there for Donkey's positioning, but unfortunately he got absolutely slapped to a different dimension from the likes of Thea. That was a good position that I haven't seen played often, and with that op, it would have looked healthy for a 1 and done. But moving ahead, guys, 6-4 your scoreline, N4D. a bit of a run for their money. They get good rallies. You can see on the board, 3 rounds and a turnover. But as we're pushing over to the latter end of this first half, 2 more to pick up. Dignitas are just so good, and it seems like we're seeing buy round after buy round too, which is just making this that much more special.
Yeah, and I feel like if Dignitas wins this round, N4D is not in the best position in terms of the economy, as Donkey right away gets a trade out, as Soliana trades 1 out as well. And now, still a 4-on-4 situation. Donkey did spot some towards that long C, but look at Thea and her positioning. She's already lurking up towards short A. Does hear that the Killjoy is close by, as Vasperal just playing off utility towards that A site. It's just going to wait for it.
But that's the utility from KJ getting activated, so it's going to be a bit of a delay, if anything. But they're planning wide, as the rest of the team is opening up more space with Rain's support onto Vasperal, but 4v3 retake and Elitsova. AK-47 not looking the sharpest, and he's going to have very little HP to joust, and oh boy. Donkey's post actually got denied too, so looks like down below is the only choice, but they got 4 members to munch through.
You can see Thea already waiting for that recon dart that lands at the top corner there. Let's see if AK-47 decides to do that exact dart. He does, and they were ready for it. So that's going to delay their retake here. Or maybe I think they're just going to save due to the health.
Yeah, the save is the play, I think. Donkey's not keen on losing that big investment. He's going to run away, get over to spawn, and just camp out for the time being. Boom goes the spike, and Dignitas, like I said, man, looking strong. Pick up their 5th, 1 more to go. We see a 6-6, man.
switch.
That is the epitome of anyone's game.
And right now, looking at the economy, it looks as if both teams are still going to be able to buy up in full, as they didn't lose too many members there, as I believe 3 were able to save their guns here. I think there's a little bit of a disconnect there from Kukli, waiting for his reconnection. But so far, it just seems like Dignitas has been selling those fakes really well. They make a lot of presence towards one side of the map, and then before you know it, they're at a complete opposite side of the map, taking that site, and most of the time, at least 4 of them are already there.
Yeah, and maybe on the opposing end of the spectrum, let's talk about N4D and what they're going to have to do to kind of adapt, right? Maybe it's about slowing it down a little bit, right? Let Dignitas spread their wings, make their presence known, understand where the commit's going to be, but not get too overzealous and peaky, right? I understand Donkey's position playing that jet, but maybe it'd be more value add to play in a position that would lend itself to future picks, if anything. So, talking about both ends of the spectrum, yes, Dignitas, very strong on the aggression, very good on the shake and bake and fake and whatever else you want to call it. But on the opposing end, N4D needs to do something to adapt. So this is their final opportunity on this half before we switch it up. More than often, we know on Haven and even on Icebox, at least for me, in my experiences, when side comes out, things can just go for an absolute roller coaster.
Yeah, and it seems like whenever the rounds kind of get dragged out to the remaining minutes or seconds of the round, I feel like N4D usually comes out on top. Dignitas is a very pop and go type of team, as we've seen so far. They like that fast-paced environment. The second they get that opening pick, they swarm, and they do it extremely well at that. So every single time I've seen them get a pick, another one usually follows immediately after, and they're using that to their complete advantage. As we've seen, they're clawing their way back. It's 6-5. They can tie things up before entering that defensive side. So I think N4D really needs to win this round, because I feel like Dignitas is a little bit more coordinated right now.
I think so. And if we see that coordination carry over into the defensive side of this map, we could very well see a team that is going to pick up on those nuances and suggestions, or not suggestions rather, but, a play style method. Haven's a larger map in a sense of 3 sites like we talked about. So giving the map time to breathe and even getting a bit cheeky on the defensive side and flanking is viable. Now that's going to be a problem. You're going to have to worry about in the case of Cypher. If you want to flank on the side of N4D, you got a Cypher trip to worry about. So the kit right now for the side of Dignitas, once they assume that defensive end, is going to be, I think, very strong considering the Cypher's there. But we'll see how it pans out. We still got 1 more round to deal with here, Kevin.
Yeah, and it's going to be a full gun round for both sides. And I'm interested to see who will get this first opening pick. You can see Donkey choosing to get a lot more aggressive this time around as the recon helps clear grass. And you see 4 members of Dignitas towards the C site. So will this be a commit towards that C, or do you think they're going to fall off?
Given the ultimate and the large beacon coming off of that KO, they're going to go for it and support with the Hunter's Fury. Emily going to clear out every which way possible before planting, albeit hard corner is not clear, but no one there to receive as the utility did the deed there. They are lurking on Donkey, and that's Cypher doing what Cypher does best.
And look at Noodle now. Has to worry about Thea as well. And look at Stephanie. Gonna be here towards that spawn. Doesn't connect with the showstopper, unfortunately, but that still leaves them at a player advantage here with 3 members of N4D trying to play this retake. But I do want to point out, Strive, did you notice how coordinated Dignitas was and how they used their utility to get that C site? It was completely uncontested. Everything was extremely coordinated, and they had no issues grabbing that C site without any bit of contest.
No, and you know, they use the utility from KO to clear back left. The KO ultimate went out to disable any kind of utility on the site. Yeah, I'm with you, man. Everything about it was beautiful. And shocker, it lends us to a 6-6 half. So now swapping it up, we have that Cypher playing on that defensive end. Going to be very, very strong and setting up. And we'll see. I think Cypher on A is definitely the play. Very strong to solo off, especially in pistol round 2.
Mm-hmm. And then that's kind of what N4D did by placing their Killjoy towards that A site, soloing it, maybe playing for that retake. And Dignitas, I mean, they had that opportunity. They caged it up and just took site without allowing the turret to really do any damage, and they just sprayed through it. And it allowed them to take site control multiple times without taking much damage, especially because Vaspero was playing off of site. But let's see if Thea decides to play off of site as well. It looks like she's going to play towards that heaven, and right now, 3 players are trying to enter that A main area.
Getting aggressive. The first flash opens up the space to continue proceeding ahead. They hear lots of noise. You see Rays on the minimap rotating, Astra utility active, every which way. So Cypher relying heavily on the camera. Tags one out. Noodle comes around the bend there and connects onto Stephanie. And with that, heals aplenty. And that's a good bit of kit to buy on the first. Spike planted now. N4D looking very strong as Emily is going to have to joust here on short.
Will Emily be able to win this round? And she does. She gets that fight, but Donkey still hell. Will they expect Noodle there? No. Now 1 versus 1 situation. Noodle was last spotted towards hell, and now that flash, and Emily gets Noodle through the box. And now Dignitas regains that lead, 7-6.
Really good job there from Emily. In the end, that contest in the back end of lobby resulted in a clutch with very little HP to boot. So Kevin looking good on the pistol, and knowing the Dignitas style, I'm expecting them to buy, and I think they might do just that for the most part.
That was such a crucial round. I mean, winning that pistol, and now, like you said, Donkey and Noodle, the 2 players that have been an absolute, I guess, catalyst for the opponents, starting from last match on Icebox, now choosing to actually buy up Sheriff and Marshall. I'm expecting them to get really aggressive here, try to make something happen for the side of N4D. But let's see how disciplined Dignitas is and how well they play off of each other.
Scanning ahead.
AK chooses to close clear close on garage, and no one's don't close your clear. Let me tell you, they're trying to get this bit of Cypher kit out of the way. Tapping Sholiana with that Spectre buy that we love to see from Dignitas comes in big. The utility from KO pushes them out of Cubby, and at this point they're just going to have to reposition and adapt there quickly, expecting some sort of push as B more or less looks fully on lock. Stephanie
Spike
with the
down,
1.
mid.
AK is so lit, man. Not looking the good. Not looking like a good time for them. And yeah, it's just falling apart every which way right now, Kevin.
And see, that is the type of discipline I was waiting for. Dignitas did not really overextend, but I do like the aggression they got on that flank towards A. They started sensing a lot of presence towards that garage and mid, and that's where they started getting aggression towards that A to be able to come on that flank, in which Stephanie did an excellent job, and they were not expecting it whatsoever.
And with the buys coming out now from the side of N4D, full armor to boot. This is where they shine. We know historically, even in Icebox, they do well on these first couple rounds, especially when it hits buy on the big weapons. And with the strong gap closing abilities of Jet, I want to see what Donkey can do.
Oh, look at this aggression, the paranoia coming through. And Rain gets Vaspero right away. And just like that, Vandal down. And they have an access to that. Look at Thea. Aggressive here. Gonna get spotted towards this short. but that recon might be the end of it. And just like that, N4D gonna be able to take control of that A site, get that bomb down. And now it's up to Dignitas to plan this retake.
The nice shock dart flying high as you see there. Doesn't connect onto much of anything onto site. Vaspro was just the bait on C, it seems. They've opened up a good opportunity here on A. Elite setting up for the lineup to follow through. Is it a touchdown though? Not so much as they're trying to get on site. Spamming though. Noodle, 1, 2, 3, quick and easy. Comes out looking really strong. Man, Noodle has been honestly like a duelist in disguise, dare I say. Even, you know, just his impact as an agent and player, just round after round he delivers, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta expect Sky players to really get aggressive as well because of how powerful those flashes are. And we've seen Noodle play extremely well off of them. Every single time he flashes, he peeks with it. Every flash is used with an exact purpose, and he's not wasting his utility in any way. And right now, I mean, it goes to show how aggressive he can be, and I mean, it's working.
Found them.
It is, and we'll see if it's enough to keep closing this gap. We got a 1-round delta to deal with here. Sholiana using that dart, going to spot out multiple towards long in the lobby. In the meanwhile, though, Emily getting aggressive on short. So that drone was the bait as KO looking very strong, pulling off 2 members. And at this point, N4D, their plans are kind of falling apart, it seems.
And it goes back to that coordination, right? I really did not expect Emily to push that. I didn't think that was about to happen until she got those kills. And I mean, it goes to show that bait and switch worked out extremely well as their attention was fully focused on long.
Rain using the TP to her advantage, sitting up high. Picks off Kukli, and it's down to 2 members now of N4D as they're choosing to hit up C, which is the play, I think. But you got Thea. They break the wire. Gets spammed out, so AK on the board, and at this point, 4 members still to Mulster. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Recon gonna come in. AK just absolutely popping off. Down to a 1 versus 2 scenario. The flash comes in with 2 HP and a dream. Unable to connect with a third. And Emily finishes things off before it became an even more expensive round as AK brings her down to 8 health as well.
Before I could blink and say anything, I saw 4 on the board, and then I saw 1 or 2, and it was over as quickly as it started. And look at the money situation though, Kevin. It's just kind of all over the place.
It really is. And what did I say? Remember AK wasn't doing the hottest on that defensive side?
Yep.
I feel like he's a attack-sided player as he's really starting to gain his aggression, and that round kind of showed it again. Able to almost clutch up the round, but just came a little bit short. But they're going to choose to force up here anyway for both sides. So, like you said, the economy is very interesting at this point.
Your trail.
Ultimate's coming out from Sky, and that's going to be looking for some sort of intel. Doesn't get much of anything, but Donkey, in the meanwhile, has just gone full jet aggressive mode and planted on B now. Emily pop flash, and that's a good opportunity to clear. Doesn't use the utility though. Gonna go for a second, pushing out a long Thea. Can't connect with the long range. Judge as Kukli packs that up and packs Thea away. And with this ultimate now, AK, yes sir, the man thrives on this attack side with the Huntress Fury. Stephanie though has a thing or two to say about it, Kevin. It's viable at this point if they can pick up maybe 1 or 2 a low jet. Tough scenario, tough one. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Player standing.
Yeah, on top of that, Donkey is close up. AK-47 was on that flank as well, so now Rain just gonna try to save that Phantom, in which it looks like she's gonna be able to do exactly that. And Kukli gonna try to get into sight, but I don't think he's gonna survive. But he didn't want that judge, let me tell you.
No, the judge was just really for show. It was going to go out his mantle anyways at the end of the round, so he just decides to completely incinerate that sucker. And look at the ultimates, though, on the side of Dignitas, man. This is big on the defensive side. They have a lot of utility to hold, even on a post with that Huntress Fury from Sova. It's a great opportunity. Dignitas, I think, really thrive well on the aggressive plays, regardless of what side it is, right? Getting some cheeky picks to open up the round on long A, even the long C when they pushed it 3, it proved to have good results early in those pistols. But I think with guns in their hands, and especially now in this particular case without the guns in their hands, they're not really keen on doing anything too cheeky.
Yeah, and right now it looks like they're gonna just try to get some aggression towards A. Blade Storm activated on the side of Donkey, and they're gonna be able to try to execute right away. Doesn't connect, and Thea with the classic takes out Donkey, but the rest of N4D able to secure this round, bring it to a 1 versus 4 situation for Emily to try to clutch.
Emily, far from a clutch as there's 4 members to mulch through, so N4D with a odd buy scenario come out on top. 9-9, my friend. Dignitas a run for their money, but in that round that passed, we were able to accumulate yet again another ultimate. So there's also a showstopper available. A double satchel peak early might be on the board here. We'll see if it comes to be. Still, Cosmic Divide, KJ lockdown on the table for the side of N4D as well. Full guns on both ends. It's the way you want to end a match off for sure.
We want those close matches, and we're getting a bit of a back and forth here, as we don't really know what's going to happen round after round, and both teams on another bye here. But Dignitas, it's up to them. They have 4 ultimates on the board to use. Do you think they're going to be able to hold on to this defensive side, or will N4D reign supreme yet again?
Given the current scenario and the lay of the land, I like the methodical clear out there coming up from Vaspro. He wants to make sure no one's cubby. And oh no, that's not the play. 2 people on C. I would hope Vaspro has calmed that out and started giving some information to the rest of the team. But no, Stephanie doing what Donkey did best on Icebox, getting high and using verticality to her advantage. Now getting pushed on. The nade not going to land anywhere near. Oh, that's the one. That's the one.
That was a good use, and now all down to Kukli. In a 1 versus 5, does have the Cosmic Divide, but I highly doubt he's going to even use it, as it's just not likely that he's going to be able to clutch up this round. He might be able to get this bomb down, however, as there's no one towards that B site. 4 players towards that A, and 1 lurking outside C, and now they do know the location of Kukli, as that tripwire is broken. But will Thea be able to clear this? As, oh, I think the timing just worked out. Thea has no idea. Kukli able to get 1, but Sholiana there to trade things off.
Kukli with that wire kind of gave up his position. Maybe it would have been better to not do that. But all's good in the hood, my friend. We proceed ahead. 10-9 your score line now. And as we watch the team scatter to their comfort zones, that double play on C ended up working really well for Dignitas. The opening pick, honestly, was, for me, the determining factor of that round. And we'll see if they can continue those cheeky plays, this time opting to double up on C yet again with Cypher Omen, leaving Garage to chance with wires to hold it off. It's a good setup. Dignitas is really playing a strong setup on this map, and I'm liking it.
Yeah, right now you can see they are very accustomed to that tripwire outside that B, as they're just able to spot that right away, break it, and now Dignitas is forced to kind of play a little bit closer towards that B site, as they don't have that tripwire defending it anymore.
Not so much. Minute 12. The bomb now regrouping its way towards a lobby as the rest of the team leaving Jet to spot mid, cut off a rotator or 2, and use that headphone.
You should run.
With the lockdown. That's the beacon. Question is, though, are they interested in committing? Not after that scenario.
I mean, there's a lot of sound cues coming towards that A site, but you got Donkey here lurking towards B, gets Sholiana, and now gets traded out by Rain. So right now, N4D, they're choosing to fall towards that C site. So Thea, I believe, will start hearing that sound cues soon, and now they're gonna just play for this retake. Does get spotted right before she enters the smoke. Rain again, there to trade things out, so still even 3v3. And now it's up to Dignitas to try to retake this.
Noodle is lit. Stephanie, you gotta spam that and do it sooner than later if you want to get a free frag for the most part. Getting onto lobby, Cosmic Divide now. Nice job, Noodle. Peeks off at the right moment. Getting swung on by Emily, coming out of the back end of sight now. And it's all down to Kukli. 1 transfer. Cannot make it happen. Kevin, my heart is shattered there. Donkey had the right play, and I don't know how I like the second aggressive dash in. Like, a 1 and done would have been perfectly viable, and a dash out, and his, survival would have been pivotal to bring more frags to the table. But it now creates a 2-round deficit. Dignitas just a mere 2 away from victory.
I feel like that round came really down to the timing. I don't necessarily feel that either team had the right peak. I feel like it was very, very individual. for the most part, but it came down to the timing and Dignitas taking full advantage of that, especially on that backside swing by Emily. I mean, peeking through the Cosmic Divide and winning that fight. It was a complete 50-50 chance based off of crosshair placement and positioning, and she was able to take advantage of it. So they win that round 11-9, 2 rounds away from sending things home. And Sholiana does get that first pick, but Donkey gets that trade, and they're going to go ahead and get that bomb down on that B site.
Donkey just trying to survive, flying high. Now Vaspro setting up utility as well, but be careful on the flank. Cypher is coming up from the back end. Thea is going to be a critical player to watch here in this situation.
Thea has that fight against Kukli, does take a good amount of damage out on Kukli, but Donkey absolutely popping off right now. Paranoia misses him as well. And Donkey with a huge 4K with Vaspro there to trade things off on Thea. Huge round from M4D.
I had a sticky feeling Thea would have had much more of an impact, but it seemed like Kukli was just way ahead of the game. Galactical Brain expecting some sort of funny business. The rest of the team was supporting on site, so he had no intention of watching there. Why not watch flank? As we boil down to a 1-round deficit, and Dignitas, no real big firepower, but they've done it before. And oh boy, it's going to be an interesting one, Kevin. I really hope N4D can close this round out.
I mean, if they don't, I don't think they'd be in a position to win this match, as the morale would go down. But I don't see them losing this round. They have full guns. They can play that range. And just like that, look at that. They gambled the right site because the entirety of Dignitas was stacking towards B and A. And they left C completely open. And Bomb is going to be down, and they're going to be able to play this post plant comfortably.
This is so good now. So good, Thea, no! And with Vaspro getting 2, this is just completely falling flat on its face, albeit there wasn't weaponry. Sholiana, though! He didn't get a whiff of that one with the 1-2. And Emily also getting a 2-piece combination, so what was looking very good in the beginning now is just completely falling flat on its face now. Vaspro kit set up. The knife goes out, gonna deny any kind of utility there. 6 HP, Rain, does he get it all the way?
Oh no.
Oh
no.
No! Oh, my heart shattered, Kevin. 6 HP diffuse.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the round that you can't lose, and you can see Donkey luckily has the Blade Storm this round. Gonna get a Bucky in hand as well, and we all know how I feel about that gun. But hey, if anyone was able to use it right now, it would be the Jet in hand, so that dash and Bucky... Oh no, actually he switched to the Stinger. But his goal is to use that Blade Storm and get a gun for himself.
Showtime now for N4D. All riding on this round, playing a slow and steady default, Kevin. Getting control of lobby. Getting control of long, as now they're going to grab the spike from Astra, leaving KJ to lurk at C. Emily dumps the util nice and early, going to deny very quickly that drone by activating that ultimate now. And looks like the attackers are not very keen on doing much of anything while that pulses away.
You can see Sholiana backing up off of B. Already ready for that rotation to A, but Vaspro is sitting in Cubby, so I think his goal here is to catch a rotation late towards that A lane through B and get potentially a free kill. And look at Donkey. He's gonna work his way in, gets that dash, gets taken out by Emily. And that's not a good start that you want. Emily getting a second, doesn't connect to a third, but that is still a man advantage. Noodle and Sholiana with the Hunter's Fury and Shock Dart. All that's left is Vaspro that is lurking to that B, and that is not the lockdown you want, as that gives up his positioning completely, and Dignitas are gonna win this 13-10. So I don't know, Strive. That kind of boiled down to the last couple of seconds, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say so, as we're getting a waft of that replay of that nice jet play. And now going back to the Vaspro stick defuse there, when they had that lockdown scenario not work in their favor, the 1 and 2, and they can't connect. And this is the frag that really hit home for me, where I thought, oh boy, this is the pick, but they just went for the big swing. And all things said and done, it highlights some of the critical frags that got us to where we are right now. 13-10 is a win for Dignitas. They came out swinging, and really their aggressive play style panned out yet again. And I'm just going to go ahead and say congratulations to them, and congratulations to N4D as well for making it past round one and putting up a really good show for us.
Yeah, I feel like this match honestly could have gone either way, but ultimately Dignitas came together and played more as a team. And I'm still in awe about their attack coordination. It just seems relatively coordinated. It's very, very rare you see teams being able to really play off of each other that well. And their utility usage was almost perfect in terms of their execution onto sites. So, I mean, looking into it, Dignitas deserves this win, 13-10. And they are going to go ahead and move on to the next round.
That it is, my friend. We're going to wrap it up here, Endless, and quickly send everybody off to a very quick break. There's so much more to come. I want to bring more and more to you guys, as does the production team. So, guys, don't go too far. We're going to be switching faces for this next game coming up. Endless and I are going to be back for 2 more thereafter. So, again, we're nowhere near the end of the night. So get yourself very comfortable. Sit tight. Sending you off to a quick break. Talk to you guys momentarily.
Howdy, folks, and welcome back here to the Pit of Valor number 55. My name is Vincent, now joined by Mick, and boy, are we excited to bring you this matchup. Gonna have Dignitas facing off against the Duelist Flexers. How are you feeling today, Mick, and how do you feel about this matchup?
I'm feeling really good just as an overall when it comes to the day. And when it comes to this matchup, I feel like it's only going to make my day that much better. Looking at these two teams, what they got to bring to the table, I'm super excited to know what could go down here, seeing the great team that is Dignitas, hearing the kind of, I would say, hyperactive, hyper-aggressive Duelist Flexers. Obviously, the name kind of speaks for itself. Just these two clashing into each other on the map of Bind is going to be one heck of a matchup and something that's really going to sit there and probably ring out for the next couple rounds here tonight, just purely off of this.
Definitely going to be the case, and well, for me, it's all about whether or not this team of unknowns can take it to the likes of Dignitas, who've they had a little bit of a rough run last week. Did Dignitas when they were here in the Pit of Valor, but they've actually been doing pretty well this week. They got through both round 1 and round 2 relatively easily, and now they are facing off against yet another team that I like I said, I'd consider relatively unknown. I don't really know a whole lot of the players on this team, but for just in general, that means that there's always a chance that players come out of nowhere. That's kind of the point of the Pit of Valor. We talk about it all the time, but if we're not finding new players, finding new teams, finding new talent, then what are we doing here?
Yeah, I'm completely with you, man. I mean, the way it is, obviously, people who aren't or don't exactly have a name for themselves, Pit of Valor is completely open from anybody of any ranks. So, we're going to see that every now and then, but I feel like this is the kind of time where we sit there, get ourselves to round 3, where we see teams really kind of separating themselves of who actually is going to be those higher ranks, who performs well as a team, because we know solo queuing doesn't exactly line up the same exact way to it. So it really just comes down to how well they can play with each other, especially when it comes down to these picks that we're going to be seeing here in a second.
That's exactly right. What will we see? Agent selection coming underway here is a little bit different than the last time I saw this Dignitas lineup. Is that Emulite's going to be playing on the KO. Haven't seen her on that one just yet, but on the other side of things, it's looking like a pretty standard fare, with maybe the difference being Soju going to be going to a KJ. Don't always see the KJ here on Vine. Not a fan of it myself, but otherwise, this comp looks very, very good and quite standard from the Duelist Flexers.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on there. And looking at just Dignitas' entire roster right now, looking at the composition they have going, it's very, I would say, crowd control oriented. I know we don't really have too much of that when it comes around to Valorant besides flashes, but having those stops, having those suppressions, having those tripwires, and just everything really coming through for the side of Dignitas and that damage to slow down aggression, it doesn't exactly seem like the most defense central, but honestly, I feel like in theory, as long as you find yourself the right kind of timing and the right communication to get this clicking, it could be a very interesting composition, bringing in what could be a good set of couple rounds on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision going with the solo duelist here. Argument being made, obviously, that the KO could kind of act like a duelist in a lot of ways, but technically not the case. Is technically an initiator. So regardless of how you slice those, I think these compositions are have kind of their own unique spins. And like I was talking about with the KJ, I really think that's a rarity here, and I've almost never seen a Killjoy really dominate on this map in the same way that you might see that on Ascent or over on a Split, but I'll be on the lookout for Soju, and the same to be said for Emulite, who's sort of going to be the crux of this Dignitas team, simply because she kind of has to make some plays, has to kind of be a crucial position because of the lack of that secondary duelist.
Yeah, definitely has to be the front hand to some extent, especially on this first half when you're on this defending side with these, as we said, a pseudo duelist and a duelist. Figure out the slots and where exactly you can fight for your place here. But when it comes down to these duelist flexers, you mentioned the KJ, you mentioned Soju, and exactly the impact that's going to be taking place with that Killjoy. And honestly, I feel like we don't exactly see too much success with it, but it has a lot of promise. Thinking about how small these sites are when really looking at the sites, looking at how much area there are, and having those grenades and those swarms could do a huge impact just in the big scheme of things. And especially look at the setup right here, the influence towards B right now, right off the rip. We could get ourselves into a good bit of action right now.
Yeah, that looks like it. At least some initial push coming that direction, and there goes the dash again.
Okay. Oh, Jay with the start here. And a lot of action going on here onto the B side. Trying to get that spike down. Not too much influence on it just yet, but we just see a lot of gunfights on the outside with a little bit more influence towards a hookah. With so many Dignitas players being flushed out as the spike finally goes through here. Things are slowing down for a second, but not exactly come to a conclusion.
Yeah, now it's all about the retake. Lots of low HP bars, though, for both sides, actually. So this is not ideal for the Duelist Flexors as the retake comes through.
Yep, and as we do see, actually, Duelists grabbing themselves 2 onto the board with only 2 members left now. Make that 1. Rain is going to have to find himself into a sticky situation. Actually grabbing 2 in the 1v2 situation. Shizui actually can close it out, though, bringing this round 1 to an end. Pistols are now closed through with Duelist Flexors, grabbing themselves the first on the B side. A spectacular little entry right there for them. A spectacular way to just follow through with that round and close it out. They just got to sit there and make sure to follow it up with his force.
That's exactly right. Don't want to give too much away in that second round, but regardless, it was a good idea from Dignitas. They had some interesting timings. Unfortunately, they just couldn't connect those frags well enough, or even get out of those initial positions without getting pushed back. So speaking of pushing back, it's Thea who is going to have to fall back with her teammate, the Silva, in order to try and make some space for the incoming Duelist Flexors.
Yeah, and discussing back, someone with no Phoenix, we still have Duelist Flexors running it back, going onto this B side once again. And it's going to be working out for them because they are wiping what could be probably the quickest flawless I have seen on this map bind in a Pit of Valor yet, with them just absolutely wiping, I'd say, within, what, 5 seconds of even touching the side.
I mean, contact happened, and yeah, 5-10 seconds, they were all gone. All of Dignitas into the next round. But the good news for Dignitas is they didn't really care. They weren't really worried too much about winning anything there. They just wanted to get the guns out, and that they do. They have three light armors, unfortunately, because of a little bit of a lack of money. Want to make sure to get out the utility, and that's what they're going to be taking instead of the additional armor. But otherwise, a solid purchase, as already suppression comes in, shutting down this push for the moment.
Yeah, and Suku with the opening pick, absolutely just close it out, find himself a second as well to get even closer to this side in Hookah. Doing a great job from the side of Flexors to just follow up, have this repetition going on to this B side. They're really feeling themselves. But so is Emily actually finding the second for this round to go ahead and have somewhat of a stop to really bring that influence to go over towards the A side, where we have not seen Dignitas defend yet, and we haven't seen the Flexors try to initiate either.
And I talked about Emily kind of needing to be that player, needing to be the difference maker here, and she's done that, just that here in the first gun round, as now the retake looks to come through. 3-on-3.
Yep, lots of pressure right here from the side of the Flexors, having to go ahead and keep this bomb site down, but as Emily can't make exactly that follow-up to go ahead and grab these closures, grab those kills towards that U-Haul right now. It all comes down to Rain on this side, getting flashed out, not able to exactly follow through because Shisui's going to grab himself a double to close out this third round here with Duelist Flexors grabbing themselves all 3 in a row straight.
A nasty little utilization of the guiding light right there from Shisui, really making life miserable for Dignitas, as they are unfortunately unable to convert their first gun round into victory. It isn't all bad. It was a pretty solid look. Elite in particular, like I said, having a massive bit of impact, shutting down and utilizing the utility from that KO very well, but it is just another pistol round, and aggression being dialed up before that. Unfortunately, it's not being met with anything but death.
Yeah, we're having so much influence right here, just right towards that spawn, to where it's not even really too much can go down just yet, because Jolie Hannon gonna find one with the shocker, but instantly gets shut down. It is all up to Emily, I'd say, within these first 15 seconds of this round, with so much hookah fighting going on. It's gonna close out here on the B side as we see this spike looking to go down.
Yeah, and she's on the rotation through that CT area. Not a lot you can do other than just try to find an exit or two. That knife going to be coming back online shortly. You need might create an opening while some players get suppressed.
Yeah, just a lot of gunshots going right here. Just kind of messing around, making sure to get those wall bangs. Test out what you can and just really get a feel of the map right now. As Emily's going to try and find something. Actually does get a peek there, but can't follow through with shots. And we're going to see a full engage come through. And a shot actually hitting, but the trade not exactly being enough to exactly go to that 4-1 ratio. That's a little bit too much to ask for there in the end. But Duelist Flexor sitting really comfortably now. I mean, just in terms of the economy, going ahead and getting that shutdown towards round 3. We see Dignitas finally finding themselves rifles and full armor in their case. And I think this is where things have to step up for them. Otherwise, they're locked out for a while.
Yeah, this is certainly a crucial round. No doubt about it. Speaking of the crucial parts of this round, we're going to talk about some of these ultimates. Null command available, along with one orb away from, I think, like 3 or 4 other ultimates for Dignitas, but it's just Showstopper and the Seekers for this Duelist Flexor side. And they're already, once again, fast taking in this hookah area. And it appears that Dignitas, they're done playing with it. They don't want to fight over this area anymore.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised with this call here. I mean, time and time again, winning these 4 in a row. If they ain't broke, don't fix it is really the saying we hear all the time. But it looks like Dignitas is actually going to sit there, go ahead, the rotations come through here. But Duelist isn't pulling the trigger just yet onto this side. We don't see Jet making that play. We don't see either real Duelist getting on there, the Rays either, and no guiding lights coming through either. So not too much of a move until Stephanie finds herself the first.
Well, I mean, that's already a 2-player advantage with the Astra down. The Duelist Flexor's a little bit in a tough spot. It's hard to initiate without your controller, and especially now without your Duelist. So it's going to have to be that Showstopper that could turn the tide, but it's 3v5.
Yeah, and with real no influence on this utility, and Stephanie just grabbing the 3rd actually for this round, possibly able to follow it up here. And actually with an ace! Just wiping the entire team here to grab themselves the first round. Dignitas, that was well needed for them. A great stop overall, and give themselves the influence on the map to really say, hold up, now we got somebody to play with, some guns to play with, and we got ourselves one hell of a teammate to start it.
Yeah, Stephanie popping off there, that Duelist role showing exactly what she has to offer. And, well, we already knew that, but putting it on the server, in for everyone to see. Like you said, cash flow good for Dignitas, keeping things healthy. Same can be said for Duelist Flexors. They look to push back up, push back in towards this hookah position.
Yeah, I think Duelist Flexor saying, all right, we can't exactly slow ourselves down. We're going to be just aggressive. We got to be angry right off the rip and find ourselves at least 1 or 2. And I think that's what they're working for right now. With the Showstopper coming out and Thea grabbing the first of the round, and Trades coming through as the lockdown is going to follow it up.
Lockdown, forcing some aggression. And that's Emulite who has to push forward. And in fact, Emulite getting out after the fact, that's huge. Now 3v2, Dignitas in a prime position.
Yep, lots of kind of slow analyticals going on right now. So Spike still hasn't gone down, but that's going to be the move right now from James. Is right here on the edge. Rain trying to make that shot, trying to get the blind to come through, but Crate is going to be held down, and that bomb is going to survive another second. As the last one standing is going to be right here on the edge. Jay trying to do it all with 2 health and a dream, essentially, and actually does find himself in the 1v1.
Very, very poor positioning on the paint shells, and it just allows Sholiana so much space to work with. She's not missing that shot. Never going to. Spike getting defused. And Dignitas, a little bit of a slow start here, but they're right back into it.
Yeah, and just in that round alone, it just came down, I want to say, with the spacing of the bomb of where it was actually planted at. Knowing that it was there on the inside of the crate, you had to check a lot more. You didn't have that raised nade that could be thrown up into the air to cover that. There was so much limitation at the end of that round, and it came down to where the positioning was followed through with, that it just choked up so many avenues for Jay to really pull something off, especially looking at that A5 KD ratio and just the absolute frag power that's coming through. You can't choke that man up.
Well, it does beg the question, if you're using the Soju lockdown in order to get those positions, why is that planted inside the tube? There's just no reason for that to be happening, and it's a mistake that fortunately Duelist Flexors pay with the round. So here we are, round number 7. Tia trying to play a little bit cheeky.
Yeah, and actually managing one being as cheeky as he is. But it looks like the real cheekiest part is going to be that the bomb is going to be on the other side of the map towards this A site, and that's where all the combat is really going to be going down, with Stephanie grabbing one.
It's a big pain shell, and she's still on the side available. This push not really coming in as fast or as quick as the duelist flexors want.
Okay. Actually, you know, there is a little bit of a fight going on here, but I mean, I feel like there's just not enough. This is what duelist flexors doesn't need to do. They've done their best rounds when they really just fly forward, and we see them slowing down, and it's really choking them up.
I am the hunter.
Information, and now the Hunter's Fury committed. Sholiana
30 seconds left.
with one on that one. It is ultimately a trade, though, setting up the retake for 2v3.
And just so many players positioned over there in the back towards heaven. That's where all that influence is coming in from the side of Dignitas. But the duelist flexors, they got to get down, because Jolene is going to find one towards that U-Haul. And with the Cosmic Divide coming down now, there's just not going to be enough intel to really play off of to make this engage just yet. Because James going to be positioned towards Shower and finding one and looking for the second as the alarm bot comes down, and does not matter at the end of the day. It's the Soju versus Jolene showdown here at the site, with I would say about 3 seconds left on this bomb before it blows up, and Soju's gonna blow up Jolene there to grab themselves another round on the board. Duelist flexors 5-2 here for the 8th round.
Sholiana with a valiant attempt, but not quite there. We needed to get a little bit more aggressive with that play if she wanted to pull it off, but again, duelist flexor is able to buy just enough time to push both her back and to force her off the defuse. So either way, guns again in both hands, or in both teams' hands, I should say. Though a Guardian for Rain means that this is not ideal. It looks as if some aggression being dialed up by Dignitas over towards Showers. Not gonna be met with anything, because guess where? To be hit once again. These duelist flexors seem to love it here.
Yeah, and it's going to be a quick one at that, with all these after utils coming through, the whirlpools, the bubbles, just everything, smokes. Any kind of crowd control you can think of is being thrown down right now for the side of duelist flexors, and they want to find themselves on the site quickly, but they don't have any kills to follow through with just yet. They will have lots of flashbangs, they'll have lots of smokes, but they haven't exactly brought the smoke just yet to really give themselves something or give any kind of influence on the site to get the spike down.
I mean, they've thrown everything down, but the spike is yet to be planted, like you say. Finally does get thrown down, but once again, look at where this spike's planted. It's inside the tube.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just going to encourage that much more combat, as we do see a lot of trades coming through. And Emily being the last one standing here for Dignitas, trying to sit there and keep the round alive over there towards Tunnel on that CT side, but it's not going to be enough, with 3 players just absolutely mowing down from Hookah and that influence towards the middle map. And giving duelist flexors themselves a 6th round on the board. I'd say that was a little bit more delayed than what we've seen out of them, but then again, it's still just the way they play their fundamentals and just get those shots down. It really just doesn't seem to matter at the end of the day.
Well, you know, that's a great example of a very poorly timed retake attempt from Dignitas. They barely waited for that spike to go down. They didn't really have any sort of utility prepped and ready to go back in, and so from there, it was just duelist flexors watching angles and trading cracks, and that just is always going to be favoring the attackers once they have control. And so Dignitas find that out the hard way, as they're back down to the eco purchases.
Yeah, and still trying to hold down that B side, as we see 3 players over there, and Soju being the first one to grab his pick over towards the A side. This rotation is going to be absolutely massive, so long as they can find Rain, who's going to be over here with a Ghost in U-Haul, and just kind of backing out, giving them that side, giving them that plant, which is now going to be going here on towards the truck, as long as there's just a little bit more time for it. And so who is going to go for that and actually find one, but do trade it out from Stephanie there, as we're going to have a 3v4 situation here on the outside, and Thea finds another.
Stephanie always seeming to get these util frags, and there she goes with another one, and make the showstopper a 3rd.
Enemy remaining.
Absolutely just fragging out. Stephanie doing a great job here. It's the 2v1, I mean, already having that advantage as is, but having 3 of those kills, getting the potential for a 4th here with the lineup from Soju. The cheeky
30
angle could
seconds
actually
left.
play into his favor as so long as he doesn't expose himself too much. But that read right there, I think, is just enough. No, it's not. As it does come to a close, it's just from the side of Thea rather than Soju, who did himself some heck of a work right there.
Incredible stuff, and it's once again Stephanie pulling the Dignitas squad through the thick and the thin of it. She's making the plays, making the moves, making the frags work. And with that, a 3-6 score line now. Certainly not ideal, but it's certainly not terrible. And you can see that it's what? An SMG pulled out. Shufu gonna have to commit to a Blade Storm in order to have a real buy. So, you know, things not all sunshine and rainbows for the Duelist Flexors here as they pull big ults out and push A.
Yeah, and even then, though, that Blade Storm in itself is enough influence, finding one right off the rip. I mean, you really can't complain having one, especially with that refresh you get after finding yourself a kill, as Stephanie's actually going to find one to shut down Sufu. And Dignitas is going to have themselves one heck of an answer, already finding 2 of these trades and evening out a 3v3, as Thea actually gets shut down for it to be that 2v3 scenario when this defuse has to come through as well.
Well, Showstopper crucially misses, keeping the lockdown left.
One enemy remaining.
And actually doable here with the 1v1 now. The defuse has to come through. Sholina needs to have this read, and I think right there with that recon arrow, trying to get that read on Soju and just sitting with the half. I like the play, but it's not enough to follow through.
Man, a little bit sloppy on that recon bolt. All they needed to do was go just a little bit further to the left, and all the information would have been gained. Left, right, up, down, all that kind of stuff. Very crucial. And again, small mistakes from Dignitas to equal big losses, as it's 3-7, 4 rounds between the two. They're heading towards the last round of the half. Not quite there yet, just 2 rounds away. And it's another eco, which means that we're going to have to wait and see if, well, Dignitas, they can do some economic damage this round and maybe pick up the 4th, hitting it on an 8-4 scoreline.
Yeah, and that's really what they're trying to set up for us. Going ahead and getting those full rifles towards the last couple rounds, trying to manage what they can right here. But with Sufu already being on this side, absolutely rushing in, and actually finding one, but getting traded out fairly quickly by Emily, James Rocks is going to be that man to really kind of follow up, find a couple more shots to get even closer on the site, with J Park following, grabbing 2 as well, making themselves a clean little sweep onto the site, a clean little round to finish it up, and putting ourselves at the last round in the half, with Dignitas being forced now, after that last save, to say, okay, now we can actually get some rifles in our hands and possibly put this at an 8-4, as you said earlier, with last round not exactly working in their favor.
Yeah, an 8-4 score line would be very, very nice for Dignitas at this point. They really have struggled to put together multiple rounds in a row. They've only put 2 in a row together one time. And otherwise, it's just been around here and around there. So another round there would not hurt them at this point. As it looks like a push towards A might be forthcoming. It's Cosmic Divide already being utilized.
Yeah, we already kind of mentioned earlier, I mean, just the whole entire composition going through. I mean, nobody's really defensive central here. So it really just comes down to these frags, as Rain does find the first in the round, and Sholina with that Hunter's Fury does find 1.5, grabbing at least a tag or at least a little bit more intel to know what's going on. With that lockdown coming through from the side of Duelist Flexors to get that spike, buy out a little bit more time. This retake has to be almost instantaneous, especially with how many people are really trying to follow through on it.
Well, that no command making it a little bit easier, but it's a one-on-one.
And it's a slow one at that. So much kind of showdowns going on right now. Sholina trying to really use everything, and actually will find that shot to go ahead and find ourselves in an 8-4 half. That recon dart, finding at least a peak, some kind of intelligence to play off of with that, to go ahead and follow through, find those shots. It's not where you're stuck on that site. You're really kind of scared to go ahead and defuse, kind of tap it and play with it a little bit. Finding your way to just go ahead and engage on that site, on that bomb, before actually going and pressing that 4 is just so much more of a comfortable situation to be sitting in.
Very comfy indeed. As Dignitas, I mean, this is not a great half, but it's definitely a winnable half, right? This is definitely a comebackable position to be in. as I like to say. And with that, the duelist flexors they move on to the defense, arguably slightly defensive sided this map, but I've heard it go both ways if I'm being honest with you. And I think that for me, it kind of depends on if you start the ball rolling early. It really can be a snowbally type of area where you start losing and you just keep losing. So we'll see if that's the way it goes here. Dignitas on the attack. They're heading towards A.
Yeah, I think it really just comes out of these first couple rounds and who can find the momentum to really run off of. So, I mean, these pistol rounds, they're very even just across the board when you really just have a couple to deal with. I mean, Stephanie grabbing that first and Rain with the follow-up. It seems like Dignitas really wants to go ahead and find themselves the first two to give a little bit of buffer room, especially Rain finding a second. Following up with Stephanie, trying to get into the spawn, but not able to find just enough shots to close it out as Rain does find a third. And looking for that fourth over towards the edge, right here towards Heaven. Not able to follow it through with Sufu on that frenzy, but Sufu being that last man alive, that last player standing, there has to be some kind of clutch coming through right now, and there's just too much utility and too many players around this A site to really close things out unless a miracle.
Miracle indeed would be necessary, but with the suppression and the shots not to be, I want to know what the hell Stephanie is doing to those paint shells. She putting glue all over them so that they stick to people. Like
a little bit more gunpowder.
Is it like an arc star in Apex? Like, I'm just trying to figure out how this works because those things are freaking sticky. She finds those frags every single time she throws a paint canister.
Yeah, you know how paint is though, especially spray paint. It gets sticky after a while, so I think they should just let it dry out in the sun for a little bit more than everybody else. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. You have a little bit more flavor, a little bit more color across the board when you have it fresh, but I mean, going right through, letting it sit out for a little while, letting it marinate and get a little bit more sticky to give you that edge is really what's going to come down to. And I think right here, we're going to see another one come out and possibly get a little bit of damage towards that edge of the hookah as they do want to make that play right there, but Cholini's actually going to find the first and have the follow with Emily. Having a great job of this follow-up. Utility coming through. Spectre shots across the board. Almost a clean sweep there just inside the teleporter alone as we do find one in the CT. Finding ourselves dead. James Rock's going to fall, and the last one being Shisui to go ahead and follow up towards that TP. Dignitas give themselves a run for their money right now. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. As you mentioned earlier, it just comes down to who gets the ball rolling. I think Dig has one heck of a ball to really play with right now.
Yeah, they 100% do. And, continuing the metaphor, that ball very much in their court. They, it's their decision whether or not they, how they're going to serve things up to the duelist flexors in this first gun round, because they are on the attack. They are at a disadvantage with regard to those weapons, but they know that. They know what's going on. It's not a surprise, and so for that matter, you can put yourselves into better and more efficient positions to take advantage of just that, as long as you are aware of it. So we'll see if that will be the case, as B appears to be the area that they want to push.
They're just going to have so much retaliation from these rifles, but I mean, it really doesn't seem to be too much for at least Rain finding a double with the Spectre. Just utilizing that smoke like a monster and actually able to get enough influence on this site. I mean, with the force, with the bonus, regardless of what's coming through right now, Dignitas working something to play with. And a third, Emily and Stephanie with the follow-up and actually closing it out, giving themselves these free weapons across the board and upgrade to play with. And I mean, the force that came through for Duelist is now shut down.
It's huge. Dignitas not only right back in this game, but they are looking strong to take their first lead of it. And with that said, I want to give credit where it's due. Rain, who's had a little bit of a slower game here, she had a massive TP. No one any of the wiser. She TVs into her own smoke. It's a tale as old as time for Omens, far and wide, but she does it to perfection. Double kill off the Spectre, and Emulite, in fact, getting a frag with 1 HP as well. Back with Paranoia. Simply looking phenomenal.
Yeah, a phenomenal start for him as well to go ahead and find the first frag and get so many shots onto Sufu to really put them in that one-shot scenario again. already having a 5-3 lead, and as we see Rain still running the Spectre, I mean, I can't really blame her. She did a great job in that last round with the plays, and I think, you know, if you're riding it out, if you're feeling really confident about it, keep rocking it. Because Stephanie's gonna be there with the backup.
One enemy remaining.
And it's another eco too. So you have the advantage of being able to spray and pray and such. Not that you necessarily need it if you're Dig. They got a flawless victory in that one, making it look quite simple. And well, bang bang boom, we're right tied up once again. And you know, you never realize that this was an 8-4 scoreline. That's how fast it can go. I talk about 8-4 being really you know, it seems like a lot until it's tied up, and then you're like, well, I guess it really wasn't that much. And that's exactly what Duelist Flexors are feeling. Another gun round, another important potential turning point, but not so much for Dignitas because they got cash for days, Mick.
Yeah, and especially with it being in those earlier rounds, I mean, with how fast this game is still going, really, especially with how quick this round is being engaged with Rain, just absolutely shoving her way up into heaven on A and grabbing a kill to fall through with Soju, excuse me, being right there as a possible second victim to fall. Not able to follow through just yet with that, but I mean, the way they really caught themselves up in this game, it's literally being caught up and tied up in half the time that it really took to get to where they had that lead for Duelist Flexor. So, I mean, just the momentum that's coming through right now, the ball that's been rolling, it's actually speeding up at the same time, and we got to see whether or not that's going to be enough to stop for Duelist Flexors having this man advantage that we're now actually being traded out.
Oh, there's another one, a nice push there from J Park. One player left, and that was Thea, who had to contend with a nano swarm and multiple players shooting at her face. That's certainly not something I would want to deal with, and well, for that matter, neither did she. So the defenders, Duelist Flexors, able to pick up that round. They regain their lead, but like I said, Dignitas's money is very strong. They don't really have a problem, and you know that strategy from Dig was I mean, it's old school. It's very simple.
Yep.
Very much something everybody's heard of and knows about, but that don't mean it's not effective. And Rain, she makes it look just that easy. I'm not sure what James Rocks was looking at, but he was clearly not convinced that Rain would have the idea to go straight up there, and he gets taken out for the trouble.
Yeah, and that alone is just kind of too much to really pay for. But regardless, I mean, Duelist Flexor is actually coming out with a dub in that round, having a great job of that retake. I mean, Rain having a great job to start this round off with a lot of aggression towards this B long, but just not enough really to go follow through with this. Duelist Flexors are actually going to pay the price for it, but this A site being open, Sholina finding one on the Soju over yonder. And there's just got to be enough players there as we see the rest of the horses coming in, racing in, and finding more of themselves some kills to have a 5-2 lead and eyeing what could be hopefully a flawless.
It's looking like it. I mean, no doubt about it. 2 players left alive here for the Duelist Flexors. Are struggling a little bit here on the defense, unmistakably. And there is that showstopper should it want to be utilized by actually both teams. Stephanie, she has that online as well, but I think that realistically, Duelist Flexors may want to hang on to it.
One enemy remaining.
I was going to say with that frag, maybe not. I don't think that it's going to matter. Nice trades. Spelled the end of this one. Not flawless by any means, Mick, but it is certainly close enough for Dignitas not to mind whatsoever. So they keep themselves right in here, tied back up 9-9 in a series that, you know, they started out a little bit slow, but I've had faith the whole time that they could bring it back, and they continue to do just that.
Yeah, we've definitely seen crazier things come through in the Pit of Valor. We've seen a lot bigger deficits come back to being a tie game, and heck, even at that, becoming a win. So, I mean, definitely nothing is out of the realm of possibility here. I think what really lines up now is having these back-to-back rounds, these answers to where it's 1-1-1-1. You're not finding any streaks to play with. So the team that has the less money right off the rip, which would be Duelist Flexors, not having any kind of loss bonus, not having any win bonus to play on after these last 2, that's hurting their money even more than just losing twice in a row or just winning twice in a row. So, I mean, with everything really working through, the round really coming out, and Soju being the first one to fall with that sheriff in hand, it's going to be the first bullet to really the cannon fire, I would say, to go ahead and initiate this round, as it looks like A's going to be the move now.
Well, and you know, while Dignitas are farming that cash, Duelist Flexors are farming some ults. So you know, those deaths that they are receiving, they aren't worth nothing as the push continues here today. But you got to keep in mind that those are something later on.
Yeah, and I mean, something that's also really prominent in this game is those sheriffs. I mean, we see that time and time again, we've seen teams actually manage these rounds with sheriffs. Just because it's an econ doesn't mean it's impossible by any means. As long as you grab yourself a good headshot, as we saw Suju there do a second ago and find himself at least one. I mean, there are 4 players remaining. Not enough real weapons and enough real bullets to really be thrown out as Emily finds 3 that round to really close things through, get herself a really good standing. We now see Duelist Flexors having to fight once again to get this game to a tie because we see Dignitas, even though in an 8-4 deficit, the first one to reach that double-digit checkpoint over here on the attacking side.
Very nicely done there by Dignitas, and beyond that, you know, they are in not only position, but they have now taken their first lead of this game. They tied it back up 8-8 and then 9-9, and now 10-9 the score. This round is important. There's an operator here for the Duelist Flexors. 3 ultimates for them as well. Push coming in. Might be B once again.
Yeah, I mean, B's going to be the play, as you said, once again. I think it's a great one at that, especially grabbing that first pick right off the rip towards B long. We have ourselves a neural theft coming through to get the reach, know where all the players are at, and Rain's going to follow through with that on the play once again to say, we're going to TP on this crate, and we're also going to grab a couple heads while we're at it, and going ahead, finding themselves on the site, bomb coming through. It really just comes down to the hold now.
Well, that hold is falling apart, or rather not the hold, but the retake falling apart. Soju does find one on the return, but it's going to have to be that lockdown really to push out any of these Dignitas players, and that seems a little bit extreme at the moment.
Yeah, and that's really all you can ask for. I mean, there's just got to be more. But the operator, Sufu, actually finding one. I mean, not the most prominent so far with that operator. You spend this 4,700, you've only got 1 kill. Last thing you want to do is die with that, because that's not the best ratio in terms of people killed to money spent. The move right here is just to go ahead and make out, sit there and say, all right, let's get closer to that spawn. Let's get out of this bomb radius so we don't lose this money that we've spent. Because they've been themselves in a hole here for a while now. And now, especially being at 11-9, the last thing they need to be doing is buying or going for econs here towards these later stages.
100%. You never want to have that happen. And Dignitas, they continually impress and turn around what was a very, very poor early start into a super solid final setup. Lots of investment from Dig last round. They pretty much used every single one of their ultimates but Reigns. So they are going to have to be aware of that and, well, just work without for the time being. But with a nice little knife like that, they can at least find some information. And unfortunately, that information doesn't net them a fight. Not just yet.
Instead, it just nets a lot of aggression from the side of Dignitas. Just saying, okay, we got people B long. Stephanie, go ahead and grab yourself one. We're going to push up a little bit, but there's actually a lot of answers coming through as Duelist just comes straight wipes out Dignitas on that B long. And J-Rock with the Spectre being one of those biggest advocates for that.
A little unlucky, I'd say, for Dig, but overall, Duelist Flexors showing off their muscles as well. You know, it's been a big comeback here for Dig, but it's really not. There's not been many rounds for Duelist Flexors to really show that they kind of have that sort of capability, and that's what they just did there. Other big thing to note is that not only is it full guns once again because of the economy of Dignitas, but it's also another advantage for Duelist Flexors. They have a lockdown, they have a Cosmic Divide, and they have Seekers all online should they want to utilize them and try and tie this back up. But on the other side, here it is, the old tried and true from Rain herself.
Yep, going right back to the same spot as the first time, going for the A Heaven play, seeing if she can grab herself another player, but nobody's going to exactly be lingering just yet, except for Soju, who's going to find the first right there behind Green ever towards the A site. And just the push is going to continue. We find ourselves in a 3v5. Stephanie getting picks for Soju, and Sufu actually grabbing a couple shots of the operator, finally paying it off. That 4,700 coming into the favor a little bit. Now with the 2v4 though, for Dignitas here to find a plant on the A site, the TP is going to be the move, and I like what's going on here.
I might like what's going on, but it's still a big disadvantage. Nice pain shells. Stephanie going to take some massive damage to that. And the Cosmic Divide going to cut everyone off.
Oh, and perfect timing there for the Cosmic Divide to go ahead and block off those shots from Hookah, especially knowing exactly where they're come. It's enough to really give that intel of where the players are coming from, but I mean, with the full entire wall, you got 4 men stationed right there saying, please peek your head out. We will go ahead and shoot it ASAP as quick as possible. Sufu's actually going to push a little bit too far, as well as Shisui. For, I mean, I would say an easy little double there in the end to at least hurt the economy, but it doesn't hurt the rounds with us sitting back at 11-11.
Yeah, it does slightly damage Dignitas' economy, but I mean, they still have enough money to buy, so it's sort of irrelevant. The real person that it does damage to is to Duelist Flexors, but it's just also not enough. You can see that they, despite 650 on Shisui, sorry, it's still enough cash flow to buy from another player. So, regardless, here we are, tied back up, a crucial round, a round of great importance. So really turn tides left or right. Who will take it? Dignitas or the Duelist Flexors? Lockdown and Blade Storm available for the defense as well.
It just comes down to this, and who can really have the pressure at that match point. And Sufu grabbing the pressure, grabbing that first frag in this round is going to be enough to really slow down this attempt from Dignitas. I mean, as you said, no ults to play with. We see just an attempt across the board, but we don't see the spike going down just yet until Rain decides to make that change. And with so many answers, so many players towards that Heaven and CT area, and the lockdown coming down, as you said, there's that first ultimate we have, the second one being that Blade Storm. There's got to be an answer. There's got to be kills coming through for the side of Duelist Flexors and a defuse to follow up.
Problem is there's no potential for the Huntress Yuri, but Tortilla in the position. Only 1-for-1 though. 3v3.
Last player standing.
Make that a 3v1. Oh, Jolene actually making it 3v2. But the shock arrows just aren't enough. You don't have an endless supply that the quiver can only hold so much. With J Park closing out the round, putting themselves, Duelist Flexors, back on top here for the first time in a while. And only issue is
match
that
point.
one round's going to be this match point.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, 4 rounds, that's all that Duelist Flexors needed to make it to match point. And that's what they have now. But man, does it feel like it's been a journey. Because prior to these last 3 rounds, it's been all Dignitas all the time, with one small exception.
Yeah, I would say what it comes down to is it's more just like a nasty argument. We have our one side making a great point, feeling like there's some shutdown, then we have another come up with some evidence and saying, actually, you know what? I got myself something to say too, and it's just back and forth from there.
Back and forth maybe, up and down. Here we go. Dignitas with an opportunity to answer back here to send us to overtime, but it's gonna have to be a brilliant one. And there goes that showstopper. Committed.
Oh, cover going out. That's just not what you want in this last round here, especially with one of these sides sitting on match point. I mean, the Blade Storm obviously has to come out this round, but I mean, Dignitas is also going to come out this round with a couple of kills right off the rip, just getting themselves onto this B side in a 4v2 situation. Sufu is actually going to try and play the hero though, with one sitting inside that cloud burst and finding one and getting that reset along with the suppression to follow up.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's looking good, but maybe not. Dignitas still up 1, but Blade Storm's available. That's the big problem.
Yeah, Tap is a great attempt here. And it's actually an even better shot on Emily. A complete tied game. Duelist Flexors, we have Sufu grabbing the last shot for a triple on the round to close out the game, get the defuse, and have the comeback right there in the end they needed to make this game a win.
There it is, close as you like. 13-11, Dignitas fall to the Duelist Flexors, and a massive 1v2 clutch off the back of Sufu at the crucial moment. Really brilliant stuff. And we watched the replays going on of this matchup. It was, it was a very good matchup. I thought it was so close. There was some good learning moments, I think, for both sides as well. Some questionable ones, I might add, from Duelist Flexors in particular. Dignitas actually played a pretty standard game. Like, didn't make any big mistakes when it came to the attacking side and how they were playing it. Just sometimes was not able to connect the shots in order to make that happen. So regardless, though, a good showing from the Duelist Flexors to pick it up. They move on. And unfortunately, Dignitas is going to be out of here. I did talk about Emuleet kind of being a big player in this, but it was Stephanie. And she had such a phenomenal performance, and she was the highlight of this game for me.
Yeah, and really what you said, I mean, it just came down to these raises this game. I mean, both of them are been at the top of the leaderboard here. Stephanie sitting at 25 and 18. We got Jay Park sitting at 22 and 18. So obviously just a 3-kill differential is the only thing that changed the game, especially looking at the scoreboards being so close here. I mean, after just a race to really bring things back, put us on the edge of our seats just for Flexors to really say, all right, I mean, Flexors is in the name. We're going to do exactly what we call ourselves to do and go ahead and close out this game. And especially in an absolutely just fashionable fashion. I mean, I know it sounds like a weird thing to say, but it was really snazzy there at the end, especially with the utilizations, the shutdowns. You got the suppressions coming through and the answers from that. It was really just enough for them to say, all right, you know what? It's going to look ugly, but it's going to get done.
And get done it did. With that, we are going to move along, though. That is going to be it for Dignitas today. As I said, it is going to be the Flexors to move on. We're going to be back here with more Pit of Valor. Just don't go anywhere. We'll be just a few minutes away, and then we'll be back with yet another matchup. See you then.
Starting to heat up a little bit here. Over the wall, and Bond gets 2. Make it 3-0. That's the opening you want.
Every single time they've gotten aggressive, they've caught one out. Are you kidding me? Lazy. He's got a 2-for-1 deal.
At this stage, we don't really have to worry about funds all that much because Dynamic has that Blade Storm. He doesn't need to worry about anything else. He's going to get a pick on Kermie because, I mean, he's built like that. Put crack in this dude's cereal. I mean, goodness gracious. It needs to be cracked. I mean, look at it. Oh, my God. Look at it.
What? We can see Benevolence doesn't even get distracted by the Trailblazer. Connects on 3. Oh my goodness, Benevolence.
Don't pick it again. Okay.
Give him another.
Okay.
Give him another.
Oh no!
Baby, yes!
He's able to open up a flank angle, so that's forces Stealthy to take the heavy aggression to the forward angle. Is able to get 4. Can he find that Ace? Giza is tagged very low. They know exactly where he is, so matter of time before Giza walks into it. Has no idea. Stealthy is tucked away into the corner. Peeks out for the ace and a big round for Recon 5.
And just like that, we're back, ready to go for another one. Joined again by the beautiful Endless, who it feels like, I don't know, man. Every time I see her, I'm like, is this happening? Is this real life? Like Kevin on the screen? Like,
What do you mean? What do you mean, man? Like I haven't been gone for that long. I mean, it has been a solid 4 months, but hey, what's important is that I'm back. So we're here. We're gonna enjoy this together. It's gonna be Ascent, first one of the night for us to cast. And I mean, so far so good. 3 different maps. I'm enjoying it.
good, man. The variety. And of course, you guys may have seen some of the leaks of the new one coming soon and the new agent. So that's going to be fun, but we're not even there yet. Looking down below, per the norm, the cheat sheet, going to be Duelist Flexors versus Eclectic. And we are going to be sending it off to Agent Select before we even have a chance to digest it. Endless Ascent, a comfortable place for you and I both. Let's see what these two teams want to bring to the table on this fine evening.
I don't know. I've never seen this map before. Is this the new one?
This this is the one, dude. Like this is Ascent.
Wow, I'm excited. I haven't seen this map before. I mean,
That's
it used to be.
new, dude. Who's Astra? Is this Astra Agent New? Who is this?
Who is that? What's Astra? What is an Astra?
How does one even Astra to begin with? And I think actually I'm having a bit of a moment here. A lot of familiar names for me across the board, Kevin. So looking at this matchup, it's going to be great. And we're more or less locked in across the board too. You can see Tylo, Town, and team are locked across the board. So you have the Sky, Cypher, Astra, Jet, and Sova. And looks like the attacker side is just hovering. Going to run that timer down. Finish scarfing down the last 2 bites of their pizza and sandwiches before we get into this matchup.
I like the Astra pick. I feel that has been just the most viable controller agent, especially on Ascent, right? But the one thing is Town on the Cypher. And I mean, I personally prefer the Killjoy on this map. Other teams might have a Cypher in play that they find works better with their setup. But I do like the Killjoy here because it does create so much delay, especially on that B and A side on the retake with that lockdown in hand.
I'm an eager beaver to see what these two teams bring to the table. I mean, I have one of my favorite agents, Jay Park, is sporting that Reyna. And you know me, I'm super bullish on the Reyna picks. I do love seeing that ultimate, that Empress pop off and go massive, very clutchable too. So starting on that attack side, you can pretty much count on Jet and Reyna to be open up the gaps and let the rest of the attack side follow right on behind. At the same time, you said it well, that Cypher is going to be a sight to see, and a good Cypher is a troubling Cypher because it's going to be very difficult to stop the likes of Town.
And it looks as if our HUD has somewhat disappeared for a little second, and as we try to get that back, there we go. You got Electric starting on that defensive side and Duelist Flexers on that attack. And I mean, they do have a relatively even comp aside from the Sky and Reyna diff, and obviously the Sentinel that we were talking about before. But let's see what comes into play, as Electric will have that healing factor on their side.
Everybody needs healing now and then. Kevin, is that bit of heal could become a little bit important, as a number of people are migrating right through this middle here, getting aggressive onto Pizza. The smoke is there, and now it is gone. So Destiny and Astra have their sights set on it. Dry peeking that is 100% not the play, and after a bit of a stomping ground, looks like the Duelist Flexers team is looking to just back away.
Oh, Sufu with the quick one tap onto Virginia there, and now Duelist Flexers getting that opening pick, gonna swarm their way onto that A site as they got early mid control. But do they clear hell, as now the one-way Sufu doesn't matter, goes in, gets that pick as well, and they don't need any healing, Strive. It doesn't seem that they do.
With Sufu's nicely placed ghost shots, that turret just tapping away. Destiny is going to have to dash away. 33 hit points. That turret's got to get eliminated sooner than later, but it is a 2v3 scenario. Eclectic going to jump away. Soju sends Destiny packing, and with James rocks, tap in on that ghost. That's Town out of the picture, and the first round gets turned over to the Duelist Flexers.
I think they did a very good job. They got early mid control. They were very, very patient. They didn't overextend there. And Eclectic, they weren't really ready for it. They didn't get aggressive enough. They didn't get enough information mid. I mean, they spotted them early on, but they just kind of played further and further back, and they just gave up the entirety of mid. And it seems as if Sufu was just lurking around A, got that huge pick onto Virginia, and the rest was, the rest is history.
And with the stars getting placed at A, and just like that getting picked up, the suction cup also going to send J Park for a bit of a ride, but it doesn't matter because Soju has wine under lock, picking one up onto Destiny. Tylo doing the best he can do with a $150 shorty investment. And they have full site control at this point. Kevin going to plant that spike down, and they let Sufu get very aggressive. Case lit to Mars, as is Astra. Now Virginia 8 HP you can see here on the board.
See Town finally able to break that door, but has it been a little bit too late, as Duelist Flexers have gained complete control of Heaven, and it's now all left down to Town, who has officially been spotted towards short, and James rocks, although gets dinked by that classic, able to finish the job because there's just too many bullets at too fast of a pace.
And looking very strong here for the side of the Duelist Flexers squad. I'm loving the early push to pick up the 2, but this is the ultimate buy round now, Kevin. We'll see if the Eclectic gang, despite the rough start, can bounce back a bit. And I'm loving the simplicity of Duelist Flexers, right? Stick to A, just get on there, get the job done, push, 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 and numbers will often overwhelm on the defensive side if you go as a squad.
Yeah, they seem to have everything kind of down pat as to what they wanted to end up at, and which site they wanted to commit to. And it's been working really well thus far. Everyone's on that same page. Everyone's ready to work together. That flash does get Sufu, but J Park there to trade things off instantly. And it looks as if they're going to go ahead and get that A control yet again.
J Park doing a great job at that, spamming a wave jet on the opposing end, trying to tag Jay. Does slightly, but not enough to take him out of the picture.
See, bomb's gonna get planted towards that default, and lockdown actually gonna come into play here? Maybe not, as the alarm bot instantly gets destroyed. But Soju there, getting one, but instantly gets traded out, and now it's all down to J Park, which Laser Town able to just finish things off, and they win their first round here. But it was an expensive one at that.
Very expensive. You look across the board, losing a bunch of weapons and their own, albeit only 2 members of Eclectic walk away from that. So they themselves suffered a little bit too, greater than 50%, which is always a good sight. If you're gonna go out, might as well go out in style. Nonetheless, they're gonna buy back into it yet again. Sufu hovering on the Phantom, I believe, and that is gonna be to buy as well. On the opposing end of the spectrum, though, EQ having everything shanked away from them are just going to light by and hold on to whatever they have. That is Destiny and Town, who walked away with weapons the previous round.
And right now, I mean, Eclectic, they need to win this because they can break Duelist Flexor's economy for the most part, but they need to be able to kind of stay alive at the same time. They don't want to lose too many members here as Duelist Flexors. They're going to start to get aggressive, trying to regain control of this B site right away. And look at Sufu already dashed into sight. J-Park getting one onto Casey, or Case. And now Destiny trading one out. But still a 4-on-4 situation here.
Like getting planted now. J-Park and Jet contesting, looking for some sort of damage and potential pick from an over-aggressive peek now. Sufu shoulder peeking as well. The smoke comes out. James rocks out of logs. Nice positioning. Destiny decides to go left instead of going right. Oh, what? Hello? Town?
Laser Town? I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure he meant to do that. I feel like he committed to that spray and instantly was like, yeah, that's it. And oh my goodness, Laser Town. That's one for the highlight books.
Dude, like that was so well played. Everything about that. Call it an accident. I mean, really good frags, and it's going to be the clutch too. And he gets away with little to no HP. I love the commitment though, dropping down off of sidewalk as well.
Yeah, I mean, after he located exactly where he was, there was no problem for Laser Town. He was ready. He had that laser beam of a shot and aim that entire round, and he finished the job.
2-2 on the board now. It's an unfortunate scenario for the side of Duelist Flexors. They've lost so much economy and are sitting on Sheriffs, and I'm happy to see that they're buying Sheriffs more or less in unison except one. When used correctly, that's going to do a ton of damage. Town playing so aggressive. Look at this stylistic surf coming out from Jet now, and with the Lear up close. Town is protected. It is behind him. Whoa! Yes, J-Park. Very nice.
Not a lot of health there on Laser Town. A little bit too aggressive, but what I like is Eclectic. They didn't really full buy. They kept whatever guns they had, and the rest bought in order to buy next, just in case, because they know Duelist Flexors after this round are going to be on a full buy, and they planned it really well. Now Eclectic's still going to be able to full buy for the most part, aside from Laser Town, who did lose his gun, but I believe Virginia's just going to go ahead and drop.
Yeah, I'd say so, and it's good to see Destiny now on that op as well. Expecting a lot of impact out of that. And, you know, Duelist Flexor is just really keeping it simple. I don't see too much shake and bake happening here. It's kind of like all A, all kind of chilling outside a B type scenario. But they do a great job at making their presence known and then backing away as well. So maybe this is the play altogether. They play the impact and see what they can make of it. The one way though, Sufu, that is not the play, my guy.
Oh, but he is trapped towards wine right now, so I'm not sure if this is going to be the best play here, as they're going to try to gain full control and get this free kill, and here comes the shock darts, and that's not going to be good for Tylo. And oh my goodness, the second one misses, doesn't go far enough, and the nanoswarm gets destroyed as well. So Tylo's going to be able to survive for a little bit longer. And look at Laser Town, he's already flanked.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Spike down A.
And Tylo, everyone, I mean, out of everyone, is the one that survives that.
You'd figure like that double dart was looking really good, and had it landed and bounced correctly, it would have been detrimental to Tylo's situation. But nonetheless, this is yet again the Duelist Flexors team back on the save. So at this point, I'm kind of asking myself some questions, Kevin. Buying these Sheriffs didn't work the first time. I don't know how much of an impact it's going to have this time. Part of me just says they would be better off almost saving the economy. But that's just an observation, a comment that I have when it comes to these buy rounds. I don't know how I feel about these Sheriff $800 investments. They add up over the the span of a full game very quickly.
They definitely do add up, as you can see Destiny getting that first pick, which not a good sign to start things off with Duelist Flexors, but at the point where they're saving in order to buy next, that's not a big deal. I would say they put themselves in a better odds than having classics. So anything can happen with Sheriffs. We've seen some ridiculous plays and aim when it comes down to ecos, and I'd say they put themselves in a good position, but losing 2 members early on without a trade, that's not the play.
No, Destiny's about to get contested so heavily. Whoa, okay.
They lined up.
They nothing but a game of dominoes at this point. And
I
it's
mean,
down to just Soju at this. I don't know. With 5 members up, it's looking pretty darn flawless for the side of Eclectic, and the pick and dip and a flake. Oh, Town. I think he.
I'm not gonna lie though, Strive. I mean, Laser Town the previous round as well kind of whiffed the first couple of bullets on the spray. I feel like he committed a little bit too early, and I feel like that's exactly what happened just now as well, as Soju able to take up that kill. But hey, it's not really going to affect the economy at all for Eclectic, as they're still loaded.
Yeah, I mean, Town might suffer from some mild narcolepsy. He's just mouse whining and just slowly goes to bed and pulls his mouse down, and then he just wakes up and realizes, holy cow, I'm not connecting on the shot. I'm sorry, I had to do it. But nonetheless, man, 5-2. Eclectic looking very strong, and they're playing a superb defensive side, and you can see Town is fearless. He gets his impact picks, peeks fearlessly, and does his deed. And now with the divide, oh, what? Oh. Case lining up the
You should run.
the good old shock darts, and now with a cosmic divide and a lockdown, it's looking pretty viable. But Case has a different opinion so far.
Yeah, I mean, they have that lockdown, which got destroyed, and the full commit is onto site, and now they're trapped there. So this is not looking good right now for Duelist Flexors, as all 3 players are stuck. Now the last 2 stuck in Boathouse, and Eclectic ready to essentially move on, string along a quick run here. 6-2, 4-round differential, and I'm expecting nothing less, as now Duelist Flexors again gonna be on a light buy.
I feel like the common theme round in, round out is just broke buying, honestly. Like, you have 3 guys that are just going to buy up, you know, light, it seems, for the most part. Jay Park is choosing to commit despite that. So, a Vandal, a Phantom, I would assume Jay's going to buy light, or he wants to get the pick with the Devour, but it's just disparity all across the board. This kind of seems kind of like pug-style play here to me on this.
Yeah, it almost seems as if half the team wants to save in order to buy, and the rest are essentially saying, hey, you know what, we need these rounds, so we're going to buy whatever we can to essentially try to somehow string some rounds along. But I don't know if this is the way to do it. I think there's should be a lot more coordination, especially when you're playing in a team environment. This isn't just a comp. It doesn't really work when you try to play random. I mean, sometimes it does, but as you can see, Tylo getting that opening pick, and now Case getting one onto Shisui as well. And just 2 players gone already, and now they're left with 3 players to try to take one site, in which Laser Town gets another 2 and make that 3. And an absolute flawless round. Now look at Duelist Flexors. They're broke again. Well, some of them.
And that's the result of broke buying. So we're going to see them mostly be able to afford, albeit not full armor. Had they saved, that would have been a different story to have altogether. Nonetheless, they are, at this point, superbly desperate, endless for rounds. 7-2 your score. We're 3 away from closing it out, and Eclectic has just been pulling away sequential after sequential, and the money is looking good for the remaining of this match. At this point, I don't really know what it's going to take for them to put a halt to it. It's just, they're peaking one by... Okay, my heart dropped there. So I thought they were going to swing into Destiny, but they didn't. They patiently waited for the one way to activate, so that's a plus. As the drone goes in, going to tag away, and the Astra util going to block, and that's a Hunter's Fury coming out now. Destiny going to do a little bit of a dance. My goodness, every which way possible. And survives for the most part, as Sufu picks up a kill to open it up.
Sufu getting 2, so this is looking good for Duelist Flexors. Finally, some sort of leeway and distance that they can kind of increase in terms of their advantage. But here's Case, gets 1 onto J Park. Sufu continues on with the 3rd.
Last player
Not
standing.
a lot of health left, but I mean, this is looking like a good round here for Duelist Flexors.
Sucked.
Jeez, Sufu went off that round and picked up a well-placed headshot on the final. So we talked about it. We the caster, what's the polar opposite of a curse? I don't know. The caster blessing came through, and 7-3 it is. They pick up a round after a drought of 7 sequential. And at this point, I'm rooting for the Duelist Flexors guys. They've got money. They got 2 rounds to close out, and I want to see Eclectic get a bit more aggressive again. Go back to that early game, you know, sticky roots of just pushing and peeking.
Right, I don't know if you see what I see, but I see an Odin and 2 ops on the side of Eclectic, so that may actually catch Duelist Flexors completely off guard, as now they're going to be holding tight angles with ops, and one is just going to be completely out in the open with an Odin and not scared of anything.
No, and they're going to go for their textbook A take. The dart comes in. Destiny gets that off the board before getting spotted whatsoever. And this is the textbook Duelist Flexors play. Push and stop. And then, you know, or the, you know, how can I say it? The hurry up and wait.
I actually think they both bought operators and rifles. Because they're switching in between them.
Yeah.
For both players. That's how much money they have.
Just bathing. What? Sufu!
Okay. That's what we want to see from Sufu. Getting 2 huge picks. Laser Town, unfortunately, unable to capitalize on that angle. And Eclectic find themselves at a 2-man disadvantage right now in hopes to retake this, as Duelist Flexors still have 3 ultimates to use.
Look at that.
Hello, well-placed shot with Sufu's gap opening.
Oh, no.
No.
Last player standing.
Oh, no.
She's sweet.
Oh, no! I'm sitting there waiting for Case. I was like,
Last
you know,
round
he's
before
got the
the
Odin. There's 0 chance, right? But the patience pays off, and Shisui, who was originally, I believe, 1-8, comes up absolutely huge that round with 3 or 4 kills, and welcome to the party. 1 round away, so if they're able to get this 5th, I think they find themselves in a really good position.
Maybe the boys were just, you know, gaming while going for a walk in the park or something. You know, that middle portion, that 7-round rally was just a tease, right? Sufu, though, with the Bladestorm active, following in the lovely Owl drone, and decides to ejecto because there is Astra utility there yet again to block that off. But nope, he's going for it on top of his favorite place, that good old generator, smoking it again, and he's waiting for opportunity. The dart tags off Destiny, going for it. Yes, sir! Sufu, big aggression. Town. Able to get him off of generator, but J Park knows that there's one there after that trade, and with the Lear up close, Case in the hot seat. Trying to tap away. Shock Dart 1 tickles him down to 89, now 68, 47, and he is falling faster than a rock off the edge of a cliff, and it's down to just one last member of Eclectic. It is Astra Virginia against 3.
And they're getting relatively aggressive here. I'm not sure why. I mean, they have 3 people all in sight. It doesn't seem like they really need to, but now they know exactly where Virginia is. Virginia able to get the first! But remember what I said. Shisui has woken up.
Switching sides.
We switch it up. We get our 7-5 that we were yearning for, endless, and it's setting us up for a marvelous second half. And with this matchup coming together, I have a good feeling about Duelist Flexors on the defensive side. I think they have a lot of potential. They had a good bounce back, and I think their playstyle will lend itself well to this side more than it did on the attack.
And I believe the momentum has definitely shifted already towards that Duelist Flexors side, so I feel like they're going to enter this defensive side relatively confident, having winning 3 straight and kind of brought themselves back in this game. So now all they need to do is essentially win that pistol, and they can easily tie things up.
See if they can do just that. Patience now. We're seeing a bit of a mirror effect coming out from the side of it. Whoa, okay. That's one way to start the round off.
That's what they needed, right? And I mean, Destiny gonna be able to make something happen for the side of Eclectic, but will it be enough? As right now they're looking to get into that A site. Sufu getting swarmed down to 14 health, and they're gonna go ahead and get healed right back up as Eclectic can take that site.
Now with Case planted and ready to go, tapping away Destiny and team with the support of Tylo. Pick up 1 onto J Park. Now 3v3. Jet is super lit. Sufu again. Nothing but headshots for this animal, it seems, with James getting the second last and the final. They swarm onto site in what was a marvelous retake. All things said and done, man, the Duelist Flexor squad with the help of Sufu are looking super strong so far.
Just like that, they won that pistol. They are 1 round away from tying things up, and now they can bonus, in which Eclectic, most likely choosing the full save here, do have that Sheriff in hand on Destiny, but I believe he can afford it.
I'd say so, and at this point, tough scenario for the Duelist squad. But also a very big round if you consider the current scenario. If they lose these Spectres and the Vandal and that Marshal, it's going to be an absolute gong show the following round for them, because that's a lot of money they just threw at this round.
Yeah, and realistically, these are the rounds like we always discuss. You shouldn't lose, right? As long as you play it correctly and disciplined, you're not overextending, giving the opponents a free gun to work with.
There they are.
You're usually in the clear, right? And right now it looks like Duelist Fletchers are receiving the calls essentially that they're all coming towards that B site. Destiny already dashing in, but J Park is there. But Destiny, that sheriff, putting it to work. And now I believe they do have one gun in hand as Sufu, trying to continue on as Eclectic. 2 people left, both towards that site.
Watching intently now, Tylo is in a very tricky position and actually pays the price. That was not an ideal angle. You don't have much wiggle room to the left or to the right. It's a very, how can I say, tunneled peak, and it lends itself to an equalizing round. 7-7. Duelist Flexors, man. There's something inside of me that was telling me that I'm in for a ride this game, and I think it's slowly coming to reality.
I mean, they did come back the last game to beat Dignitas, so I feel like that's a little bit of a trend of how they like to play. They like to put a little bit more pressure on themselves, you know, trick the fans a little bit and pull that quick 180 and come right back at them.
Equalizer, and yet again another buy coming out of the side of Duelist Flexors. They're not really interested in giving much room to the Eclectic squad, and for good measure, as they're going to be contesting this B. It looks like getting aggressive onto main, but that Astra utility, man, so strong as it denies any kind of entry. James gets the one case to trade it off. Now Destiny is dashed right on into the control box here, getting swung on, and Shisui goes big but has no support from the likes of J Park as it was smoked off. So that swing, not really the smartest thing in the books, as it's now pushed it to a 3v2 scenario. They're trying to clear pizza and onto market, and it's not good enough as Jay sends one packing, brings it to a 2 versus 2 scenario.
2 versus 2, and I feel like that round, Duelist Flexors should have just waited a little bit more for their teammates before fully committing to that retake. As right now, I mean, luckily they're able to even back down the situation. Both players for Eclectic are towards Boathouse.
Player standing.
And Virginia able to get that first pick, puts them in a good position to secure this round and regain that lead, but I was hoping J Park had something to say about it.
The doubled up back sight was the play, and it was a good one at that. Sticking together in a clutch scenario, watching both ends of the spectrum was good. That was a tight angle. Jay did have the charge available for the dismiss or the devour, but never got the chance to use it, as the overheal also faded about 3 seconds before that frag came to be. So 8-7 your scoreline, and yet again, to no surprise, Duelist Flexor is just going to go all out, man. Take the op. Sufu at 15-11 is looking to make some sort of impact here today.
They kind of have to. There's no real reason to save here, and I mean, yes, they have one player in their Astra completely broke with nothing but a frenzy, but as long as they play close-up ranges, they should be okay. But they really need to communicate as to how they're planning on retaking the sites, because that previous round, they were kind of doing their own individual play.
And this side backside's more or less completely clear, and yeah, Destiny already has a full grip on that one onto James. And the rotates are coming out every which way. You can see stars going down right away for the post plant. That's a great way to play the Astra. As Sufu with that op now, who invested so deeply, is going to have to make something happen. And this is it, my friend. Eclectic, with that buy and that disparity, they are able to win another round. So I commend them, man. Stick to your guns. You know you got to make an impact some way. And despite the broke buy, they come out on top there with that 9th round.
They come out with it, now winning 2 straight, and I mean, they put themselves in an excellent position here, because guess what? Duelist Flexors on an eco, but they do have shares, so I'd never want to count a team out when they have shares. But right now, it seems like Eclectic is playing very well, and they know when to play that range, and it's worked really well so far.
This is heating up now, Kevin, with the spike towards this top mid area and a bit of a lurk outside of B. We're going down to the land of defaults as Town doesn't get the dart off. The utility comes out. Whoa!
Oh,
nice
no.
shot. Soju literally had 2 blades of that hair showing and ended up being a pick off the board. Doesn't matter though, as the rest of Eclectic is doing the deed towards short and mid area now. And with the Nero theft popped here from the side of Eclectic, they have a full idea of exactly what's happening. As Sova, Astra, and Jet are fully revealed. Destiny lurking towards mid now. Big flank coming up from the behind wall, Jane.
Oh, does he know he's close? Tylo able to get him anyway, and that flash is just gonna delay. But James rocks, trading things out, and Destiny on that flank. So Electric, I mean, it was an expensive round for them, but hey, they're good for the economy. But right now, Duelist Flexor's gonna be able to buy up yet again.
We're just building this strong lead from the side of Eclectic at this point. They've built 3 in the momentum, and this is a critical round now for the side of Duelist Flexors. Full commitment on the guns. 2 ultimates though, and they're very strong ones at that. The Cosmic Divide and the Empress. We gotta see J Park pop off here with Sufu. We know Sufu can do it. He's got the pick potential early on, and if he gets aggressive at the right time, I foresee great picks. As I say that, Lear comes out to hopefully hinder the push, coupled with the Astra utility smoke active, but they're gonna go, it seems. They want a Cosmic Divide and push on through. The dart goes. Poor Soju getting spammed. He's looking everywhere for that dart. He has no idea what's going on.
Soju just completely troughed around, has no idea who to aim at, and oh my goodness, everything is just falling apart right now as Duelist Flexors gaining their advantage this round as Sufu able to take players left, right, and center. But now Virginia
One enemy
already
remaining.
worked his way up to
Spike
site.
down, defender spawn.
All left to town to be able to try to regain this bomb. And oh, the timing! And almost, I don't want to say, yeah, I don't want to say that he committed to that spray way too early,
But he did.
but
Town is a heck of a player, but I feel like he could really dial back on the spray just a hair. I mean, he's got great crosshair placement, very aggressive, and knows how to play his agent. Sometimes, like, that kill to me would have been a one and done turnaround, and he may have had a chance to contest sidewalk. Who knows? But it's good enough. Gonna pass over an 8th round to the side of Duelist Flexors. And oh boy, I see an Ares on the side of James Rocks. This is literally, like, I don't want to say desperation buying, but they're not leaving anything on the table here.
oh
Korean
no.
Jet, Korean Jet, not today.
Hey, he was able to get that one, but now look at Town gets another. So now, again, Eclectic put themselves in a good position with that man advantage. And realistically, they can just kind of hold and just wait for the entire team as they don't need to get aggressive. They have that man advantage. They just need to maybe cheat some rotations over on the side of Duelist Flexors and then just group up and hit a site.
You can see with the spike and a different area code, Jet's lurking for some sort of opportunity at A. They maybe want to pull rotates towards B and let Jet flex over on there, but oh my gosh, she's sweet. Just denies any bit of hope for Virginia. As we have now narrowed it down rather to a 3 versus 3. Hunter's Fury also available on the side of Eclectic. She Sweet gets another. And at this point, not a bad chance to lose it. It looks like Destiny's plan finally works out as they get onto A uncontested. Solo comes to join the party. Spike planted on the post. They got to work through 3 people though. But we know for a fact Duelist Flexors knows how to retake.
Nowhere to run!
And you see the issue there was they had a 2-player advantage, which now they turned it around to being in the disadvantage area. And I mean, Shisui absolutely popped off there, getting 4 kills. And the issue there was that Eclectic, after getting those 2 initial picks, they completely spread out and tried to work things one by one, which allowed for Duelist Flexors to claw their way back into this specific round. And just like that, I mean, they were able to take over.
Now looking at 10-9. Still, we have a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown available for the defensive side, which in itself is 2 good bits of kit to hold off the push. Can very easily slap that down endless and deny the likes of Eclectic on getting on a site, but it's gonna, you know, leave a lot of opportunity if not used correctly or used too prematurely. You can see the setup now from KJ up high on this B site. And I like it. KJ on B is a good play. That sidewalk hold, main hold, everything works out really well. We'll see if he gets a chance to make an impact here in this matchup, as they are unfortunately not even there. Going to A, dashing in, follow Destiny. Oh, wow.
Spike down A.
Right when you think, you know, oh, the KJ has finally moved their way to B, and might be able to make an impact with util.
Enemy remaining.
You have Eclectic that just made up their mind. You know what? We're just gonna all 5 take A site, and we're not gonna look back.
Now Soju from heaven against 2, very doable. 1 in generator, 1 down below. Crosshair in the right vicinity. X-ray off. That's the way to do it. They hear him drop, so they know for a fact he's down below, and that's it. Really good job. I'll commend them, though. They committed to the swing together, and in the end, Soju can't look 2 ways at the same time. 11-9 now, your score.
How many times have we seen the score 11-9 today? I feel like every single match has been a point where it was 11-9. Every single one.
It's a good thing, man. I mean, you look at it between these 2 teams and all the matches here tonight, they've all been tight and juicy and really good players all across the board, as we now witness Sufu sitting on the 21 frag with Town as well. And this is where it gets sticky, my friend, as the likes of Duelist Flexors are yet again. What does it feel like they always have no money? I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, but I mean, Eclectic again grouping up towards A, 3 towards long right now, and 2 coming off short. Virginia catches Tufu sleeping, and now they're gonna wrap that site. James able to get 1 Ares kill, but Tylo with that instant trade, and Virginia to follow behind, and just like that, Eclectic taking complete control of site. And I mean, they didn't really even need to plant bomb there.
No, planting bomb is not what's in 2021. Not the style, my friend. Match point, though, however, is the play after a mega push in the first half, and with 2 sequential now, Eclectic is wafting victory, and I think they're going to be able to go out in style for the most part. Buys across the board, the gun round to end it all here in front of us today.
I don't know, do you think this is it, or do you think an overtime is actually possible here? I know back in the day when we used to cast together, we get overtimes all the time, so I don't know, has that changed?
No, I don't think so. It's overtime or bust, my friend. I have full faith here in what's happening. Oh, Destiny! Looking, searching, yes! Connection! Onto poor Soju, who got overwhelmed by the shock dart and now gets darted in the forehead. Town gets 1 as well, and they have full control of B and gonna get this down more or less uncontested with the Cosmic Divide. J Park, though, has 1. There's still a Hunter's Fury available on the side of Duelist Flexors. They gotta use it, man. The dart goes in, and that was to set them up for that bit of kit, and I think they're gonna get away mostly unscathed, except Destiny takes a good whacking down to 30 hit points.
I think this might be it, Strive. Eclectic, they have full control of site. Town lurking towards B main still. Does get heard and gonna be called out, but I don't think they have the time to really sit back and wait for Town to repeak, as now all down to 1, I believe, as we are having a little bit of technical difficulties. I'm not sure what's going on, but I think it's it, Strive. I think that's it.
1 enemy remaining.
Might be. And it is.
It is. It is. I think I saw a little glimpse. Town getting the last kill onto James Rocks. And they're going to go ahead and win this game 13-9. And let's just jump into some of the highlights that we saw. Sufu popped off this round despite being low health. I mean, I think that dash was not what Destiny was looking to do there as well.
Likewise, you can see Town here, who was topping very well on the scoreboard, did a fair amount of damage here, goes for the committed spray, gets the 1, and unfortunately that second gets shanked. This is where Tylo was kind of pinned in wine, survived the shock darts aplenty, and the retake, which was looking really good. They made a marvelous bit of an impact here as they went for the 1-2 left jab. And all things said and done, this entire matchup was just really good rally. Eclectic looked so strong in the beginning, and it just took some time for them to build some steam getting into the second half. It was tough, though, for Duelist Flexors there, Kevin. I think they had a lot more opportunity when it came to finances. They could have managed it a bit better, had some more buy rounds, because to me, it felt like they were constantly saving.
Yeah, they were either saving or they weren't really on the same page when they were buying. So it's hard to say what was going on. But there were rounds where we saw half them were buying, even though they shouldn't have, and they put themselves in a position where they couldn't really buy the next round either. And it was kind of like a 2-3 mix throughout the entire match, especially on that second half there. But had they have managed their economy a little bit better, like you said, I think they would have had a better chance and opportunity to kind of somehow string along a couple of rounds. But I mean, it just didn't work out.
No, it didn't line up. It was a close match at that. I mean, 13-9. I was really rooting for the overtime, but we didn't get it here, Kevin. Nonetheless, I want to commend both these teams again. Thank you so much for showing up week on, week out, and for competing here in these Pit of Valor's weekly event, guys, per the norm. You know the drill, $50. We take it all the way BO1 to BO3 on the finals. And we invite everyone here, and to our fellow viewers that are watching us and have been a part of the GLG family, thank you so much for supporting us. It means the world. And I think for us here this week has been one of the biggest viewerships that we've had in a Wednesday Pit of Valor. So it's a nice sight, and it's an absolute pleasure for Kevin and I to be here with you. On that note, let's send these beautiful people off to a snappy break. We got another BO1 coming, followed up by the BO3 Grands. So this is semis here, guys, coming up next. If you're loving these matches, you can sure as heck bet the next one is going to be absolutely delicious. So don't go too far. Stay tuned. Back to you momentarily. All right, guys, welcome back. We are live yet again as I am blinking through an absolute different dimension. Hold on, I got to take my glasses off. The screen is not loving this today. We're going to be going live. This is going to be your semis, and as you guys can see down below, going to be eclectic. We're going to follow them through, and they are going against a familiar face here on GLG Pit of Valor's Nightblood Gaming for your semis. So going to be a juicy matchup, and looks like, Kevin, the map gods have said Ascent is the play one more time.
It's my fault. It's my fault, Strive. I mean, we talked about it earlier that we just simply don't get Ascendant anymore, and 2 in a row. I mean, you could blame me for this one. I'll take it.
There's no blame. There's no blame. It's all, you know, we're all one family here. We make it through these maps one way or another. Getting down to the semis, though, I'm looking forward to this matchup. Going to be lovely as can be as we slap that agent select endless. These desks are getting shorter and shorter. The games are getting juicier and juicier on these Wednesday matchups as the selections coming out every which way. Familiar sights, though, for the side of Eclectic. We see Town going back on his Cypher. Virginia going to stick or change it up, actually go on to the Astra case, back to the comfortable Sova. Tylo did a marvelous job on that Sky in the previous matchup, and if Destiny goes Jet, we're going to see a very mirror image of our previous matchup on the opposing end of the spectrum. Nightblood Gaming, this is a familiar team for me, and they showed up big time, albeit some new faces. I see Demo, Coding, and Ahira here, which are new. Leo and Chris I've seen before, so we'll see what this new squad or this revamped squad can bring, as we also have Coach Nomad up in here right now.
And if you notice, I mean, the 3 new players have completely different team tags. So I'm assuming they have their own little bit of chemistry and maybe they just kind of merge together for this tournament or possibly for good. And I mean, they are going up against a team Eclectic where we've seen the last game come out stronger. But will it be enough being the same map? I don't know. I don't know what to expect.
Seems to be the common theme here this evening. Endless is not knowing what to expect, and that's a good thing, right? We get some juicy matchups, and we're always caught off guard, which makes these Wednesdays enjoyable for not only us but our lovely viewers here tonight. And we're still looking pretty healthy, guys. If you have not already, be sure to slap the exclamation mark commands in there, exclamation mark casters, and also spread some love in chat. Premium gas for the production team as always. And getting down into it, let's get to business on Ascent. I'm pumped up, ready to go. I'm hoping for a good one here tonight.
Eclectic, I believe, starting off on that defensive side, or no, on that attacker side this time. And I mean, they had a pretty good defensive side, but their attack was actually pretty darn good as well. So I'm wondering if Nightblood Gaming finished their match a little bit earlier and hopefully they got to catch a little bit of the match. But if they all finished around the same time, I mean, they're both going into this relatively fresh.
We see the setup now coming up from the attackers, getting posted up outside of A. No real B presence. That Cypher, though, going to be really good to block off flanks and everything in between once they do choose to aggress, as Chris gets tagged and he gets rid of the Owl drone. So call it even, as they're going to be pinching right onto short there, but there is KJ Utility. That's going to put a bit of a pickle into this push. Now Codeine gets the one case, trades it out. Ahira, well-placed one tap. He is going to shake and bake behind the boxes in sight, and he's getting dashed on. Going to be troubling to survive here.
Oh, Destiny ready for a hero as he was just stuck behind those double boxes. Nowhere left to go. As now Demo getting healed up from his teammate, and that is why a Sky can change the round just based off of the heal. And still, Nightblood Gaming find themselves with 2 players against 3 of Eclectic, in which bomb is planted, and they're just gonna hold passive and just wait for the aggression.
Take it easy, no reason to panic just yet. Now is Demo looking from up top. Tylo, though, going to contest it momentarily. They're holding on backside. Demo, last man. Oh! Gets the 1-2. Quick left, right, but Virginia trades it. So, you know, Demo's lurk ended up working out in some shape or form, albeit it wasn't enough to bring home the clutch.
I'm not sure. I really wanted to see the point of view there from Demo. I don't know if they lined up or if it was a flick, but hey, he got it done. 2 kills, but unfortunately 2 was not enough. And Eclectic continuing that trend, winning the first round here. Let's see if Nightblood Gaming has a response. I mean, they are on that eco. Demo looking to buy a Marshall though, so let's see what kind of damage he can do.
The dog comes out. Chris just patiently sits in the corner. Doesn't get spotted out whatsoever now, and we're gonna see how Chris excels here on the site. He's quite aggressive early on, you know, likes to get his peek on, and you can see he dashes away and whoa, dude, talk about big cojones peaks there, but doesn't matter unfortunately, as Tylo and Case have the bigger weapons to back it up, and the aggressive rail on the side take out 2. Oh, town going to town. I had to do it, man.
Oh, the timing that Town has this round is just phenomenal. As he left mid, and right when he was trying to get up onto short, he took a quick glance back on Tiles, spotted him, and then that flash. I mean, he was able to peek right in time before it bloomed, and 2 free kills there for Town.
And with that, we're going to be changing our pace over. The focus now onto that B site. See what they can make of this situation. Cypher might be lurking Tiles by the looks of it. This Town is just kind of getting situated. Posting up, and we're going to see what they can make of this round here. Getting aggressive on B. Chris, though, now has switched his sights over here as well, so he seems to follow the action quite well.
Oh, the flash is coming in. Case getting 2. Make that 3 with a Spectre. And oh no. Eclectic looking to just run away, as this is Nightblood Gaming's buy round. Down to a 1 versus 4. Codeine has that Vandal in hand. but I don't know. This is looking very, very grim, as it doesn't look like there's any opportunity for him to really open up the round. And does he go for the fight here to get some more guns down? I think so, because Eclectic have full guns on 4 of their players.
Big ups to them. Eclectic looking very strong initially, coming out the gate swinging, and now this is the chance at a further gap development with big guns to boot. Nightblood Game. So wow, Nightblood Gaming giving me some odd vibes as they're going to go ahead with the sheriff buy, being this far down and with this little money. I'd much rather them just save. As you can see, Demo sitting on a classic, now buying that sheriff, and meanwhile Marshall on the hands of a hero. We'll see what these guys can do with these guns.
I really hope that they try to do something together, because Eclectic can really just 5-man a sight, but it looks as if they're just going to play a default, see if there's any random aggression coming from the side of Nightblood Gaming. And look at this, Chris trying to lurk up towards mid, does get flashed, so they do know there is some mid presence, but do they know how close?
Talon just trying to do his best to hold off this barrage now at door. They have a lot of information. Leo gonna break that wire and the door to back it up now. Meanwhile, Talon and gang have collapsed onto B. CT's looking like the focus play for the side of NBG. Question remains, can they retake against 5? As Case is having a bit of a midlife crisis determining where to plant that spike. Gets it down in the end, and now with the dart to back it up. See how much that reveals as trades coming out every which way. Codeine 1, Destiny with the 2 combo there, Leo as well. So these sheriffs looking very strong so far, but not if Tylo has a thing or two to say about that. Kevin leaves it to just Ahira now with a Marshall against 3.
Tylo is hungry for those kills, and 4-0. It was looking good for Nightblood Gaming at a point where they got 2 picks, and to be honest, it looked like they got more than that. But Eclectic only losing 2 members there, and look at their economy. 2 members that are gonna be maxing after this round at sitting at 8,500 and 8,400. Meanwhile, Nightblood Gaming, if they lose this round, they're gonna be on another save.
At this point, Eclectic is looking really strong, but if Ascent has anything to tell us, Kevin, we often see a really good rally as these progress and the teams start to adapt to each other's playstyles. The Cosmic Divide comes and goes ahead for the pizza slice split down the middle of the map in the angular variety. Oh, he goes in big onto sidewalk, misses the dart, but with 1 HP is able to connect onto Ahira. In a rapid succession of frags, NBG just has 2 members.
Spike planted.
Chris getting completely sought out, but is able to still back up and get some market control. But Town is there ready for him, and that is up, down, and Nightblood Gaming not looking good whatsoever. But Demo coming in with 2 huge picks, puts it down to 1 versus 2, almost a 1 versus 1, but unable to connect as Virginia is gonna swing on that commit.
5-0 your scoreline, and as we keep on pushing ahead, this has managed to build out some ultimates too, Kevin, so we'll keep our eyes peeled to see how MBG utilizes these in this upcoming round if possible. However, Eclectic for the post, they have that Hunter's Fury available too. Cypher and Neural Theft is also on the board, so a pick and roll for him would be pivotal to reveal where they're rotating from. Nonetheless, all things said and done, Eclectic are just excelling really well. They're grouped up as a bunch and they just commit and go for it.
You can see right now again, Nightblood Gaming on yet another save, being already down 5-0. And you have Demo there, trying to peek long, trying to get aggressive, but unable to connect to any kills. But they do hear the presence towards A. Do they expect Chris up in sight? Virginia does, holds that side, but even trades throughout the round so far, as Demo has fully backed off of sight, and they're just gonna wait to retake it.
Tylo going for the plan, and this is the Hunter's Fury we wanted to see is out and about. It is prowling for a frag, and it comes out and doesn't connect. So a little bit short, albeit it did get the Jet down to about half hit points, but as per usual, Sky is there to give everybody a hug. And with the lockdown there, it's a fast ejecto button as they get away with a second and a half to spare. Question is, are they going to recontest after that? And I think they are loving the idea and are going to group up at long once again.
Now Demo has that opportunity with a Vandal in hand. Codeine, not so fortunate. Still on that Sheriff, but they've completely backed out of A and they've just given it up. So right now, it's back to the same 3v3 retake.
Time in, time out. This is what we like to see. And with the lack of big weaponry to back it up, going to be a tough one here for the side of NBG as they're grouped up heavily towards Tree. The turret gets eliminated from the side of Destiny. And oh boy, Cosmic Divide yet again. That's going to really limit what can occur here in this. The concuss comes out. Virginia gets the one and leaves it down to just 2 more members of NBG. And they're just going to fall short here, it seems, as they don't have the firepower to back it up. Codeine, maybe grab a gun and save, or is he not interested? Not interested, gets the one on Generator. Destiny in the hot seat. Not a lot of time to spare. Shake and a bake. Is it enough?
Their first round.
Oh man, Codeine definitely knows how to use that watch of his and plays the time so well and really commits to what I thought was looking to be a very difficult round considering how they were posted up at Hell and Generator.
Yeah, everything looked to be on Eclectic's side, but somehow Nightblood Gaming able to turn that situation in their favor. And hey, Codeine clutching things up, puts the first round on the board there. Hopefully, tides have turned, and this becomes a closer matchup.
Hopefully, it's the beginning of rapid succession of rounds for the side of NBG. We take it slow this round. We kind of dial down the tempo a bit and see what we can make of it. Watching Demo now, he's in the hot seat, and very quickly that Astra utility does a marvelous job at denying entry, but it looks like Destiny doesn't give 2 hoots and a half as he dashes right on through. Gonna tap the door as well, so Demo is just huddling in the corner, just holding on for dear life as he's gonna give up sight completely now. And with the spike down, Eclectic have no issue getting on site, it seems, and with these picks coming out from Tylo in town, it's just looking superb so far.
That's a huge lurk there from Town, able to get one. And that disrupts that retake from Nightblood Gaming as they lose their player on short. And now Codeine finally able to get Virginia, but now it's down to a 2 versus 3 still. Eclectic making that a 1 versus 3. All left down to Codeine. Can he do it again? No, that flash is just a little bit too strong as Tylo gonna go ahead and peek with it yet again.
This is a familiar sight, round in, round out. It seems as Eclectic are just on an absolute stomp spree with no real end in sight. And this unfortunate scenario has left into a big financial disparity for the side of NBG. You can see Leo and Chris are just hemorrhaging. They're going to be holding steady to the best of their ability. Codeine interested in buying up. So at this point, I don't really know what the play is going to be. Maybe NBG needs to get a bit more aggressive here in the beginning, Kevin, and try and get a peek off, an early pick, and fall off, maybe on A and B, respectfully.
I don't know what the play is. I just feel like they're just losing everyone before they even have an opportunity to retake, right? And I feel like they're not really aggressing together on those eco rounds. As you can see, look at Demo. He's peeking by himself with no opportunity for a trade as Chris finally gets that pick. But now the entirety of A-side is again given up for Eclectic. But here you have Leo peeking with his flash and then some, and Nightblood Gaming, they find themselves in a good position this time around. They have that man advantage. Can they keep it up? Chris coming in with that burst fire onto Destiny, and Eclectic down to 2 players left.
Opportunity on the table here for the side of NBG. However, don't shake your tail feather at the likes of Town. With the guns in hand, anything is possible as Ahira getting aggressive now, gets the one off on the Marshall. He's down to 49 hit points. And they're just shaking and baking every which way to survive, and at least Town's position is revealed, so he's going to get pinched off most likely. If they can get a gun off his back, that would be amazing.
Player standing.
I mean, they knew exactly where he was. Ahira able to get that, and Virginia, I don't know the play here, but I think he's just going to try and get as many kills as possible, as no one is expecting him to be there. But Codeine, unfortunate luck of timing, and Codeine luckily able to realize the fact that he wasn't playing in sight. It's a good choice to hold that spawn.
We pick up our second, so NBG late blooming, but they're holding on to the best of their ability. And at this point, I'm liking what I'm seeing from the side of NBG. That opening pick was pivotal, right? Very quickly, they open up some space for themselves, a little bit more breathing room, and in what appeared to be rapid succession, they gain a good amount of momentum, and we'll see if they can continue that type of play style. It seems at the opposing end of the spectrum, though, Eclectic is very one-dimensional, Kevin. They're just kind of like A or B, and that's about it, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's been working, right? They're fully committed to a site. They realize right now that Nightblood Gaming, they're not really playing together on these sites. They're kind of playing by themselves. As you can see, Codeine again stuck in hell. This time gets tagged by that Hunter's Fury and gets taken out in case. Gets that opening pick. And Chris is now taken out as well. And look at Demo coming in through the smoke. Now, could that have been a different situation if they all peeked together? Definitely, but I think they made the best of it.
Did, and Demo went in with the big boy pants for sure, swinging fearlessly coming out of that tree room. That 1 and 2 itself might be, I'd say, the key determining factor for how this round pounds out. Now, with the Owl Drone coming in, tagging off Silva in the back, he's going to get away to the back of sight, but those boxes are spammable, and they pinch him coming out of Generator. Now, Virginia, though, on the opposing end of the spectrum, taps it, and a hero, a clutch, and a well-placed headshot there with that Vandal.
They're coming back, Stry. They're coming back.
Slowly and surely, my friend.
I don't know what you're predicting in terms of the outcome, but I'm predicting an 11-9 score line at some point.
I knew it. I was like, immediately,
no
11-9.
There has to be an 11-9 in this game, right? Like, I just don't see a game that doesn't have it.
It ain't a Pit of Valor Wednesday, especially this Wednesday with Endless and Strive that don't got an 11-9 on the board, and maybe we'll get it, maybe we won't. If we do, I'm definitely buying 7 lottery tickets as we get into round number 10 of this matchup. Kevin, very few left to pick up here, but NBG, like you said, picking up momentum, and the Cosmic Divide yet again active. We're seeing a lot of that this matchup, which is a great sight to see. Getting up high is Jet tagging and taking down Sky. Or rather, I apologize, Sky also getting lit up. Virginia picking an early frag, and this Cosmic Divide is giving Chris a very comfortable place to hang out, and he gets the one and done as Case trades it out.
Wow, Athira still able to get that pick with, I think, 50 health to his name. Stays alive as Codeine there to back him up as well, and it's all left down to Tylo in a 1 versus 3, and it's not looking likely. He's got 44 health and a dream, and they still got a lot of utility apparently, so they do know one is towards that market. That recon's gonna come out, but I feel like Tylo is gonna be stuck here.
Tylo just sitting on sidewalk, a leisurely stroll up and down all 3 feet of that area for opportunity. If he drops though, he's gonna make a noise. And, oh boy. This is going to be a TikTok moment where you land on the guy's head. I feel it in my bones.
I don't know if he's going to clear right under him, but...
Oh! No!
Oh, no. See, that... Had he have cleared that, that became a very winnable situation, because he knows the other is stuck boathouse. And he knows one was market, so he knew exactly where he was, but where everyone was, except for that third person, and unfortunately doesn't clear it.
Tough, and that's a very slippery spot to be camping out in, and nonetheless, it's going to bring another round to the board here. We're sitting on that crispy 4, Kevin.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to tie things up, and we're going to see a 6-6 half, and then we're going to see an 11-9 at some point, you know?
Maybe we will, man. Maybe we will, and we're hoping for it, because that's going to mean it's going to be a tight match regardless of how we get to that point in our journey. Lots of stars going down on A site. That mini-map looking like a checkerboard of utility as Demo opens it up with a nice pick, and that's a response actually, bringing the score or the board to a 4 versus 4. Tylo with another in the opposing end of this map, and with Virginia's help, looks like Eclectic are kind of fed up with the rally that Nightblood Gaming has put forth so far.
You know what, Strive? I mean, it's been, what, 4 months, right, since we casted together?
Yep.
And you know what we're missing in tonight's cast?
What?
The fact that Eclectic now is just trying to build that commanding lead, you know?
Oh no. I knew it was coming, man. And they're doing a great job. Commanding it is they're sitting at that 6-4. It had to be done. It wouldn't be a stream complete without it being thrown out. And listen, we look at this back and forth joust every which way. Codeine now just headshot angle. Nothing but headshot angle. If Virginia has a thing or two to say about it, and we get the nice butterfly knife spin to bring us home. And you hear the announcer. Last round in this half here. The opportunity for the 8-4 or the 7-5 on the table. Regardless, man, it's been a great matchup. And MBG, despite the rally early on, really stepped up to the plate here tonight.
I mean, they've done an excellent job. Almost 4 rounds in a row with a 1 round discrepancy, and unfortunately, they were able to kind of break that trend, and now 7-4, potential 8-4 half. I feel like Nightblood Gaming really needs this round because the offensive side is not going to be easy for them.
Look how quickly this tempo slowed down. And alas, NBG after, Eclectic after all these rounds has decided to kind of spread out for one. So they're going to use those ultimates nice and early. Nothing wrong with that. Better than holding it and getting slapped as a hero. My goodness. Despite repositioning, he is on fleek with that crosshair placement. I commend that. No lack of concentration whatsoever, even though all he's doing is really changing positions. A good pick to open it up. And this is NBG yet again, the driving seat. 3 ultimates too. Chris!
Oh, Chris. I don't know if that was the play. I get the point. They reconned it in hopes to draw the attention there, but Virginia was already up close and was able to hide and just focus on that B main peak and caught Chris off guard. And now it's back to a 4 versus 4 situation. And Virginia is going to go ahead and just post up here. And they're going to start executing towards this B site.
30 seconds left.
Go for it. Onto site we go, right across sidewalk here. Destiny with the run and gun onto a hero. Opens up a nice pick there. And yet again, another Cosmic Divide. Clearly they know where they're stacking their marbles, as it's opening lots of opportunity there. And they're going to hold steady and see what they can make of this round in a 4v3 scenario coming out of market. Going stairs, not an option here. Sidewalk, you peek it, you get slapped. Because, surprise, there's 2 guys looking dead nuts at the forehead. And with the lockdown now, that's an assemble potentially, but they're going to swing onto Cody, and they know exactly where he is. Why? And Kevin, in a great first half so far, Eclectic end up 8-4.
See, the thing about that round was they had the lockdown ready, right? Had they not have gotten picked off right before on just even trying to get into sight, that would have potentially worked because, I mean, they're stuck in sight. They were forced to run out. But using the lockdown, I know it's the last round, but using it and being the last person standing, the animation for one takes a while. And then it gives up your absolute, I guess, location, right? So I don't know if that was the best choice in time, but I get it. It's the last round.
Yeah, I mean, can't criticize it too much, and you got to shake it off and move on. But we get ahead into the second half here. We got our 8-4, Kevin, and we're just that much closer to that 11-9 as well, as the tides have changed. But yet again, the strats are looking pretty darn similar, as the post up outside of A seems to be the play for the attackers now. NBG in the driving seat here. We'll see what they do. They're smart enough not to peek the one way, so I commend them for that, as a second star activates with the smoke and gets picked up. However, there's one at wine. They got to make sure they clear that correctly, or they're going to pay the price.
Oh, that flash is huge. But Destiny unable to capitalize with the classic in hand, as Demo just completely opening up sight. 2 picks back to back. And Eclectic force on the retake here.
Spike goes down onto this site, and they're just looking for something. And at this point, Town manages to connect onto one. Case gets it, and that bit of utility there coming out of KJ spots some members. Town and Town with Virginia is a great duo as they come out on top, man. 9-4.
I don't know if the lead is commanding yet, Strive, but it's certainly shaping up to get bigger and bigger, as now they win that pistol. They're on that bonus. And Nightblood Gaming has no choice but to really save. I mean, they can buy and force here, but it's not recommended. I feel like if they save here, they still have an opportunity to somehow claw back.
If you're a YOLOer like me, you're going to buy anyways, because that's just what I do. But if you're sitting in this scenario with a big round deficit, like you said, it's definitely not the play. So I'm grateful to see that there's no buys coming out. They're going to mostly full save, as Demo, the only way to pick up a Sheriff. So he's got a bit of a plan, I hope, to get some picks with that. And they're going to take it steady. See what kind of opportunity they can get as the default one-way goes out on A. Tylo and team are holding on that. Meanwhile, the spike is kind of migrating up short slowly here. Because we're just waiting for something to happen and an opening pick with these pistols.
Oh, they tried to shock dart there, and look at this aggression towards short. That flash is going to come into play. Do they clear their close left? As they are so close to each other, Chris does spot it, gets that pick, and Codeine gets one as well. And now they have a two-person advantage. And they just need to group up and take something together.
Yeah, that's definitely the play here. As oh no, see this is where it falls apart. If you're not, yeah.
Okay.
You have the tempo. Wait a minute though. Hold on a sec. Let's see what they can do, Kevin. Tylo now spots one, mouse one connection. What?
No.
What was the hero looking at?
I think he thought he was tiles or pushed out B, and I think that there was just not enough time for that. For the communication aspect for Codeine to really or call it in that sense, and man, that's just absolutely unfortunate.
10-4 your scoreline now, Kevin, and we're gonna see now the side of NBG buying up weaponry after saving the last 2 rounds. Eclectic, rightfully so, despite being able to upgrade to some sort of light weaponry, not really keen on doing it. That's a good choice. They have a good 6-round gap to deal with as we're setting up again for what is going to be the attempt for Nightblood Gaming to get back into this matchup.
Last round was made quite expensive from Nightblood Gaming, bringing it down to a 1 versus 2. And Eclectic not really in the position to buy here, as if they do lose and they buy, they cannot purchase the next round. And it would have been just for the sake of buying light guns. And Chris gonna work his way up, gets Destiny, opens up a pick onto that A site, does get flashed, however. So they're gonna go ahead, delay. They have that opening pick, but do they expect 2 already aggressed long?
Don't know at this point because everything's very just stale. Chris though, cleaning up heads today. Demo.
Oh, Demo,
watch for
timing.
Demo. Watch for Demo. As he's got pizza on lock, and I love that Astra voice line. Just a giggle to really show that, yeah, you don't mess with me. Not today. I got full control of market, and the team is here to back me up, and they're gonna address this B site full steam ahead. Demo, love the support flash, turning his back, and he doesn't spot much of anything here. But that just goes to show you, looks like NBG is united at last, and they're utilizing each other's kit as well.
Yeah, that was a very, very good lurk from Demo at getting that 1 pick towards spawn. It really opened up for them to fall towards that market and wrap B site. And now it's all left down to Virginia in a 1 versus 3, trying to deal as much damage and or potentially actually just save the gun here. But it seems as if they're going to go for it, try to make this expensive for the side of Nightblood Gaming, as they did full buy this round. Virginia's just going to try to hold for an exit potentially. And I think he's gonna do quite well with that.
Cody comes to the swing. Yeah, tough for Virginia. I mean, that's 3 people to work through, and almost 3 too many, it seems.
Yeah, if it was a situation where maybe he was closer to spawn and not having to watch 2 angles, then he could have played the time, allowed them all to die to bomb, but because he had to get aggressive and he was open to 2 angles, he needed to get aggressive there. So unfortunately, doesn't capitalize there, and Nightblood Gaming gonna string around their 5th round. And here comes a buy round for both sides.
Dart comes out. Shock dart 1. Do we get a number 2? It goes long, and unfortunately both miss here as B main control is up for grabs at this point, given that bit of utility not showing much of anything. Meanwhile, the rest of the team spread out nicely towards Tree Room. Chris has done a really good job, and he does it again, connecting onto counterpart Jet Destiny, but that comes after Demo getting clapped. Now he's got to deal with Sky. He's in a good corner, and he's watching steadily onto Tree. And we'll see if he can get a turns away at the most unopportune moment. Kevin! Just an extra 3 seconds, we'd have had a whole different storyline in front of us.
And I get that they were delaying towards B. I mean, they had their bomb towards that B side originally, but with that Killjoy turret, you gotta understand that gives away some sound cues. So you're not gonna catch them completely off guard because they know that turret is still active. And now, I mean, the lockdown has went towards B, and they're shifting their attention towards A, but
I have the
no rotation was needed, as they still had the majority of their team towards that A site, and they're going to capitalize. 11-5, Eclectic win their gun round.
Yeah, I think that lockdown was really just to sell the fake there, Endless, and it didn't do much of that at all. I think just the amount of presence they had, the amount of noise they made, and given the timing between the sound cues and the ultimate going off, they knew very well that there ain't no chance that nobody rotated that quickly.
Well, on top of that, I mean, they lost multiple players towards that A site right off the bat. So in order for a strat like that to work, they can't be giving up information on both sites and keeping the defensive side kind of honest, because they're not going to over-rotate. They know they're still there.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct with that, as Town getting pulled in there. But no one really chooses to contest much of anything at this point. You can just see the dominance and confidence though from Eclectic. They're really unified as one, playing together, and I think part of that lends itself to just how many rounds of a gap they've built up as a team.
You can see right now Case playing towards Pizza, does hear one up close, does get Chris, who had the Blade Storm active, and look at Destiny already on that flank. And now Nightblood Gaming completely stranded and stuck outside that B site. Demo does get a huge dink onto Tylo, takes advantage of that right away, and now they know exactly where they are.
Town pops it. Is he going to swing off of it? And he truly does, my friend. Just dancing around with that wall, and he gets Codeine, and this is going to take us onwards and upwards, Kevin, to match point for the side of Eclectic. After a really good rally and strong push, even from the first half, they're looking healthy to close it out here as, oh boy, we hit the timeout.
I'm not sure if this is a little bit too late of a timeout, being, you know, up against match point here. But hey, it's never too late. If you're still in the game, you're still in the game. Anything can still happen.
User, and we take a moment here to talk about MBG and what it's going to take for them to close it out. Honestly speaking, they just have had a very hard time getting any kind of traction. Eclectic really is just sharp on their shots, and they're unified as a squad. And I'll say that the biggest factor for me tends to be Town, right? On that Cypher, not only is he playing that intel position, but even Chris too. I mean, everything has just been a great back and forth from both of these teams, and it's creating opportunity. It just seems that Eclectic is always one step ahead of the game.
I think they're just more unified as a team. They're going in for those trades, and Nightblood Gaming, they're getting some good picks early on, but they end up falling without trades later on, and it's kind of like giving up that advantage that they worked so hard to get. Yeah. So right now, I mean, NBG is seeming like NBD for Eclectic.
Jeez. 7 seconds on your timer. Do or die scenario here for the side of Nightblood Gaming, and they're going to go ahead and try and do with weapons, it seems. Hunter's Fury right off the rip, though. Going to send it away with Case. Getting nothing out of it, so maybe a drone would have been a better choice to combo that with, and no, with the ultimate, that's going to reveal a lot of opportunity and give Destiny a bit of room to breathe, and choosing to not aggress. So I'm grateful to see that Destiny decides to back away, but now has an opportunity to recontest again. The Astra, though, is just patiently waiting to the left of Destiny.
Oh, no. That is not what you want to see as Virginia gets three.
Spike down mid.
Three.
Absolutely ballistic, man. Uncontested, it seems. That first off pick just so troubling. Case gets the one. And unfortunately, I don't see a lot of success coming from this, and it is definitely not going to happen here tonight, guys. Eclectic are going to proceed ahead. They are your winners to go to the grand finals here tonight on your Wednesday Pit of Valor. So we get your lovely set of replays to highlight some of our beautiful rounds of this matchup.
And man, this game started off a landslide. In the middle, it kind of came back to somewhat come a little bit closer. I think it was 8-4 half, but ultimately Eclectic is just the better team tonight.
Yeah, you can see just it was a great battle back and forth, and early on in that first half, things were looking very promising for the side of NBG. They were able to get back and look at what appeared to be some momentum and a chance at victory. They get shut out Looking at these highlights, yeah, it's nice to go back and reminisce on some of these rounds. And I'll say, all things said and done, Eclectic, just superb unity, good use of kit, and their composition too lends itself really well to their play style. And I'll say Town on that Cypher too, time in, time out, has been one of the most critical people to watch in these matchups. And I'm looking at the board here. Yeah, Town won 13 and 12 that game, middle of the board, but Virginia as well, 21 and 11, with Case bringing up 18 to 10. So call it an Astra diff, but I'm going to go ahead and call it the Eclectic diff.
Like I said, NBG,
No big
NBD.
deal.
I mean, Eclectic just came out, completely outclassed them tonight. And hey, kudos to them. They advanced to the grand finals. And I don't know who they're going to be facing yet, but it's going to be a best of 3. And I'm excited. Although we're not casting this one, I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, we get to kick back a little bit and appreciate the casting of our next lovely duo coming up. Familiar faces. I ain't going to spoil it. Y'all going to have to stick around if you're new to the stream or just tuning in. It's going to be a good one. And to our viewers that have been with us all throughout the evening, thank you so much. It means the absolute world. And be sure, guys, as always, to slap the socials and love for both the casters and production team at GL Gaming Lounges. And if you guys want to compete, Pit of Valor is a weekly tournament. It's free. Y'all can hop in and have a chance to compete for 50 and sometimes even $100 like next week when we get some awesome sponsors to back us up. And don't forget about that GLG Country Club membership, !GLGCC in chat if you want more details. I won't bore you with the spiel, but all things said and done, it's a good opportunity for you guys to get some awesome entry chances and early entry, and of course, entry for your team into some of these paid events that GLG is throwing week in, week out. So, Kevin, before I send us off and give us a chance to tuck in for the evening, anything you want to share?
Just happy to be back. I mean, this was an absolute blast tonight. Being able to cast matches alongside you again, it's been a long time coming. I'm excited. I'm happy.
Me too, man. As always, it is an absolute pleasure. And thank you so much to, yet again, our viewers and our lovely production team. So with that, guys, send you guys off to a quick break. There is still, like Kevin said, a BO3 to come with a new duo. So don't go too far. Please stick around. And if you haven't already, just send the stream to your mothers, brothers, uncles, sisters, everyone in between, your dog, your cat, your pet duck, whatever it may be. We want to see them all here for these grants. So don't go too far. Off to a quick break we go. Talk to you guys momentarily.
Starting to heat up a little bit here. Over the wall, and Bond gets 2. Make it 3-0. That's the opening you want.
Every single time they've gotten aggressive, they've caught one out. Are you kidding me? Lazy! He's got a 2-for-1 deal.
At this stage, we don't really have to worry about funds all that much because Dynamic has that Blade Storm. He doesn't need to worry about anything else. He's going to get a pick on Kermie because, I mean, he's built like that. Put crack in this dude's cereal. I mean, goodness gracious. It needs to be cracked. I mean, look at it. Oh my God! Look at it!
What? You can see Benevolence doesn't even get distracted by the Trailblazer. Connects on 3! Oh my goodness, Benevolence.
Don't pick it again. Okay.
Give him another.
Okay.
Give him another.
Oh no!
Baby, yes!
Is able to open up a flank angle, so that's forces Stealthy to take the heavy aggression to the forward angle. Is able to get forward. Can he find that ace? Giza is tagged very low. They know exactly where he is, so matter of time before Giza walks into it. Has no idea. Stealthy is tucked away into the corner. Peeks out for the ace and a big round for Recon 5.
I didn't expect that.
Hey there, welcome everybody back to the Pit of Valor here at the Grand Finals here with GLG Gaming. And guess what? Hey Vincent,
Yo, what's going on?
nice cock.
I
I was told that's all the build up to this shit. That's what this is all about. I know I don't usually do this, and that's what it was for. I was told to pass it on.
Okay, you successfully caught me off guard. I will give you that.
Thank God. Okay.
Yours and Ben's plan has been successful. But well, all I'm looking for is a successful grand finals here. A Pit of Valor 5-5. We got Hyperspace Dark coming in for it's got to be like the 17th time or something.
Yeah, basically.
Over the course of this entire Pit of Valor thing, we're Eclectic coming in maybe third or fourth time, but we are already going to be headed into Bind, which is our first map of this best of 3 series. Grand finals, of course, is the best of 3. We've been best of 1 all the way till this point. Why don't you take me through the character selections here, Mick?
I mean, with these character selections, there's really not too much to it. I mean, Hyperspace literally just came right off a hot run here on Hyperspace. Here, I wouldn't say too hot. They're definitely feeling warm, though, winning the match, but it was a close one at that. So, I mean, right here with Electric, though, I mean, they've just, regardless of what's been going on, I feel like this agent select they got going down on both sides, the Viper is going to be new. That's going to be something interesting coming into the mix here. It's going to be something we haven't exactly seen prior, but it's still going to be good enough across the board to really have that control, as we said, the double controller here for the side of Hyperspace. And it's going to be something that's really going to, I'm not going to say controlling because that's a little bit too predictable, but it's definitely going to throw a little bit of curveball in there if we can find themselves actually utilizing that to its fullest potential.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference being that Viper versus Town on the Cypher. You know, bind a map that I think Cypher's really good with, but that Viper can really provide so much value, particularly on the defense, to set you up. And because you're not playing solo Viper, you know, as the only controller, I actually think the offensive Viper is really strong here too, because you can use it as a really consistent faking tool. You know, set it up in one area or on both, you know, one side or another regularly, and make it so that it's hard to read whatever you're doing, and it kind of throws your opponents for a bit of a loop. But regardless, we are just about to get in here. It's going to be Eclectic on the defense and Hyperspace Dark to attack.
Yeah, and that alone, I mean, it's just a nice little run here for Hyperspace. I mean, we had me and the producer, or me and the owner actually had a little bit of a debate of who's actually going to go into this. I think Hyperspace, being here on this offense on the rip, could do them a lot of good, as long as they can find themselves a couple pick, a little bit of an ego to work off of, and I think it comes down to these first engagements going down with Laser Town, looking for the first shots, not able to nail them, but it looks like there will be some trades going on in the back, and Electric actually looking like a little slacking in the health pool.
Last player standing.
A little bit slacking, but you know who else is slacking? That's going to be Dilo, who's the sole survivor of this massacre over towards the A site. No retake potential really there. I mean, 34 HP, a frenzy, yeah, but that's a tough ask. By the way, interesting. I didn't know that the Town from Lazarus came through onto this squad. That's cool. I haven't seen the Eclectic team in a hot minute. So if you didn't know, Lazarus is was another team kind of having some good runs in the Sunday Showdown for a couple weeks there, but they I guess disbanded, and now Town joining up with the Eclectic squad. Could be part of the reason they're, you know, having this nice little run.
Yeah,
he's always been a solid player, so he only got one frag, and it's not enough to bring Eclectic over the edge. Not that round, not that time. I guess he's just not that guy.
Yeah, and that's totally all right. We've got plenty more rounds coming ahead of us. That was only the first one, and it's pistol, so I mean, we can't really expect too much, but Wavy may actually be able to pull off a double here, and Tyler is just absolutely ready with that shorty. Ray just absolutely go to Pound Town on the man, but I mean, Tyler with the follow-up, making sure to grab a weapon and make the most of it at the same time. There's just going to be some trades going on, a lot of influence towards this A site, and I think with only the 2v1 going down, Hyperspace having that man down right now, Jenny having to fight all by himself, and actually losing that gunfight to a Classic, oddly enough, is going to give Eclectic a great little, I got to say, answer here. Something we don't typically see for a round two where we get these forces.
Well, they didn't really force either. That's the crazy part. It was sort of a normal buy, and obviously we know how effective that shorty can be. Ultra close range. Tylo turns that into not just a 1 but 2 kills, and really disrupts the push. And that disruption allows for Eclectic to take a quick little flank and, well, win out the rest of the duels against players looking the wrong direction. So Hyperspace Dark, bit on the back foot there. Now, granted, they're going to be buying back in, but that purchase seems not to matter to Tylo, who's found an aggressive pick.
Yeah, and Tylo was a huge factor in that last round, grabbing that pick we saw with the shorty, going ahead and picking up that Spectre and just absolutely capitalizing on it. So I think right here, going ahead, grabbing this Phantom in hand, grabbing that quick little flick there towards the recon dart to just really shut down any kind of information. It's going to be huge carrying forward, because, I mean, you got to rely on the rest of these guys to really kind of come for this backup with the rotation. And the flank coming through, possibly ever from that B side, could be huge if done right. And you can at least grab Sadie with that health pool sitting at about, I'd say, 1 right now, if you're lucky.
Yeah, one health with an F right there, for sure. Though and trying to throw out the guiding light. Got another one just for a good measure, but ultimately it looks like B site might be where this push is headed, considering that Eggs is putting down some of this utility towards that position, breaking the tripwire, and now things are moving in that direction. Case is here as well as Virginia. Beautiful shot there by Eggs.
Right there, I mean, with the classic, making sure to find yourself at least one kill, that's more than what you could ask for, having that weapon in hand. And I think really Virginia's really where does this thing start going downhill for him, because Virginia capitalizing on Destiny's plays this round for the most part, getting that little double right there, just cleaning up house. Virginia, keep in mind in this last match, I'm sure everybody really saw, but just in case you didn't, Virginia went off. I mean, for an Astra player over there on Ascent, making sure to just really grab so many kills, to constantly be a threat across the map, just plays like that, being 4-1 right now, being that top frag here as we go into the 4th round, it's just having those controllers that are super intimidating and super scary. You never know what to do about them.
Well, here we go. Big round coming up at the moment. Hyperspace Dark, of course, it's big because if they lose it, they're back to the eco.
Yep.
The same could be said for Eclectic, though their money a bit better, so they're probably going to be okay regardless. This first gun round of the half, Seekers are the only ultimate available, and that's on the side of Eclectic. As we can see right now, it looks to be some B prodding. Not quite commitment, but prodding.
Yeah, and I feel like those Seekers are really going to be kind of sat on for the most part until you get to those post plants, because we can see right now, shots coming through, not exactly hitting anything just yet, but there is a lot of utility going towards this B side to try and grab at least one pick or some kind of engagement, some kind of sign to say, all right, let's go ahead and pull the trigger on the site, get that spike down, and get to this post plant where I really feel like those Seekers are going to shine. We just need some kind of cannon blast. We need some engagement, some trigger, and that may be it. Going ahead and getting that flash off. A little bit of bait going out here for the side of Eclectic to really sit there and say, all right, let's go ahead and hold it off.
Man, Eclectic, they are putting out everything.
Yeah.
And finally that duel happens. And it's a duel without the flash. It's Tylo to win it, despite the rotation. And all Destiny now on site has to
30
defend.
seconds left.
Oh, and it's not exactly the best attempt, knowing that right there, Eggs grabbing himself a great shot over towards the edge to make sure to get that spike down as well. It seems like the rest of the team is just being dissected over there towards CT, not able to find enough shots really across the board. And then with these Seekers coming out, everybody's going to be snitched on with only 3 players left. You're going to be knowing where everyone is as Eggs finds one, finds a second, with the 3rd being collected for the round, and could possibly close this out with a 4-piece if Town can really come out here on this edge and be unfortunate enough to run into his sights. And he does! Eggs with the 4-piece here on the 4th round to close it out and give Hyperspace the edge they needed to get into this tie game.
1-2, that'll do. Hyperspace Dark taking that 2nd round, making it look all but easy. As, well, honestly, I'm getting hungry for some breakfast food myself after that quad kill from Eggs. And with a start like that to the game, it certainly means that things are going to be popping later on. Another gun round forthcoming as Showstopper online for Hyperspace Dark, and look at this aggression. Pushing up here are Eclectic, but little do they know, that's opened up an entire area for the Hyperspace Dark squad to push into.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, Eclectic, you guys know that y'all are over here on defense, right? You're not trying to find your way to the other side of the site, but Sadie's going to find a couple bullets in the Destiny space there as he finds himself the first pick of the round. Himself a little bit of establishment and actually finding a second. We have that Sova playing the absolute just sentinel right now, even though the man's an initiator.
Cage trigger.
1 back, 1 forth. Still looking good for Hyperspace Dark as Hunter's Fury is procced and ready. Trying to dislodge the player over at Lamps, but that's not going to happen. Low HP for Town. Decay. Gonna tap that spike, but once again, so much utility.
So many utilities, so much kills coming through. Sadie actually finding that 3rd. allowing Hyperspace to find themselves a third collective round now. Coming back from that 2-1 deficit, they had that first round right on the board, but the Eclectic had themselves a great little retaliation, a great little answer. And right now, with the way they're set up in these buys with these guns, with this money, Eclectic looks like they're going to be sacking another one right now with these sheriffs. It's definitely doable, but it's going to be a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, and I want to go back for just a moment, you know, to the beginning of that round, because I did say that Eclectic's push over towards Showers really did open up things for Hyperspace Dark to get back into that site quickly. But the reality is that push wasn't a bad idea. It was actually really smart. It just, you know, didn't work out timing-wise as well as you would hope. So I don't want to misunderstand, because Eclectic made a good play. The timing just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, and I think that timing right there worked out for Wavy, just absolutely going by and waving himself towards the edge, saying, all right, this is our site now. It's, I mean, just look at Hyperspace, just absolutely wiping out. They're saying, FBI, open up. Open the doors, open the gates. We are racing in here and grabbing as much as possible, but Virginia's still alive, finding himself one. Trying to get closer to this site, but he's going to be matched by 3 more players and closed out by Mick Shack. Gotta say, I love the name there. You know, the Redhead Renegade Mick. I like the idea, brother. You do your thing.
There we go. You know, definitely no bias here whatsoever.
No, not at all.
Never. Yeah. With that said, here we are, Hyperspace Dark, now doubling the rounds that Eclectic have on the board. That said, it's quickly to be rectified potentially, as Eclectic now not only have the weaponry to utilize, but they do have an advantage regarding the ultimates. That Cosmic Divide is really tough to utilize so on the defense, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that is, well, going to be a little bit harder to contend with.
Yeah, and I think it really comes down to this contention over or towards the A site right now. Everybody's lingering in some sense, but you got to keep your eyes on that bomb. You got to look at that mini map there, and as it's now coming over towards the A site, that's going to be the call, because it seemed to be a little bit shaky at first. They have to pull the trigger on this very, very quickly. They have to find a way to wipe this out and get that bomb down, because with the 3 players, it seems as if that's the least favorable of the 2. You want to make sure to choose that site by some chance where it has less players, and right now, A being the option, then we run into a lot of resistance.
Well, that resistance is going to be in the form of Virginia and all of those stars. Speaking of resistance, though, talk about making resistance of your own. The pit of that Viper really coming out to play.
Pit of Viper and the Pit of Valor, and lots of ultimates across the board coming down, but so is the likes of the players of Hyperspace Dark. Dropping like flies, and Town is going to be at the front hand of that, grabbing a triple and making sure to close out another one for the boys.
Huge victory there for Eclectic. I cannot undersell that, because, number one, they don't have to utilize that massive advantage. All they did was throw out the Showstopper along with the Huntress Fury, right? So they still have some ultimates to work with in the coming rounds, but on top of that, they shut down the Viper's Pit. They take back what was once theirs, and now just 1 round away from equalizing themselves back to that 4-4 scoreline against this Hyperspace Dark squad. Looking pretty darn solid on their defense.
You are divided.
Yeah, that's all you can really ask for, especially being on this attacking side. At least 3 answers for rounds right now being on this defense. It's good enough, knowing that you have Hyperspace on this offense. Coming off pretty hot from that last round, or at least that last map, now actually having to fight this out for 3. I mean, a great little start for them, great answers across the board, and great first shots there for Destiny to go ahead and kick this off, as we are having a big showdown here on the A side. Just not enough kills to really follow through with it. Oh, Seekers. Oh, we got the, it's like some people call the squids or the octopus or whatever. But whatever it is, it's not going to find anything just yet. But we are going to find Tylo trying to get on the side. Taking 100's Fury hit, but it does not matter because the rest of the team is hitting this man, this Viper, shutting down Sadie, also forcing him to the back of the map as they grab themselves an easy defuse to put themselves back in a tie game.
Oh boy, there we are, tied up 4-4, Mick. This is what we came for, baby.
Yes, sir. It is.
Grand finals are amazing stuff between two teams that just want it, and they want it bad. Gotta remember, this is Hyperspace Dark's pick, so the fact that the start of this game is so close, it really does tell a story about this eclectic squad and where they're at as a team. One more gun round to go before things get scary for Hyperspace Dark. Same sort of can be said for Eclectic. They've won 2 in a row just now, but their money still ain't perfect.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think really anybody's money can be perfect in this kind of score setting. You have 4-4 right across the board. There's going to be some retaliation. There's going to be some shutdowns. People are going to be losing weapons. These rounds aren't going to fly by with nobody dying. And I mean, as we do find ourselves in a quiet start, the finish isn't exactly going to be the same kind of situation to be sitting in. And I think right now, all this influence over towards the B site with this drone coming in right now, minus 400, rest in peace. I mean, just not enough there, really. It's just so many stalls going on, so many flashes, so many cages and smokes that we're not exactly finding any players throwing the smoke just yet until Tylo has something to say about it.
Well, they're tossing more than smokes out there. Hyperspace Dark looking for the entry, and Tylo's tossing guiding lights, and, well, it doesn't look like that's going to be successful. He misses his shots, and it's an equalizer for Hyperspace Dark. So as much as you like to look for that sort of advantage being regained, it is also an opportunity to lose the advantage that you had.
Yeah, and that advantage, I mean, it's still not exactly too far gone. We're sitting in a 4-4 situation. I mean, both these guys, not just in terms of rounds, but in terms of players as well. And the only real difference right now is going to be Case over here, catching a Case, absolutely just being a monster right now, shutting down. Now will be the second over towards that TP. And the rest of the team is just going to wipe up on this B site, or A, excuse me, and make sure that nothing else can happen with the closure coming through.
There it is. Yeah, Virginia putting the entire closer onto that round, and so their lead being regained for Eclectic, one that they have not had for a hot minute. But with that being said, man, Case is so clean in that position. I wish that I could go back. I'd have to rewatch the entire round, though, so we don't have time to do it. And just see how Case came to be in that position. Because Hyperspace Dark were really sitting over a B, prop positioning that B site for so long that it was just easy enough for Eclectic to move into that space. There was nobody holding the area, so really strong stuff from them to have that positioning and be so patient with it as well. So as we're into a timeout, it's Hyperspace Dark who take it. I think it's a good opportunity to take this timeout. I like when teams take timeouts early, Mick.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. Getting in this area where you can actually work for a tie game. We see so many times where teams are doing this in the last 3 rounds, essentially, when they've already kind of been shut down for so many. You want to go ahead and utilize that right now to where you can say, all right, what can we do right now to keep the catch up, to where we can keep playing this game of catch up instead of saying, all right, now we're desperate. Now we really need to formulate something. Go ahead and use it right now. Keep that morale together. Keep that team composition. Keep the morale. And just keep the overall vibes good in the area so you can try and maintain that score as best as possible. And I think right here with 3 rounds left, everything's still doable. Everything's up in the air, especially with this 5-4 score line that going right here into this next round, maybe we're going to see something a little bit of a switch up in that Viper effect that you were mentioning earlier, with Viper being the only one over towards this B, with the Sky as well.
Possibilities abound, but you know what's going to be a bit of a problem? Eclectic's aggression.
The aggression is going to be a great answer for at least one trait, because you don't want to make it out. You don't want to really lose that by any means. You don't want to sit there, and obviously you want to win it, but I mean, for us as an audience and as casters, to make sure to have that 1-1 ratio, and that's what we're finding with a little bit more conflict going towards this B side. But Tyler is going to find some over towards Mick, being the better redhead renegade that is Sky.
Indeed. We got slow, methodical push here from Hyperspace Dark. After dealing with the aggression, I cannot believe that I can see that Sky looking to re-aggress once again at B. That's so incredibly strong and dangerous, if I'm being completely honest. But considering the information gained towards A, I guess it makes some sense. And with Case winning that gunfight, it's all the better.
Yeah, and it really just comes
30
down to these
seconds
wall
left.
banks that we have coming from the
Enemy
defensive
remaining.
side, and the shots coming through for Case to follow it up. In a 3v1, Eggs, he's a great player, but he's, I mean, let's see if we can pull off a 3v1 with him being snitched on, essentially. And also with the follow-up. Snitches, well, they don't always get stitches. Sometimes they're stitching others up. So, I mean, just right there. Closer to the round, 6-4 for Eclectic to have the lead now. And I think Hyperspace really, I mean, they're the ones who kind of took that time out. They really want to do something, but I feel like, honestly, they just didn't make the most of the time given to them. Regardless, I mean, keep in mind, both sides get that timeout, but I feel like Hyperspace should have said that they need to speed things up there because I feel like they've been a little bit too slow for the composition they brought to the table.
You know, I don't know if too slow is the right word, but you're right that they could use some more decisive plays in general. You know, but well, speaking of decisive, that's certainly a decision being made, and Wavies it makes that decision quickly and throws it straight into the face of Tylo.
Got your trail.
Yeah, it's enough to really give him that edge. It's only a one-man edge advantage right now, but I mean, it's enough to really play off of. So
Better
long as you have this, exactly, have this cosmic divide to follow through with. You do get traded off, so now it's a 3-3 across the board, but with this Hunter's Fury coming out, if there's any shots that ain't coming from Mick Shack's barrel, maybe there could be a better chance to go ahead and get this spike to go ahead and blow off, but I think right now the way they're sitting is pretty darn well. We have Spawns essentially looking like they're flipped, and we have Destiny rushing in, trying to be the hero of the hour as Mick Shack once again grabs another, creating a double with Sadie ending this round.
Yeah, indeed, flipping the script. The attackers become the defenders, and the defenders the attackers for just a few moments on the retake. But regardless of that fact, Eclectic still ahead for the moment. They still have the opportunity to confirm a 7th round on the board. But if a 6-6 half is forthcoming, it would be almost expected considering how close the rest of this half has been. So, all that to say, well, we have one ultimate up and ready to go. Eclectic with the Seekers. And lots of utility being pushed towards the shower position early on. Down. Gonna have a few to contend with here shortly. Already taking out that owl drone. That's big.
That's absolutely massive. Just hearing that audio cue saying, okay, let's see if I can get a couple shots in here, and it will be enough to actually go ahead and shut down that utility. But I mean, everything going forward. A 2v1 right here for Town. I mean, I'm loving this. Just the pepper of bullets. He's essentially just playing with his food right now. Just the look at that. Look at that. Finally coming to an end, man. But I mean, defining that double, giving themselves Hyperspace that double dink right there to go ahead and get shut down. The 3v3 now is coming out. It's a lot of influence towards this A side. I think if Hyperspace really knows what's good for them, they could haul ass to the other side of the map if they really want something free.
I mean, you're not wrong about that. That's for darn sure. But, you know, you talked about liking the ultra re-aggression from Town. I got to disagree with you, Mick. I think that you get a couple of those kills, you get the hell out of Dodge, you take what you got and you run with it. And that's what Tylo's doing. Virginia following up the same. Just one player left alive, and well, he's the one who's going to be running for the hills.
Yeah, I mean, I made the call to sit there and go across the map, but I mean, I don't think it really warrants saying, okay, let me take an op shot to the face. Yeah. Now let's go. Nah, Chief, that should have been made up kind of a little bit earlier if you really want to keep your boys alive. But right now, he's trying to stay alive in this 2v1 situation. Hunter's Fury out, a little bit too close to comfort on the site, but a little bit too close to winning this round as well as he does find Virginia. Last man standing is going to be Tylo with that operator, and Lord knows if he can take the shots. And actually winning it with the classic, the right click. People say it's busted. I think it's balanced, and I think right now Sadie's thinking it's bullshit.
I mean, whatever B word you want to put in there, it is that and more. Oh
Switching
my goodness.
sides.
Absolutely redonkulous. That classic still in the game, still working the same way, and the jump there, huge mistake. That's the key. You never jump in that scenario,
Bro,
unfortunately.
I cannot tell you how many clips I have saved to my PC with like in pistol round where I'm just jumping, right clicking, and it just works. It just works. And people hate it so much. I think honestly it's the greatest BM of all time. because it's just like,
my
I mean, it's
goodness.
part of the game. You can't be mad, can you? I mean, it's just
I mean,
feel like
you
that's
can
what
be mad
balances
that
it
it's
out.
part of the game, but
that's what
you can't be
balances
mad
it
people
out.
use it. You can't be mad that people use it. That's the key. That's the key.
I mean, you can't rip off your right click and just for the entirety of Valor. We know a lot of people don't like aiming down sights, and some guns don't allow you, like Virginia with this Ghost, for example. But I think it's really warranted, especially as we're in this new half here. We are going to be playing with nothing but pistols. I think with the kind of diversity of guns we got going on right here, we're not going to have too much worries for that right click, because we're just going to be worried about frenzies and possibly a couple Ghost headshots. But instead, Jenny with the double is really going to have the opener, and the frenzy's going to be the one under question with the third, possibly a fourth. Virginia around this corner.
I mean,
Not able
listen,
to. Yeah, what's up?
Who needs to worry about right clicks? All I care about Ginny's left clicks, because they are damn
enemy
sexy.
remaining.
You love to see that.
Spike down A.
Wavy.
They're
Try it.
wavy. Yeah, they're wavy is what they are. I mean, oh, poor Hilo. I mean, what? Right click it. You want it? No! I told you, man. I told you. That's all you can do. If you're cornered, if you are in a corner, if you're in a bad situation, Sky and a right click never goes wrong, but it can against Jenny, who already had 3 this round, making it 4, closing out this pistol round and giving his team so much more.
I'll take Ginny's left clicks every day to Tylo's right clicks. You know, I think that's a fair trade.
Yeah, I mean, look, and honestly, I mean, they're deserving of it. These pistols, man, they're getting more kills than the rifles in the game, it seems like right now. With Tylo and Jenny actually being the 2 top frags on their each respective side of the field, absolute just massive monsters here. I mean, one being an initiator, one being a controller, and just absolutely both being absolute just curveballs. The agents of chaos.
Oh man, poor Jenny missed the one way, just gave up on it. It was like, screw it.
Oh,
And Destiny, nice shot with the pistol.
Eggs isn't missing though, and neither is Sadie.
Spike down
Just
B.
an absolute cleanup. Last one standing now is going to be Town all by himself. It's a ghost town is what it is, but it's going to have enough to really take a soul down with him.
Yeah, indeed. Town trying to repopulate the area with some additional ghosts, but, well, he is going to be able to, I don't know, run around. He doesn't have the spike, so.
He's running the derby. He's doing the derby, baby.
Yeah. I mean, if they give him another kill here, that would be outrageous.
He's goofing. He's just goofing around. It's like the last man on earth right now. He knows he's the last one standing. His town is not populated. He's got nothing left to lose, but he's going to take at least one down with him. But Jenny's going to make sure that he stops there.
Yeah, looking like it's going to be the tied game once again here. Hyperspace Dark do the deed and win the pistol in the follow-up in order to put themselves at 7. As now things get to business. How many times will Jenny miss this, by the way? I just want to know.
Honestly, I don't really.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. I didn't even know if he was going for it at this point. I thought he was just kind of like, you know what? We'll just it's kind of just playing teacup, you know, on the playground. But right now, who is not playing around is going to be Wavy. I thought right there he was going absolutely just deep with that, but instead misses that satchel charge, kind of overshoots the angle. But Jenny is actually going to be the one to go this far through. Jesus, this may be absolutely massive. Yeah, they're fully aware, Chief. Oh. Okay. I was about to say, do not let that man get a double. You can't allow that. But
1 for 1 ain't bad though.
yeah, that's what you want.
I'm a really big fan of what Sadie was doing there with that drone. Not only do you get information at long, but you also get information at outside showers for free. It's basically using one ability for 2 areas of the map, and it's really smart.
Yeah, that's definitely worth the minus 400 at the end of the day. I think Eggs and Mikshack are over here really saying it. How much money they're spending on these budget weapons, they're still making do of it themselves as well, because Hyperspace, 3 men left, they're the only 2 standing, and Tyler's having one hell of a stand by himself, a 1-man army albeit, and he has to get the ace if he wants to win this round.
30 seconds
He
left.
sits there and knows the other 2 are towards B long. He has that skepticism going on, but he also has the entire other side of the map open to him. He can play in their spawn. They've already given up the other side.
He doesn't know for sure that both of them are there.
He has his skepticism, is what I was getting at. Like he knows. He's like, this is possible, but I'm not
10
going to
seconds
cash in
left.
on it. I am going to cash in on the A site though instead. So I know that they have to come to me eventually.
Oh man, Wavy nearly got a little bit over aggressive there. He needs to wait for his teammate. I don't love this from Wavy.
Oh, you got to get those crates are shootable, man. Ever since the new update.
remaining.
Oh, but it doesn't matter. He's gonna be shooting instead. Tylo, one more is all he needs to really pull something insane off, winning every single aspect of this round and clutching it through with the ace. Has to keep it on the bomb. Can hear the tap. And doesn't know if it's fake or not, but he wants to check it.
Why did I sign up for this shit?
But Mick has to sit there and slow this down. And he gets it! Tylo with the ace in the clutch! What more could you ask for? Tylo, more like Kylo Ren. This man is an absolute agent of darkness, claiming all souls that come within him using the Force.
I mean, what more could I have asked for? I'll be honest, I could have asked for some reasonable play from Hyperspace Dark. I would have been asking for some trades. Hello? Trade frags. Where are they at, boys? Going two different directions in order to retake. That is just a mistake that should never happen to a team of this quality. And that is one for the history books.
Yeah.
As unfortunately Hyperspace Dark give away a round that they should have won, though it's a massive couple frags from Tyler.
Yeah. Mick Shack may be a redhead renegade right now, also grabbing the first two. Make that three! Right off the rip, kills right there, but I just want to make sure that Tyler was acknowledged as the redhead rebellion. This man is like an army. He's a one-man army who can shut everybody down, and maybe Town could bring that same exact energy to the field right now because he's stuck in a 1v5 of himself, doesn't have the bomb in hand, and isn't exactly in favorable shoes as the rest of the guys, but finding one will be enough for him. He just has to do it 4 more times, and with Wavy coming up there with that follow-through, 8-8, excuse me, across the board, Hyperspace found themselves an answer to that absolute madness of a round they had too.
I mean, the good news for our Hyperspace is that they decided to make that boneheaded mistake on a round that they probably should have lost anyway because it was a bonus round. You know, that's the good news, and so for them it means that they don't get affected in the same way. They were able to buy back in, and then that round afterward we just saw, it was really dominant, really one-sided, really good shots coming through, and it was from Mick Shack to do just that. So you know, best case scenario honestly for Hyperspace coming out of that boneheaded mistake like I mentioned, but it's now for Eclectic to think, and that's what this timeout is for, because you know, I don't even need to see the menu to know that the money is really not going to be great. Eclectic have some cash, but they're not going to have enough to fully invest everything that they want, and so a decision has to be made.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you, especially with these back and forths. I mean, we mentioned it time and time again. Even though you wing yourself around, that doesn't always mean the most favorable situation for your team. Because if you only have one man alive, these buys still have to come through. You don't really have any money to work with. And I mean, a win streak, lose streak, regardless of what you have, it gives you and provides you more money. And especially with Eclectic be on this attacking side, they have to make sure to get these spikes down every single round, because that's going to be another 300 that adds up. And with Hyperspace Start, they're kind of guaranteed that when they get themselves around, that they're going to be a lot more set up. But Case is setting up something, and Jenny with a double. I mean, these are a lot of pistols that we're dealing with here. But Mick Shack does manage to find himself a Phantom, and that alone itself is super scary.
Ooh, baby! That is a shot and a half from Town himself. 2-on-2 now, as well, it's even on players, even on score, and well, Spike going down. That said, Hyperspace Dark, should be winnable. They have more HP overall, and here it goes.
Just comes down to these ranges, whether or not this crosshair placement can really get those headshots, because Town is set up. Even though he has less health, if he grabs just one bullet, it's an immediate kill. Exactly the way he planned for it too. Instead, he's the first one to fall, and X finds himself a immediate follow-up double there. Goodness gracious, Eggs, throwing the rest of your boys right into the fryer, why don't you? Who needs some hash browns to go with their eggs, huh?
He's mixed a little bit of cheese in there, making it look, feel a little bit nicer, a little nice little cheese to add to the mags. I love it. Eclectic, down for the count, but not out. They got guns back in their hands after that round, and listen, that round was just pistol, and they made it awful close. It was down to the 1-on-1 or 1-on-2 actually that Eggs clutched out. Now they have the weapons to utilize more effectively. If we look at the map, it looks as if maybe some aggression here for Hyperspace Dark.
Oh yeah,
coming up towards short, but ultimately there's no one there. It's just going to be a straight up run in towards the B area, but they get met with a whole hell of a lot of utility.
Yeah, I mean, just gadgets left and right. I mean, these guys are like go gadget right now, just absolutely running all over the place. It's like they're facing MacGyver right now. I mean, just too much to deal with. And I think right now, B still being the move. We have 2 players allocated towards A for the side of Hyperspace. We have a showstopper coming out, as Destiny does find one, and Virginia has a follow-up, actually giving Eclectic themselves the free site right now over towards B. There has to be a retake. There has to be some kind of attempt to get this site back. And with Wavy and Jenny being the 2 who are at it, it's doable. It's not impossible, but it's going to be damn sure hard.
Yeah, that's the real issue. 2v4 is a real tough task. Even with Destiny low on HP, lots of utility still left for him. Boombot being one of those. Gonna give away his position, but that's one player gone.
Okay.
Ooh, nice pickup. And there's a second. Winnable now.
Even out the odds, why don't you? Is it time to double down just yet? Jenny actually does! Hold up!
Last player standing.
Oh no, it was there, dude.
They didn't get halfway. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's what it is. Tylo does lose his gun in the process, but as we say, I mean, you say it time and time again, kills don't get wins, rounds do. And I mean, kills, they're kind of backed up by guns. I'd say same situation. Potato, carrot, lettuce, whatever. Everything's really just comes out at the end of the day. It's all vegetables, and vegetables are winning these rounds, and that's what we want right now, right? Right.
I got no clue how you made it there, Mick. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, that's the whole point. Is that it doesn't matter how we get there. Getting rounds is just the top of the pyramid right now.
Okay, I'm on board with that. I still don't know how we made it there, but I'm down for it. And well, speaking of don't know how we get there, I'm not sure how Hyperspace Dark are going to get to another round victory in this one with the weaponry they have.
Oh, I mean, Jenny grabbing a picking up that weapon as a follow-up, that could definitely be really promising. And with all these players, Jenny, literally, they're just lining up for him. They're super bundled up. Utility coming through. Oh, the Hunter's Fury. This is doable.
Out of charge. Last player standing.
This is. I'm sorry, Vincent. What was that?
I mean, they showed me. They told me exactly how. Listen, I'm out here taking notes. My notepad, it's damn full, Mick. I don't know what else to tell you. But Hyperspace Dark, they show exactly what you could do, what you have to do to pick up thrifty rounds like that one. And it's all about those opening tools, recovering weapons, and apparently Hunter's Furies.
Yeah, I mean, just when things look dark for Hyperspace Dark, for some reason, they somehow find themselves a shred of light to work with. And that's exactly what you can ask for when you're looking for this double-digit checkpoint we really bring ourselves into. I think with the stall here, it's not enough, but it's going to be some damage. And with waving the backup, Jenny's actually not screwed over. I'm surprised to know myself about that. With the truck, hold up.
How did you get away with that one?
You can't let him pass with that. That's not okay. That's not okay. This should be illegal. And Tyler also getting a frenzy kill. I am confused as hell right now.
We're just gonna cancel on this one, run it back the other direction.
One enemy remaining.
Can't do that. That is illegal according to Mick himself. Jenny with that triple. How is okay. Whatever you say, video game. Roger that. I don't know how the heck Town got into that position. I don't know how nobody noticed him, and I don't know how he didn't get that kill. So many question marks.
I mean, he's not Tylo. So I mean, I think right clicks. It's a pretty selective thing. That's really where we find the two audiences. Balanced and broken. Sometimes it just lines up. Sometimes it's just a laser beam, and sometimes it's just like, what is this?
He's meant to be a left clicker like Jimmy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
You got to earn. You're a Cypher player. Got to earn your shots. You know what I'm saying? It's like
understandable.
You spend time on cameras.
Right. See, makes sense. You know what else makes sense to me? This 11-9 score line and all of these ults coming out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can't complain right now. I mean, this is where Eclectic is really trying to go ahead and find an answer. And Hyperspace Dart, they just want to cash in as best they can. Find this match point scenario. Destiny trying to put a stop to it. Virginia being the next biggest threat for it in this 2v2 situation. Everybody really, we know where the Sova is. We know where Sadie's at, but do we know where Wavy is? We don't. So go ahead, back out of that site. Go, hit the TP, hit the A site, see if you can get that bomb down and find yourself at least some kind of edge, an extra 300 to work with in the next round, and see if you can find a little bit of repositioning, slow the game down a little bit. But, I mean, Showstopper doesn't slow nothing down. It speeds it up and misses the shot. It scares the spike off, and maybe it could be stopped.
Last player standing.
Oh, Virginia turning the tide here. Now it's all on to Sadie to take Destiny into his own hands.
Low and steady is all you can really ask for. I mean, Sadie, when you're in these situations, you want to try and play this as best as possible. And I think the flick, knowing that somebody's probably going to be on the other side of you, you're trying to get flanked here, ganked, whatever. You got to be scared to some extent. And they're actually both.
I love this.
Sadie, yeah, that's just. I like the play. That was honestly it. Like fundamental Eclectic, top to bottom right there. The way to read that, instead of sitting there staying in those positions, it becomes too readable eventually. And Sadie looked into it. And even though, regardless of that, those 1v2s, unless you have it set up to where you can absolutely capitalize on where that spike is, it's going to be really hard to hold.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's pretty much perfectly played there. Eclectic doing everything that you're supposed to do, and in fact taking an additional precaution just in case. And I love to see a team picking that up, doing exactly that. Speaking of extra precautions, well, maybe this pit is precautionary, but going out.
Oh, and it's getting shut down just as fast with the shots coming through. Jenny getting shut down by Town. Just literally running through. I mean, a Cypher, he can obviously see a little bit more, but with this neural theft, he's going to see a hell of a lot more. Getting a read on everybody's position in this 4v4 and opting to say, all right, boys. Let's hit this B side a freaking sap. As we do find themselves, no shot going down, but a shock dart from Friendly Fire. It's going to be a little bit confusing in itself. And the spike is going to go down. Town's going to find himself one, and we're going to see ourselves in the post-plant scenario with the retake having to come through for Hyperspace to keep their dream alive and get themselves in a match point.
Last player standing.
Oh, this is looking like it's all over. Hyperspace Dark probably going to be down and tied back once again.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, hold up.
Maybe not! Sadie!
Clip it and ship it. What the f?
Are you serious?
Clutch.
Wow.
I know I mentioned illegal, but that is a war crime, my friend. That was just
Match
that.
point.
We should declare just a civil agreement to team up on this man for that. Just absolute disrespect.
Oh my goodness. The call is in from our producer straight to The Hague, apparently, in order to report it. As you say, Eclectic, that is what I call devastation of the most intense order.
Oh my god, dude! There's so many scenarios where like, nah, this isn't doable. I mean, it is doable, but it's not. It shouldn't be allowed. And oh my god, we do have a showstopper getting stopping itself. The showstopper stopping the stopper, and we got Eclectic stopping Hyperspace from ending the game right now because they are in a 4-3-man lead right now. The game isn't just over yet. They're sitting on match point on the opposite side of the field, but Eclectic still has themselves a breathing chance.
Chance, yes. Guarantee? Hell no. Push coming in, and ooh, magical shot there from Eggs.
Okay.
Cosmic Divide, possible.
Yep, it's definitely there. I feel like you just need to use it, man. Close yourself off and
We don't see that corner coming out just yet. We do see Case cornering a couple bullets though into eggs, being that man to really initiate that.
Enemy remaining.
And hold up, McShack, McDiff, McDiff
Defenders
for the
win.
game. Oh, hyperspace. Just when you thought they really couldn't, I mean, we thought they could. I mean, the game's been very even just across the board, but I mean, I'm talking, there were so many scenarios where they just turned the tide and said, all right, you know what? This doesn't look doable. Hold up, let me show you something right quick. Like, it's insane.
Incredibly dominant there in the last 2 rounds was the clutch. That's what it was. The clutch from Hyperspace Dark. And they pick up the victory here. Their map, their win. Bind goes their way. And I mean, honestly, Eclectic, that felt like it could have been theirs. Really did.
Yeah,
we're going to be moving into Ascent, and considering the fact that that's Eclectic's pick, I don't know that we're going to be closing it in 2 here. I think we might be going to 3 maps. Don't know. Not sure, but I need to see it once more.
Yeah, really it's coming.
I'm waiting for the true murder. Because you know what? I just don't understand how he got away with that last kill. You know, he
had no business getting that last one, I'll admit. I mean, everything else, it was understandable, it was doable, but that was just Valor saying, okay, like let's do something. Riot loves throwing a little bit of orchestrated chaos into the mix. So I mean, that's good enough for them.
This was nice too, from Jenny.
Oh. What a match.
All right, here we go.
Yep. Oh,
pretty healthy. It's
not okay. It is not okay. That should not be allowed, man. What a match. Good God. I mean, 13-10. I mean, let's be real here. The half, it was like a 2-point differential, but we got to 7-7. Then we got to 8-8. Then we got to 10-11. I mean, what more can you ask for? Obviously overtime, but we got 2 more maps coming up, so we can't exactly ask for it just yet. That's cashing a little too early.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we aren't going to be cashing out just yet because we got to cash in on map number 2. That's going to be Ascent. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. Oh, after an electrifying map number 1, where Hyperspace Dark just edged it out in 13-10 fashion, we are headed to map number 2, and that's going to be the El Clasico Ascent, where Eclectic have picked the map, but Hyperspace Dark hope that they can find victory, because victory will mean a 2-0 for them. I will be honest, though, with you, Mick. I don't know if that's going to be a possibility.
I'm kind of with you on that, man. I mean, just the way they obviously Hyperspace, they kind of beat the odds there. There was a little bit of kind of a stacked up against them. They were maintaining the lead, but there was just so many occasions in that last map where things just didn't seem like they should have been really pulled out for them. And they found it. They found it. They won it. And they might find themselves another map as we do find ourselves getting into the champ select here for map 2. But I mean, what's going on, man? It's just, it comes down to this. It comes down to these picks of the agents. Comes down to how well they're utilized in town, going right back to that Cypher, Case going right back over to that Sova. The only thing we're seeing instead of is Destiny on the Jet instead of the Race this time around.
Yeah, that's sort of to be expected. Jet, obviously, a lot better here than the Raze, where Raze is such a powerful pick over on Bind. The other thing that we might find different, though currently doesn't look to be the case, is Killjoy. But we actually have 2 Cyphers locked in. An interesting decision there for both Eggs and Town. We know Town is a solid Cypher, but Killjoy, I think, just a little better here. But hey, whatever you're better with, I guess you should roll with that. So we got Town and Eggs both on that Cypher. Otherwise, it's a mirror. In fact, it's an entire mirror matchup total, but otherwise it's pretty much everything the same for both sides, with the exception of that Race.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I mean, also when it comes down to the people who are playing these roles, I mean, Virginia's still running that Astra, Case running that Sova. On the opposite side, though, here with Hyperspace, there's a lot of character switch-ups because we saw Sadie on the Sova, we saw Jenny on the Viper. That's really the big change-up we got going through is the Cypher and the Astra, but I mean, we see instead Mick is going to be on the Astra, and then Sadie's going to be on the Sky. So it's like there's so many switch ups here for players. I'm not exactly sure if they're just feeling super universal and super confident about it, or whether or not they kind of have themselves a specialization for each kind of map, which honest to God, it seems a little bit odd for a team collective.
I don't think it's odd at all. I think it's pretty normal. And I'm not at all surprised to see that to be the case. Usually you're set which agent you play per map, not necessarily just total. And that's a nice little spray through the nebula to find an opening pick on a Town.
Yeah, making to be that first one to go ahead and grab those shots with all this kind of influence going towards the A side, and the door coming down as well. There's also going to be bodies falling down as well as Destiny finds himself one but gets traded out immediately by Eggs with that classic. With a 4v3, 4v2 make it. With Hyperspace building is still being at the top, and I think looking darn good to close out this one.
Nice couple of frags there at the end from Eclectic Case in particular, but not enough to overcome the difference in players. Hyperspace Dark pretty much in control that whole time, weren't they?
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that. I mean, just everything they, especially having that first shot right off the rip. I mean, it was a great shot there to go ahead with the frenzy. Everybody really making the most of their weapons, picking up what's dropped to say, if I have a classic and I see a man die that has a ghost, I want to make sure to pick that up. I want to try and go ahead and keep that advantage as best I can, regardless of, you know, live on in the spirit of my teammate and try and find as many kills in his name as possible. Well, we saw that going down with hyperspace, and we see a heck of a follow-up here with a very interesting buy on both sides. Hold up.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Hold up. Wait a minute. Eclectic. They have forced bought here, second round. Very odd, very different, and, well, not working out just yet.
Enemy remaining.
At all.
Spike down B.
Jenny, off the Henny, man's out here just straight getting numbers like a stimmy. I mean, what is that? Those are some shots, man. Those are some shots indeed to give themselves a second round. I mean, obviously you saw Eclectic cash in right there, try to find as much as possible to really get themselves an edge, really get themselves a couple more kills, or at least try and finesse around, but getting shut down so easily from the likes of hyperspace.
Yeah, and it was off the back of good utility usage, good spamming, and really well placed teamwork, multiple players in that same area, flashing for each other and getting at advantage. So with that, normally this round would be the first of the gun rounds, but instead it's going to be a bit of a sad one. Eclectic in position to pretty much just save again and again. Well, just this one time. A bit of an off angle there for Wavy. Dangerous, but he's got it.
Spike down B.
Oh,
One enemy
right there. Hyperspace is absolutely mowing down right now. I mean, what can you do in these kind of scenarios? Wavy hitting his shots through smokes, through walls. Regardless, he can close his eyes and play the game, it looks like right now. And I mean, Town finding one, it's got to be more to play with.
One on the exit ain't too bad, but you would have liked to do better. And this is why I'm almost never a fan of the force buy on that second round, especially for the attackers, or I should say, especially for the defenders actually. But I think it applies to attackers too. It's because you just allow for an extra round. 9 times out of 10. How many times do you win that force buy round? I think it's probably a 30 to 20% victory rate. I don't think that's enough. So here we are, first gun round. Wavy getting pushed out. That operator not in position anymore.
Blinded.
Yeah, and a great little just fall through right here. 3 blinds, but with so many bullets coming out, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. You're still probably going to get shot as you can't dodge that much, but it looks like they're dodging themselves a bullet going onto this A side, but Sadie's going to be waiting there. So is Wavy doing their own kind of work out here, just going off Sadie. Goodness gracious. Once again, Town being that last man standing. It's starting to look like a pattern here. I think something really needs to, if they're going to find themselves around, there's something here that needs to be changed.
That Sadie Wavy combination, really a deadly one.
Blinded.
And now the information being regained, and Sadie with the recovered rifle fragging. So 4-0 Hyperspace Dark. They take a dominant stance. Remember, there was 4 rounds in a row that Hyperspace Dark took near the beginning of the last game, and that was not at all where we ended. So
yeah,
anything can happen. It is going to be back to an eco here for Eclectic in this coming round. A couple of those ultimates to work with if they were to want to utilize them. But if I'm being honest with you, Mick, I really think they should just hang on to any Neural Theft or Blade Storm that they can pick up and really take advantage of that big economy that they have next gun round.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, that's a really good call for them if they can get to those shoes in the first place. I mean, but with no ultimates, really, we have a lot of ults that are close, but none that are really come onto the field yet. There has to be some kind of orbs that are picked up or some kind of kills that come through to really get yourself in those shoes. And Jenny on this Odin with this Sheriff is the follow-up, and all the shots coming through. Destiny finding the first one of this round. There's got to be a little bit more from these guys, as one actually does come through from Jenny. The trade, the second, the third. Jenny, the fourth. Hold on.
Oh, baby.
Oh, Odin go brr. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Jenny. Back boathouse. Well, he's gonna go sailing on the seas of dead bodies that are absolutely lining that sidewalk at the moment. Hyperspace Dark. They put that from 4 to 5, and a timeout being taken by Eclectic, understandably, I would say, considering that it's now been 5 rounds in a row. And this is important. The other thing I want to mention is Eclectic in key take this timeout right before a gun round. They don't take it into an eco. They take it into a gun round so they can make a plan and try and execute it right here, right now. No waiting needed.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that. They need to make sure to win this right here. Otherwise, it seems like they're going to be locked out for another couple rounds, especially if they invest any of these ultimates. As you said, with the Neural Theft and the Blade Storm now being at their exposure, at their disposal to use, especially also with the Hunter's Fury, having some kind of post-plant setup that's a little bit scrappy, that's really expensive, but as long as you can find yourself around at the end of the day, that's what you need. Because Valor being so momentum-oriented, so momentum-based, that's so extremely important, is to find a way to shut this down before Hyperspace get way too far ahead of themselves and find themselves closing out this game. And not only that, closing out this series after winning the first.
That would be an incredible turnaround, an incredible look for Hyperspace Dark to take this 2-0 after how close that the first map was. And
oh my god.
Magical.
Somebody took the frames on that one. Check the frames on that one. There's two. There's two clips for you to check the frames on. The referee's got to run it back. And Mixshack may be one of those referees to go ahead and say, you know what, we'll let it slide and we'll grab ourselves another one too.
Spike down.
It's Hyperspace. They are feeling themselves right now.
Why the hell would you walk into that if you're Virginia? I don't get it. I just do not understand. It seems like a very poor decision, but here we go again.
Country Roads taking them home. And maybe to his hometown. His town is going to sit there and shut down Wavy. As we're going to find ourselves in a 3v2. Eclectic buffing it out to some extent, but Mixshack is not done yet.
Oh, fake.
Oh. Okay. Getting some shots is definitely important here. These walls being penetrable, a lot to play with, but Town has to get these kills. He's the one who's pressured right now. He's the one on the clock with this spike not being down. And just absolutely rushing up in there inside that cage is not going to be the move. His X is going to be the better Cypher in that scenario, more prepared for that close quarters situation.
The unfortunate news right there for Town is that he was stuck between the rock and the hard place. He had to get the spike, but there wasn't a lot of time remaining. And of course, it was 2-on-1. So everything really conspiring against him to make life very miserable in that situation. Meaning that, well, Hyperspace Dark, they've confirmed 6. It's at least a 6-6 half, no matter what happens now. And Wavy, like I said, they just kind of gave him some free frags last round. I'm not sure what happened, but maybe Destiny can turn the tides here with this Blade Storm.
Yeah, that's really what you're cashing in on right now. I mean, with Lazy in that ob shot, there's not exactly too much hope there, at least for Town, who's really been the last man standing. You know that the game's going to end a lot quicker if he's not going to be able to stall anything out. And right now, his shots. Destiny, you got to hit those shots. Otherwise, Sadie's going to, and he's going to grab a double in the meantime.
Last player standing.
Oh, my goodness. That is confidence dip, if you want to see it on display right there. He doesn't. Yeah, Destiny doesn't miss those shots.
Yeah, normally. Even then, I mean, at that range, you can right-click it and rest assured that you are probably going to find those to be hit. I mean, even in that scenario, if you were that close, if it right-clicks, Riot just literally doesn't think you're going to win this game. But if you don't even try for that, when you try and get the prestige, you're getting that knife refresh regardless. I'm just not sure what the call was there.
Well, I mean, I don't dislike the call to go for the left clicks. It's more consistent. You know, the right click can be inconsistent. Yeah. But you should just always be hitting that shot. That's the reality. And that's nerves. That's frustration. That's being down 7-0. And that's being down one map.
Completely with you. I mean, we've seen some bad games. We've seen some 6-0s on halves before and things of the likes. And
7-0 with Wavy finding the first shot. Town finally shutting him down with that Sheriff. It's going to be a huge attempt. And Case grabbing one as well. We now have hands. We now have weapons in the hands of Hyperspace, people, and Eclectic for once. And with 200's Fury coming out, we're trying to get some tracers going on right now, some lasers coming through, and some sources to really go back towards. But Twitch, he's going to find himself something. And with this 2v2, this is Eclectic's one chance. And Sadie and Jenny are looking like they're going to shut it down with the double on the Odin.
Take flight.
With one more still standing.
I love the patience right there from Sadie and Jenny. Soon as the knowledge is known, now they get away with it.
Oh,
it's all ogre. All ogre now. Hyperspace Dark, it's 8-0. Big fat goose egg. Still there for Eclectic on their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, the game's not over. We've seen insane comebacks before. I mean, this is really just an 8-0. We could see 4 rounds in a row. We could see a complete mentality switch for Eclectic.
I've seen 2 comebacks happen.
Exactly. I mean, it's definitely not impossible. The game's not over till it's over. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. But I mean, Eclectic, they've already cashed in on their timeout. They cashed on it fairly early, and I don't think them cashing on it now would really make too big of a difference because of just the way the game is really running against them, especially having that neural tap, having that cosmic divide. There's enough resources there for them to play off of. And Wavy keeping that operator, all these expensive guns going right back into the hands of the players. There's just smokes everywhere, and that seems to be the key to success for Eclectic, unless you have Mixshack spamming through him and finding himself one.
Talk about a frustrating way to lose your life. No visual, no problem. Hyperspace Dark with the man advantage on the comeback, or I should say on the retake. Cosmic Divide still there, and that goes out already.
There, Virginia. Oh, some great shots now. Virginia actually stepping up to the plate here and managing 3 with the follow through from Tylo to grab the 4th. Nick Shack is still alive. You have to make sure that this man dies somehow or the defuse is going to go down. And we see Eclectic grabbing their first round here off the back of Virginia. Country Roads, take me home. West Virginia, give me a round.
I'm going to let that one slide. It's the second Country Roads reference we've had today, Mick. This is getting out of hand, my friend.
Hey, it's asking to be said. It's a legend. It's a staple, man. You can't.
It's true. And we got Town and Virginia in the game.
Exactly.
They really are asking for it. I'll give you that. But man, we are certainly going to need a long road home if it's going to be an Eclectic victory here in map number 2. Reason being, they are down bad, but aggressively pushing towards A once again. If it worked before, maybe it'll work again.
Yeah, if it ain't Proton fixing, it's really the only solution they have because it's the only thing that's worked so far. And unless you got eggs right here with this neural tap coming through, Sadie finding himself one as well, and just shots coming through. Virginia is going to find that double, but getting shut down, and Mixshack with the return at a double of his own. Oh, Town is the last man standing as he's going to be shut down as well. 3-piece for Mixshack. And what would now be could be a 3-to-1 ratio on rounds. We're seeing a 9-to-1 ratio right now with only 2 remaining in this half.
Listen, I'm not any mathematical genius nor expert, but that ratio seems bad.
Yeah, I'm not either. I used to be a Hearthstone player. You know, we and I have sat there and discussed this kind of deal. I'm more of a math guy. I'm not much more of a fractions dude, but even then, I don't feel like 1 out of 9 is very solid to really give yourself a run.
Not at all. And whoa, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Do it.
Oh.
Do it.
Oh no!
Enemy remaining.
Just as quick as a start as it is an end. I mean, right there.
Last round in
I feel bad for Eclectic at this point, man. I feel like they're really just putting their fingers on the W key, and that's what they're trying to cash in on. But you gotta slow down. You have to stop and think for a second if you're going to find a way to flip this over.
You know, it's like Eclectic pulled up to the car wash, but instead of the car wash, it was a meat grinder. That's what happened to him right there.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, especially after that first map, none of this would really be expected with how close it was, how much back and forth we had.
it's almost like they're falling asleep at the wheel, really, at the car wash, and they're never going to make it out now. They're going to be stuck there forever, and we're going to see really hyperspace going home with their paycheck regardless. And I think something like that is we just don't want to see it. We got to see some slow pacing here, and I think with this round not exactly being over yet, that's a good sign. We just got to see a couple of kills to follow through with it, and with it being an eco, that's kind of the one thing that's questionable for me, but not for Wavy, is he is very, very sure about what shots he's going to take.
Spike down.
1, 2, take a few.
Down B. One enemy.
And well, seemingly that is the motto of Hyperspace Dark and Wavy in particular. One more left, fine, and that's quickly dispatched. Make Shaq the one to do just that. 11-1.
Sides.
I don't know if that I've seen this comeback happen, Mick. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you know, just because I hadn't seen it doesn't mean it's not possible.
Yeah,
I'm aware of that, but yeah, I've seen a lot of 13-1s in my day, 13-2s, 13-3s. I've seen actually quite a few 10-2 comebacks. I don't think I've ever seen the 11-1 comeback happen.
Yeah, because it's really almost, think of it as like a race, right? You have to cross that sash in the end, and we're at the point where you reach that 10 mark, you reach that checkpoint, your waist is inside the sash here at the finish line, but you haven't broke it just yet. You could still lose that, but I feel like once you hit that 11 point, once you give yourself one extra on top of that double, it's rough. And I think right here with Wavy, you can see the same level of confidence on these guys on the offensive end as you can the defensive. With the first kill coming through, Wavy trying to follow through, actually does grab that second, with Pace really just missing everything. And the level of aggression coming through right now is just massive.
Oh, good finds there. Those flashes solid, but they are just trades. Now it's 1v2, and not ready for Ags to come around the back lines. Eclectic. Tragedy. It's 12-1.
Now, game's not over. Game's not over. We are not setting this up to where we are cashing in on anything just yet. But
I'm cashing out.
I mean, you know, I feel like that's everybody right now. But honestly, if we witness the comeback of the century tonight, I'm gonna be able to say, you know what? Check the VOD. I believed in them. And
fair enough.
I mean, honestly, this is a area of neutrality right here for casters. We want a good game, and I want to at least see them bring this to, like, I'd say a 12-6 would be tolerable. I could say 5 rounds in a row would definitely be doable. I think, you know, 12-12, 12-13 maybe pretty hard, but
anything's doable. It's just a question of, do I think it's going to happen?
Yeah, and I mean, Destiny grabbing one right there, that's definitely makes it more doable. With the 4v4, it shows that hyperspace can bleed. They still have to get this spike down. And with that double coming through for Sadie, things are looking a lot less likely.
Yeah, they bleed, but it's limited blood flow. And
whoa, hold up!
After that one, mate.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I was saying, I'm cashed out fully.
Yeah.
I'll take my money in PayPal. Thank you very much, Mick. But Ascent, 13-1. 13-1.
I don't really know. I mean, we've seen some great shots like right here from Jenny. I mean, just great shots across the board out of hyperspace. But I think that's just because, like, when you're performing the way you are, when you were so far ahead, you feel like you don't have nothing to lose. It's almost like being the richest man in the world and going out to go gamble some of it. It's like you could still cash out $1 million if that's nothing to Jeff Bezos. You know, it's like who's just literally rolling in enough to really play with.
That to me is where mentally Eclectic lost the game.
Yeah. Because I mean, it's not really where you stand; it's where your opponent stands. And when they sit there and just absolutely play like this against you, and you still end up losing that, it's like, how are they messing around, but we're still losing? It's those kind of mental blocks.
I mean, yes, I know what you're talking about, but I don't even think that's what happened. I just think, you know, it was a mental mistake. It was a problem, obviously, but, you know, you get mentally boomed from that sort of position, and it really does start to take its toll. I think that obviously it's a long night. I mean, POV, you know, we love it. but it's a long thing. It's not as if it doesn't take any sort of mental toll on you. And and Eclectic, they played a real hard game number 1.
Yeah.
And they got a rough start game number 2. And by that 6-0 point that took that time out, it didn't work. They couldn't pull it back. And that was really, I think, where they started to go down the hill mentally, where it was just not gonna be possible.
Yeah, it was most definitely a mental thing because, I mean, you can literally look at this exact series there at the bottom of your screen right now. You don't even need to really go to any kind of statistic sites or something like that. You have the proof is in right here, the current time, and seeing, I mean, a 13-10, man, and then to a 13-1. I mean, it's obviously you have these same players. Exactly. It's just like, what's really going through with that? What can you really do there? And I feel like going forward, I mean, Eclectic, they've had a lot of good runs. I feel like something tonight, I don't know really what came through with it, but it wasn't enough to bring themselves to a map 3, which honestly, thank God, because I'm not the biggest fan of Haven, so we missed that bullet at least. But overall, it's a little bit sad to see end a little bit early.
Yeah, it is what it is. But as you can see down right below me, Hyperspace Dark, they have been crowned the victors of this Pit of Valor. A well-deserved crown it is. Beautiful crown as well, by the way. Love the new design we got for that thing. Looks awesome. But with that being said, it is just about that time, Mick. I hate to say it, but it is time to say goodbye. It has been a fantastic night. On behalf of our other duo of casters here, it was Strive and Endless tonight. They are fantastic. Myself and Mick, along with Vermilion Rose, our producer, and Will, or Fade, as you can find him on the interwebs, doing all of the button pushing, observing, and the such. Huge shout out to all of them. A team behind us. We couldn't be here. Our faces wouldn't be here. Nothing would be working without those fantastic people. So definitely make sure to say hello and shout them out whenever you see them around or in the chat. But with that being said, it's been a fantastic Pit of Valor, and it's time to say good night. So we'll see you here next time. It's going to be continuing this week here with the Player Zone 2K here on Saturday and Sunday. So make sure you tune in for that. We'll see you then with more GLG action.
Starting to heat up a little bit here. Over the wall, and Bond gets 2. Make it 3-0. That's the opening you want.
Every single time they've gotten aggressive, they've caught one out. Are you kidding me? Lazy. He's got a 2-for-1 deal.
At this stage, we don't really have to worry about funds all that much because Dynamic has that Blade Storm. He doesn't need to worry about anything else. He's going to get a pick on Kermie because, I mean, he's built like that. Put crack in this dude's cereal. I mean, goodness gracious. It needs to be cracked. I mean, look at it. Oh my God! Look at it!
What? So you can see Benevolence doesn't even get distracted by the Trailblazer. Oh my goodness, Benevolence.
Don't pick it again. Okay.
Give him another. Give him another.
Oh no!
Baby, yes!
He's able to open up a flank angle, so that's forces Stealthy to take the heavy aggression to the forward angle. Is able to get 4. Can he find that Ace? Giza is tagged very low. They know exactly where he is, so matter of time before Giza walks into it. Has no idea. Stealthy is tucked away into the corner. Peeks out for the ace and a big round for Recon 5.